Bang, bang. Taco Tuesday. What's up, Will? What's up, chat? How we doing? Oh, man. I just wanted to say Taco Tuesday. Honestly, tacos sound good. I'm hungry. There is your opening bell. We have a small gap fill to the downside here. Nothing too crazy. We'll see what happens. Where is that gap fill at? 746. There we go. There we go. Come on, give me a 50-point short. Drop, 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 drop. Sorry, guys. I'll hit you guys in just a second. I just trying to scalp a little short trade here. Downtrend into the open and a gap fill below us. Watch out for that 770 level, but the gap fill is down here, 746. I'm looking for 750. 750, 750, 750, 750, 750. Do I hear a 750? Sold. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I feel like I should take a trim here. This 770 is a big level.
Yeah. Yep.
ES still has a gap to fill downside too. Come on, drop it, drop it, drop it. 50 points here. Come on. Fill me, fill me, fill me, fill me. There's one, there's two. I am out. All right.
There you go. A little,
how about that?
Little fast one right there. Fast
yeah.
Tuesdays.
A little fast open to two. Wow. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day, Tater. What's up, chat? Who else in here this morning? Sorry, I had to scalp a little trade. You know how it goes. Boy, who is all in here this morning? Some of you guys slept in a little bit. I saw Ticker Tap first one this morning. Saw Mike, Tommy out in NYC. I think me and Tommy crossed some thoughts, but either way, he's out in NYC. He's on East Coast instead of West Coast time. I bet he woke up like confused. What's up, Paris? I see you. Colin, Smart, Honor, Peter, UK, Candle, Chaos, Ocho. What's up, Ocho? Roop, Fresh, Bullish Bear, Grambo. What's up, Frosty Dog, Laria. Derek, I see a Derek GM. Miami Saints. What's up? Good morning. What's up, KT? Big Red. Good morning. Good to see you again. Gap did just fill on NQ. Yes, still about 3-4 points lower, but we'll target there. Could be buyers waiting there. We did push up, made a new higher high overnight. Got a swept above Friday and last week's action, but have since come back in a little bit. President Trump did speak on CNBC this morning by phone. Didn't say a ton of stuff that was just crazy. Seemed to be mostly positive and upbeat. Just across the board. Big news last night. Let's see what is Apple doing. I'm sure most of you guys saw the Apple news. Tim Apple, as people call him, or Tim Cook, his real name, is stepping down from Apple in let's see, what, September the 1st. He is stepping down. His replacement's a guy from the hardware division's been there for better part of 2 decades. So I don't know if it's an exciting hire or not, but Apple down just a little bit. It recovered a little bit of that news headline you saw, but either way, the other big headline was Amazon and Anthropic. The Amazon and Anthropic news last night. Let me see if I can pull up the actual list just to call them out accurately to everyone. Of course, if anybody's got anything going on, let me get the chat down off the screen and we'll jump into it. But I do want to hit that news. If anybody's trading Amazon, pretty big news last night with Anthropic. Let me get the full details pulled up here. Where? Scroll. Here we go. Amazon is investing up to $25 billion in Anthropic. Anthropic committing to spend over $100 billion on AWS. Anthropic is to secure 5 gigawatts of Amazon Titanium chips. That part is big. That part is key in this headline. Claude platform now available on AWS as well, and expanding AI inference in Asia and Europe. So pretty big news there. If you start to puzzle that together, if you want to dive in a little bit deeper, of course you can. But that is a big headline. Car get a volatility halt? No way.
What's that thing at now? 640? Oh my god!
It's hit 723 this morning.
480 yesterday.
I was reading a little bit about it just out of curiosity. Apparently, somebody had a ton of shares that got locked up, and then they bought a bunch of call options and exercised them, so the share delivery became an issue.
Wow. Either way, that's a
chess, not checkers.
Absurd move.
Oh no, it just makes no sense. Like, what's the market cap's at what now? 23, 24 billion. Pretty insane. I will be keeping an eye on Amazon today. Obviously, it's already up 2% on the day, but if dips get bought on this name, I do think that is fairly bullish, as well as just a bullish chart. For day trades, we'll see what's weak and what's not. I do want to look at some of the internals here just as we kick off the day. First 5 minutes of action. Let's go down to ADD. Pretty positive. High of 662, sitting at 467 on ADD right now. Valdi, very muted open, but positive for the moment. Valdi Q actually very strong. So tech buying still dominating.
Yeah, semis leading to the upside. Banks look actually decent today. They had a nice little pop at the open, and industrials are also green. So UNH had earnings. I think they gapped up to 350. I think that was earnings this morning. That was a nice move on that one. And then we also had retail sales this morning, which beat expectations, which is kind of expected because some of the retail sales numbers are unadjusted inflation for inflation. So 1.3% of that retail sales gain was strictly gasoline sales due to higher prices. So the headline number looks good, but under the surface, it was mainly
can be explained a little bit easier. Yeah.
Yes, it's mainly gasoline retail sales due to higher prices. So
good context on that. Throughout the day today, we don't have any real big data. Midday, we do have business inventories. Who cares? Pending home sales. Who really cares? The interesting part will be the confirmation hearing for Kevin Warsh is happening, I believe, with the Senate, I think, at 10 a.m. this morning. So Kevin Warsh confirmation hearing begins. It could be interesting. The market's dead enough. We still won't watch that because it'll be so boring. So boring. All right, we do have some earnings. I'll hit the earnings here in just a minute. Just want to catch up with chat here. Data J, what's up? Good morning. Autistic Futures, good morning. Nico, what's up, Chief? D-Town checking in. I ain't from Dallas, but I D-Town boogie. All right, sorry, I had to do it every time. Man, I just love. I hope that's Dallas, not Detroit, because there's only one D-Town. It's Dallas. Detroit doesn't count. Grambo IndieX, did we get the gap fill? I see the gap fill on both the futures. Let's check that just across the indices real fast and make sure that we have filled those gaps. Here is SPY load screen. What are we? SPY has not quite got there. ES did. QQQ is there. Perfect. All right. So keep your eye on the SPX. Probably slight gap. Yeah, slight gap, a couple points lower. Right. Well, SPX is 1 point away from filling the gap. Everything else is done.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the mag names a little weaker, like Tesla, you got down 0.5%, Apple, Nvidia slightly red, Google slightly red, Broadcom down 0.5%, Netflix down again, and Meta basically at the flat line. So some of the mag names a little weaker today than they were yesterday. Credit's a little weaker this morning. I did notice that. The junk bonds, those have sold off from the open. So
yeah. Well, I try to think about, okay, if things are going to cool off at some point, what was maybe a little bit weaker before everything?
Yeah.
Look, Tommy 930, he said 930 is weird. But Tommy, look at Mr. Paper Game.
Oh boy, paper.
What's up, boys?
What it is.
What it is.
Oh, a little calling it Taco Tuesday, not because I expect a taco or anything, just because I'm hungry. And I just like the name.
We got Warsh today. What time is that?
10 a.m. Eastern, so 7 a.m.
So like 20 minutes.
Yes. Confirmation hearing. I'll pull it up. I don't know if it'll be interesting enough to watch while we live trade, but
I think it's gonna affect us for sure.
I do think it can be very market effective. That's a word. VELO being mentioned on a SpaceX headline right now as a key partner. This has got good chart structure too, by the way. This is VELO. I don't know much about it. ELO 3D.
ASTS getting a recovery here. Gap up, fill, and instantly bouncing up off.
That was my one of my stock picks yesterday. I think it was one of my stock picks for the week yesterday because I just thought that was super unfairly punished, and the reaction yesterday off of the
I took a trade on it yesterday too at the close.
I like it. I think it recovers. They've got that army with all the guys with little red A's in their names. that army's stepping in. They're buying it. It's an interesting little cult that they have, but I love when they show up when you're on a midstream and you put ASTS up there. There's the whole army comes out.
Oh, the space mob.
Yeah, the space mob.
Dude.
The ASTS
Hilarious.
space mob, dude. They're awesome.
Look at the banks XLF leading on the sectors today.
Look at this fucking meme stock poet, dude. Good God. Squeezing. 25% again.
Listen, look at Avis car.
I actually have it on my screen right now. I'm like, when are we shorting it? Right? Is that the question? I know
there will be. You said it yesterday. There will be a
trigger. There will be a
There'll
trigger.
be something, and they'll wipe it out 30-40% in a day. It's coming.
Earnings wise, UNH this morning, GE, Raytheon, 3M, which is paper's favorite company in the world for some reason.
I love my 3M.
Tractor
it's
Supply.
down a little bit. I was thinking about buying it, but I'll give it a bit. I own a decent amount anyway, so I'm all right.
Slight miss on revenue. EPS was fine.
Oh, you know what? Can I give you we're doing our webinar to Thursday? If you want to
Okay.
I don't think I can post it here. I don't
If
know.
you can either go to YouTube with your
I'll
account
do
to
it
this
in
stream,
the,
or you can send it to me and I'll put it in the chat.
I'm gonna do the private chat here. Boom. Free. How to trade options through earnings. Will be there.
I love that. I love it. What time on Thursday?
It's late. So I think 7:30 Eastern. This is all about the system, how to find the absolute best trades through earnings. Look, we have like 2,000 plus companies reporting within the next 2 weeks. Is anybody going to find the absolute best trades to take, especially as an options trader? You need a system. This is the system, proven, back tested, used it for years. But yeah, it's a banger. It'll change the way you look at options as a whole. If you don't have a trading system, it'll blow your mind. It's like, oh my God, this is what a system's supposed to look like. If you want to learn options, it's gonna be way over your head. It will be drinking water through a fire hose, but sometimes that's the best way to learn. Because everything will look simple after this. And Will, you will absolutely love this one for sure. Last time we gave about like 10 grand worth of stuff away for free. We'll probably have something similar, but this is a systematic approach to find the best trades. Know why you blew your accounts in the past trying to chase shit. Know what to avoid, and find the best structures overall.
I love the earnings. It's interesting because a lot of people, to your point, like just trade earnings so blindly, and there's really good ways to try to capture moves, especially massive ways, and different structures of how you structure the trade, etc. to do that. So that would be very exciting, very cool.
It's not what people think. It's not iron condors. Honestly, the vast majority of this is for earnings specifically, it's going to come down to two trade structures, either a calendar or a long straddle. But but the data collection, understanding how to find what, and then how to decide how to trade what, is the biggest piece that people don't know. And once you figure that out, you're like, oh shit.
I've been through this training twice personally, and just talking to Paper all the time as he revisits it. Guys, this is, I mean, one, I see it right here on my screen. Why wouldn't you go?
It's free.
Two, yeah, it's free. So, I mean, come on, what are we doing?
Look at Diamond iDubbbz. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, so many people want to trade earnings because they love seeing the, whatever lottos. Don't degen for earnings. There is a provable system that you find an edge, which is the important part here. This is an incredible training. It's free. I'll pin this in the chat. But go sign up for this for sure. Grambo just got signed up. There we go. Boom.
Money.
Get signed up for that. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss free education ever, guys. If you want to improve your trading, no matter, even if you trade futures or whatever, put another tool on your tool belt.
Put another tool in the tool belt. Dude, CRM, ServiceNow, ServiceNow reporting Wednesday too.
Yeah. And the other thing too is I think something just to add to what you're talking about is not only that, but it's trade management after the move and what happens. And if you are, let's say the trade gets offsides or goes against you, like how do you manage that trade? What do you do? What are what options do you have to move the trade if something happens that goes against you? So it's like about position management as well. I think is really important on earnings, especially post earnings.
Yeah, this is the whole thing. So like we plan how to manage beforehand. What's special about my system and different than any other system is that I don't know how to say this without sounding stupid, but like I figured out a way to calculate exactly what the earnings crush is going to be before the report. So I know how mathematically how much your options are going to be worth after the fact, after calculating IV crush. So we know like exactly what we stand to make, stand to lose. Orders are actually resting before the open to close out. So it's pretty cool. Did we just lose EMP?
I think we did. I can't even share because I don't have the host. I can't share my screen, or I would.
Yeah, it's all good. So Q's gapped up a little bit over, or gapped slightly up overnight. We're just retesting that gap from the downside.
Oh my.
SPY holding pre-market lows, looking for the highs of the day. Car is squeezing. A lot of stuff.
I know.
Microsoft
720. What in the world?
Yeah, dude.
Is this thing gonna go to 1,000? This has got to be one of the most.
Probably 1,200 if it gets over. Well, it'll be 85.
Is this one of the most epic squeezes since GameStop?
Yeah, it's an under the radar one, the like OTC squeeze. Oh, dude, you remember like costs and all that? Like there's a lot of them. There's for sure a lot of my Fastly up over 26 was looking a little sketchy this morning. Yeah, Microsoft over pre-market high. My Qualcomm's been fine. Let me see what else is there. I got to do the scan here. My fucking Astera was way through the roof. Cypher, some of the neoclouds pulling back a bit. Let me see. Yeah, neoclouds pulling back a bit. Fucking Wolf. What's VICR? That's one of, oh, that's post earnings, 7%. Astera holding a little bit of the pump, still up about 5. Air Test Systems, my God, another 5% day. Amcor new all-time high, 72. God, Bloom.
This move that we've seen just in the last, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, it's wild.
Ooh, GEV big top over 1,000. Is that the first clean open over 1,000? I mean, it's tagged 1,000 before. This is going.
Which one?
Sorry, it's not a trading stock. GEV. GE Vernova.
Oh, GE Vernova. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know.
There he is. There he is.
Internet.
You're muted? I think you're muted.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
you go.
Navitas fucking 18% today with the squeeze. $15. Beyond Meat another 10. UNH, is that right? 10%
Yeah.
post earnings?
Yeah, earnings. Yep. They had a good
Big time.
earnings.
So definitely gonna watch this season. It's you'll find this weird theme sometimes. Like, do the winners go higher than the losers go lower? If that makes sense. So like, I want to see what is the theme right now? Are the losers getting punished more than the winners are getting rewarded? That's the question. Or are the winners getting rewarded more than the losers are punished? And then that'll give us a sentiment tell too across the market.
Yep.
Look at that, Lucid up 10%. Is that a short squeeze? How's my Rivy? Rivy? Wow, Rivy looks real good here. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, Rivian has pumped.
Yeah. Did you buy it? Your short thesis played out, right?
Yeah, I covered it down in the down in that like
$14
$14 range.
Yeah.
But I had been short from in the 20s, and I covered most of it.
450 new high on the rebound here, up about 4.5% right now. How much? Even Redwire is getting a little bounce. ASTS is holding this whole thing. Microsoft towards yesterday's high, 423. Looks constructive. I got a pretty neutral tick right now. Reddit's going to be in the squeeze. I mean, it's basically in the squeeze. Fucking Okta off the lows. That should come back up. That was a little unfairly punished. Damn, we got 135.
I just feel like I think CAR is gonna have it's coming. It's getting close. I don't know if it's gonna be today, tomorrow, but I think this week this thing gets cracked somewhere. I think by Friday we're gonna see it get cracked. That's just my gut.
All right, I think we're back. If you're in the YouTube chat, I did pin that registration link for the free earnings trading.
Microsoft looking good, up 1%. ServiceNow is another one, continues to run. Over
CRM and ServiceNow on the bounce. On the
IGV in general. IGV looks good. Coming into that 88.50 zone, which is actual first spot of resistance.
Oh my God. I bought this fucking IoT and fucking ticker Jesus, and NXPI, they're just fucking ripping fastly, new highs, dude. CRM over the 50 and 20 now. ServiceNow's coming into the 50 around 105.
Yeah, ServiceNow is that
Earnings.
Yeah, you get the 50
first,
right there. And
There's
I think
a
they'll get
couple-
earnings tomorrow, right?
Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm like, we still have peak earnings coming. I just don't see them covering fully. And as long as they haven't run a lot, like you look at Tesla, that makes perfect sense to me because
Right.
huge move off the lows. Coming into earnings tomorrow. Also, don't expect it to go anywhere really.
Yeah. Real quick, this afternoon, ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, IBKR, UAL, Capital One, Chubb. Those are some of the bigger names. There's going to be some sub 10
Mitch,
billion
you love a
names that I
good
just
chubby
can't
dude.
cover. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, absolutely. Good Chubb. Tomorrow before the opening, VRT, GEV, Boeing, probably the bigger names. I don't think many people are trading AT&T on earnings, but single letter ticker T. After the close tomorrow, Tesla, ServiceNow, IBM, Lam Research, Texas Instruments, Love, Southwest Airlines.
Oh my
Peter Morgan.
God. My fucking trades are going fucking bonkers. I don't even want to day trade right now. I'm sorry.
These banks are on
What
fire.
What is HPE ripping on today?
What is it not ripping on? It's ripping on fucking the fact that it's the data center fucking generational build out and it's a catch-up trade. So like catch-up trade to Dell, probably
Catch
watch.
Catch up to Dell and take SMCI out of the equation? Is that what it is?
It's just grasping for straws. So I think we're close to that moment where you look around and it's like okay, you missed the main ones. So like what's the next level down?
Yeah,
SMCI is probably gonna, I mean, it's gotta bounce. It's up like 50% off, not 50%. Well, actually, it's off a good fucking amount off the lows right now. It is 50% up.
I think Supermicro's into SMCI is in a very interesting spot, coming into a lot of overhead supply right here.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely coming
filling
into
up that gap.
Yeah, gap fill coming in right here at the high.
56%. Yeah, SMCI is there. ASTS 84, Reddit ready to squeeze. I mean, Jesus Christ.
We're squeezing everything.
Yeah, so there's a couple names as we get into this earnings season period in the software. What do we call this? What's the name of the software? SaaS apocalypse. In the middle of the SaaS apocalypse, we're coming out of it. We're looking to come out of it.
Well, to your point, those are the things. Those are the names going into earnings. If the earnings look good and the revenue growth looks good, they could be the most offsides to the upside if they come out and crush it. Where they thought software was dead, and these things, like whether it's a ServiceNow or some of these other names.
I'll give you one right now. It's not a U.S. based company, but it's like ground zero SaaS apocalypse that has not bounced off the lows. That's going to report very soon. I mean, it has, but it also hasn't. SAP. I'm watching this like big. It's I mean, ground zero SaaS apocalypse, justifiably so, but technically speaking,
absolutely been cooked from 280 down to $1.50.
Yeah, but go swing low, swing high. Well,
yeah,
from 78 swing low, like what is that? 2022.
Yep.
To swing high, measure that, and you're like, oh shit, fucking perfect. Then draw a line straight across from 2020 highs and support. Picture perfect retest.
Oh, this is right. I see it.
Yeah.
Golden pocket, previous all-time high retest.
Yep. I think this is a layup, at least for a bounce, but oh my God, Microsoft. I'm triggering now on SAP though.
I like that. I like that name.
It's a household name too. That's the thing.
Well, because I think the other thing is like this stuff that has run a ton. I think the stuff that's been kind of left behind.
Microsoft 424.
You might see people rotate
CrowdStrike.
Yep.
CrowdStrike's flying. It's probably going to the 200-day, by the way.
Yep.
That's another one I think was unfairly punished and all this stuff. CrowdStrike, 200-day, we're getting pretty close actually, $3 higher, but it did
Oh,
take
it's
out
gonna
all
go
those
again.
all those equal lows, CrowdStrike. Or I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, equal highs from the last like month, 2 months. Reclaim into January's range. What about your neighbor over there, Palo Alto? Oh, they've got a little bit more runway. $10 away from the 200-day. Ferrari sets price for first electric car, 150,000 euros.
Did you know if you invest over 5 years, you can spread your investment over low terms, best security, and you have the freedom to go longer into this asset for investment.
Yeah, crude coming in a little bit, only down 1%.
To buy refi, and you just plug it in the big money. Would you like some information? Just call 877-4.
This guy did not.
877-4. That's why we buy.com. That's investywebuy.com. For complete details, make sure to review why do we buy? Investing.
Q's new hot coming into the highs. SPY holding up over opening range. Yeah, I think. Oh, I took a software name that I looked at the other day, and I've just like knee-jerk bought the shit out of. I was like, this fucking thing is way too low. This is unreasonably low. You ready?
What
And-
name?
I was like trying to guess in my head what it's going to be.
Well, you could cheat in the swing channel, but Asana.
I hadn't thought about that one.
Dude, it was
Last summer.
$6, bro.
I don't want to say me and
$6.
you talked about that name last
I don't
July or
like it,
August.
but like, it's a market cap thing. You're just unreasonably low. This should be 850 plus.
I mean,
at
when you
least
get to
8.
the back end of a bull run like this, the dumpster dive trades are usually the best trades.
Oh my God, ServiceNow.
Yeah, 104 software, Microsoft, ServiceNow, IGV in general.
Just take
Yep.
IGV. You just take IGV back to 95, 100.
Yep.
I think that's what's going to happen with earnings the next 2.5 weeks. That's what everyone I think is looking at right now. They were all scared with the headlines and the market pulling back, and they said, "Well, look, if I have to sell some stuff to de-risk, they're selling software because it had a quote unquote risk to it."
Yeah.
You're about to get all these companies about to, report their earnings, and they're super undervalued, in my opinion, across the board. Now, could they have some issues? Yeah, but I just think as a group, overpunished would probably be a term that I'd use. I do have this Kevin Warsh thing pulled up here.
Yeah, I mean, IGV, your first line of resistance is going to be right there at that like 88.50. So if we can get through that, yeah, it probably runs it back up to 100. I mean, that would be your natural move. And obviously some of these earnings could help influence where that goes.
What's up, Evan?
Small caps just continuing to power. Those are and of course you've seen some comeback, and these regional banks have performed a little bit better. And some of that continued private equity space still getting a bid. KKR, Blue Owl, Blackstone, all that stuff coming off the lows. Now they were definitely oversold. So I think that probably put maybe some of the credit fears at least a little behind us in the short term. Gives the market to breathe a little bit more.
Trying to break in base here on top of previous day high on QQQ, well above
Ooh.
on SPY.
Car big topping tail right now. Looks like it could be.
You did have a halt this morning, which is interesting. According somebody in the chat said that there was a halt on it. If that's starting to happen on the volatility, that could be, the end is nigh.
Yeah, just keep an eye on it. It's one of those, you get the big pump and then you get the big, washout intraday. So you can come all the way back to 500 fast. Take out yesterday's move.
All right, where's SPX? Yeah, SPX 122 to 125 is probably your main buy zone. You could probably give it a little bit further down to all the lows from Friday afternoon, that consolidation. This looks like breaking base though for now, which is still tough because it's like,
Second.
Holy Guacamole wants to buy more MU.
Can look at this. 26 and a half. I'm happy. Happy camper.
This is a chart setup that I actually like.
Yeah.
Gap up, power trend for what, 2 months?
Yep.
Break the trend, kind of top out a little bit. And
It's about a 50. It's a nice little fib retrace.
This committee will come to order.
Rising 50-day after the bearish move plays out.
Yeah, squeeze begins from.
Good morning to everyone.
GM.
This is Kevin Warsh. Thank you for being with us
Kevin
today.
Warsh.
We're excited about
I'm
the
gonna shut up.
opportunity to discuss America's economy with you. This is really about the kitchen table. People across our country want to have confidence in our institutions, that your nomination goes in the direction of reinforcing why they should have confidence in the institutions. You've been nominated by the president to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve plays a powerful role in our economy. Monetary policy choices made at the Federal Reserve can affect the Americans' ability to buy groceries, whether or not they can afford a home, how far their paycheck goes, especially at the end of the month. And in South Carolina, I hear all the time how families are working hard, doing everything right, and still feeling squeezed. Bidenomics made prices go up, and paychecks have not kept pace. Too many parents are stretching every single dollar they have just to cover the basics. And too many workers are wondering when the economy will start to feel stronger at their kitchen table, not just on paper. Congress, President Trump, and his administration are focusing on fixing the disastrous mistakes of Bidenomics to restore Americans' confidence in our economy. Through efforts like the Working Families Tax Cut bill, we are helping Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Compared to the average tax return under President Biden over 4 years, the average return is up 24% since then. Just in the last year, the average tax return is now around $3,400, an 11% increase.
Once we get
President
into
Trump
it, we'll
and his leadership
focus a little bit
decided
more
to
in on that,
focus-
but I'll keep it playing here in the background.
Focus on hardworking Americans who are struggling to make ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. Nearly half the country, half the returns filed in 2026 claimed either deduction
I just seen a
for
post. Somebody said, "I
tipped
hope
income,
somebody bought car insurance
overtime
on car
earnings, senior
because
citizens,
it's going to be a
Oh
car."
my God.
auto loan
Will,
interest for
Look at a
major
fucking
parts of the
$600
Working
put on
Families
car
Tax
for
Cut bill that
fucking
every single person
Friday.
on this dais
You can't
Listen,
touch,
$30
dude.
bucks.
Under
40
President
bucks.
Trump's leadership,
$7,500.
Americans are keeping more of their
Oh yes,
hard-earned
wow.
money,
So $75.
about
That's crazy.
$75
more
for 3 DTE.
every
You
month.
cannot touch this
It
with
is
a 10-foot
necessary
pole.
that Congress
Yeah, I mean
continues to put
the implied
$500
move by
put,
Friday is
every day
$500
$500.
and that is
Yeah,
why
500
it is
put,
important.
$1,297.
clear here.
Like,
That is
no,
why
sorry,
it is
$3,000,
important
over $3,000.
that we
Cannot touch
confirm
this.
Kevin Warsh to be the
400
Federal
put
Reserve
$1,000.
The Federal
No,
Reserve
no, no,
has
no,
a
no.
clear dual mandate.
Do you just go out to
promote
like
stable
20 days from
prices
now and buy like the
and
150s for
Dude,
$2?
no, you sell
employment.
this shit.
The policies
sell
of the
No,
Fed
all of-
therefore
like-
directly affect
Yeah,
Americans'
look, it's
cost
already
of
down
living.
Would this,
$100
would
off
you not
Friday.
do
Income.
would you not do a
And
calendar
when
on
the
this
Fed
one?
is successful in fulfilling its dual
Got a
mandate,
calendar put?
affordability
This one?
improves.
No, this is a
Americans
covered
take
leap.
Wait
home
for the
Or no, this
wait
is just
for
a
the
short.
trigger.
You sell a
and
fucking
paying
leap call.
less for
Yeah,
everyday
you
necessities.
could do
sell
that.
Okay, I like
Unfortunately,
$6,700
that.
calls
In
for
recent
fucking
years,
December.
the Fed has
Collect-
faced real challenges. There have been questions about its decisions,
Oh my
I gotta
God.
look.
its
Collect 30
focus,
grand.
and whether it has engaged in issues far outside its jurisdiction. Under the Biden administration,
what's
the
the
Federal
highest
Reserve
strike?
appeared to move with
The highest
political
strikes, the
winds,
they don't have
raising
high
real
enough strikes. You need
concerns
like
about
the
politics,
1,500 strikes.
weaponizing one of the most powerful weapons we have.
The 900 calls are
Again,
trading for
economically,
220
the entire
for
Federal
November.
Reserve system.
Yeah, dude. Look
For
at
example,
2028. 900
Under the
calls.
Biden administration,
30
the
grand.
Fed pushed climate-focused initiatives.
That's
Only
crazy.
Sandra,
to reverse
I'm
that
with you,
climate
Sandra.
agenda as
I wanted to
soon
throw
as
up when I
President
saw how
Trump
much I have to pay in
took
this year.
office. When actions appear to shift with changing political priorities, it can undermine
Car September
confidence
$50
in
put
the
is 90 cents.
independence
Oh my God.
of this great institution. An independent Federal Reserve is essential to achieving its mission. Markets depend on it. Families depend on it. And that
Try and
independence
get a little of this
must
gear
be
out.
protected. The American people expect the Federal Reserve to stay focused
Oh, fuck.
on the economy, not politics.
Dude, the wipeout's
Today's
gonna be
hearing is an
epic.
opportunity to refocus the Federal Reserve on its dual mandate to increase economic stability and affordability for everyday Americans. Kevin Warsh is battle tested and brings the necessary experience from his time as a Federal Reserve governor during the Great Recession. During his first term as governor, he helped our economy through the crisis and restored faith in the economy.
Oil
He
creeping back up
has seen
slightly here.
the economy in its darkest days.
It's got a big
and
stick. I don't know, like
understands
dollar.
how economic decisions
I don't know if there's-
affect job growth,
Notice that.
our economy, and the opportunities that we have come to love as Americans. We want every citizen in this country to have a chance to live their version.
I do think NQ is
the
going to go to this
American
overnight
dream.
high at
And
900.
that means having our private sector economy running as strong as possible, which means your focus has to be on everyday Americans and not politicians, not the political wins, but on everyday Americans who desperately want to restore their confidence in our institutions. Today, this committee will examine the plans Mr. Warsh has for his return to the Fed, this time as chair, and how he plans to lead the institution at a critical moment to deliver lower cost and real relief for working families. For folks back home in the great state of South Carolina and across the country, the goal is simple. They want lower costs and more opportunities. The Federal Reserve plays a key role in bringing prices down and helping wages go up. Confirming Kevin Warsh will make sure that affordability is at the center of our economic agenda. Senator Warren is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I just want to start by saying one of our members lost a child yesterday. And I know our hearts go out to Mark Warner and his family, and that is true on both sides of the aisle, that we may disagree on policies, and we may do so vigorously, but when it comes
Is this
to the
Pocahontas?
safety and security and the health of our families, I know we are as one, and we are praying for them.
And Ranking Member,
Thank
I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a few seconds of silence on his behalf. 36 years old, the one thing you don't want to do as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
All right.
appreciate all you do. So we should not be having this hearing today. And here's the context. First, over the past year,
GitLab?
President Trump has racked up one economic failure after another, and
Okay,
Americans
here we
know
go.
that. Consumer
listen, I
sentiment
ain't got
just
time for
hit
you.
its lowest level
You make
on
174
record.
grand a year. You're worth
ever.
like 40 million now.
Inflation is
Stop complaining.
rising, and families are paying more for groceries, more
Someone
for
tell
healthcare,
this
more
chick
for
to shut up.
utilities, more for housing,
Nobody
all thanks
wants
to
to
Trump's
listen to it.
chaotic tariffs and one big beautiful bill. And now his war with Iran is putting American troops in harm's way. And
I hate when they
driving
do
up
like the
cost of
like you
nearly
want to hear what's going
everything
on, but then they
here at
go into
home.
the like political
Second,
grandstanding in the
in
middle.
your testimony, you said it's perfectly
It's the
fine
same
for
whenever they
elected
do the
officials
interviews
to
for
state their
Powell,
views
like his
on
yearly interview
interest
thing.
rates. But that
Right.
is not what Donald Trump is doing.
I think you could
The
get
president
I think you
has
could work into a
repeatedly
long
and
here,
illegally
honestly.
attempted to take over the
Maybe 5,
Fed.
10 more
His
minutes.
bogus
Work
attacks
into a
on
long
Governor
here to
Lisa
get
Cook and Chair
pre-market high.
Powell were designed to
Keep around
threaten
650
all the members
QQQ.
of the Fed.
It's
to
the whole
do
number up here that
Trump's
we hit.
bidding and open more spots for Trump flunkies. Why try to end the independence of the Fed? Because Trump's economic failures are causing him political problems, and he wants the Fed to use monetary policies to artificially juice the economy in the short term, and this is his last chance to do that before the November elections. Having a sock puppet in charge of the Fed would also give the president access to the Fed's powerful authorities to enrich himself, his family, and his Wall Street buddies. It could mean granting special accounts to his family's crypto company or bailouts to his friends on Wall Street if they get into trouble. In other words, a Fed under Donald Trump's control creates more opportunities for Trump's corruption.
Corruption.
The nominee before us today, Kevin Warsh, is uniquely ill-suited for the job as Fed chair. In our meeting last week, we discussed
Dude,
the
GitLab might be a
2008
trade
financial
paper.
crash, where
Hell, Google
8
headline catalyst
million
this
people
morning, reclaiming.
lost their
I'm
jobs,
actually already in
10
it.
million people lost
You
their homes,
would.
and
I
millions more
had a
lost their
feeling,
life
like I haven't looked at
savings.
your channel honestly
Giant banks,
this
however,
like since
got
Thursday, but
hundreds of billions of dollars in bailouts. Mr. Warsh was a Fed governor from 2006 to 2011. That's before, during, and after the crash. And he said to me that he has no regrets about anything he did.
We lost
So
some
let's take a
boosts.
deeper dive into Mr. Warsh's
You
record.
lost some what?
In the
We
years
lost some
leading up
boosts.
to the 2008
How do I
financial
need
crisis,
to?
he was an enthusiastic cheerleader
How do I
for
boost?
credit default swaps and complex securitizations. He dismissed
I like how they just
repeated
read a
and
statement.
increasingly
Like, did they have AI
urgent
write this? Like, they
concerns
didn't know what they're
from
talking
housing
about.
Boost.
advocates
That's just
across
so
the
annoying.
country regarding subprime mortgages. He refused to use the Fed's authorities to address the risks that were building in the financial system.
So now
When
he
the
caused
crisis
he caused the
hit
great
and
financial
economy
crisis.
blew
Okay.
up,
He caused the 08
Warsh
crash.
took on the
Damn it,
job of
Kevin.
Wall Street's personal
Come on,
liaison
Kevin.
on the Fed board. He was quick to respond to concerns
Pocahontas.
from Wall Street CEOs, and he worked
Who
tirelessly
said that?
to arrange
Well,
multi-billion
yeah,
dollar
100%.
bailouts for them with nothing for American families. No regrets, he says. No regrets.
you need a boost paper, is that what you
After the
said?
crash,
Yeah.
most people on the Fed saw millions of Americans unemployed. People
How
had
many do you
lost
need?
their homes and said now might be a good time to lower rates and make the cost of borrowing cheaper for businesses to avoid more layoffs.
New highs right here
and
coming into
make it
overnight
cheaper
high,
for Americans who
pre-market
are
high.
worried about
Trump
paying their
caused World War
mortgages or their
II.
credit cards. But not
I just
Mr. Warsh.
I think I
Nope.
just
I
got
think he
you
was
two.
He
born.
wanted to keep
Was Trump
interest
born like in the
rates high.
40s, I think?
And he sang the same song for more than a decade, even as the economy struggled. When the job of Fed chair became available
these people
during
do?
Trump's
I just threw
first
two
term
at you.
as president, Warsh held on to his high interest rate inflation hawk views, and Trump passed him by.
He's going in pre-market high.
Regretful, he soon reversed course
Microsoft
and
new highs
called for the
for
Fed to
25 coming in
pause
hot.
interest rate hikes.
Microsoft's one of my
Then,
biggest
once
positions off the
Trump
bottom.
left
Yeah.
office, Mr. Warsh
I got a lot of
flipped
it. I
again
got like
and
360s.
was
I bought
even
leaps. I
criticizing
sold
the Fed
puts.
for cutting
I didn't
rates
buy
in the
leaps.
fall
I
of
just loaded the
2024.
shit out of it. But
But as soon
dude,
as Donald
Navitas
Trump
1611.
became president a second
I went
time,
out. I did some
Warsh reversed
ratio
himself
spreads in there out
once
to
more
July.
and began shouting
I
from the
bought the
rooftops about how the
375
Fed should cut
450s.
interest rates.
Oh Jesus.
Evidently, he
Stare
learned
up
his lesson.
11%.
This time around, he sucked up to Donald
Jesus.
Trump. to
Yeah,
And
dude,
it's
we're
stand
just
his
fucking.
dream
It's
job.
like
Mr. Chairman,
the big names, the
last
big
week,
ones, the
every single
initials like
Democratic
went.
member of this
Everybody's
committee
just
asked
like
that you postpone
fucking
this
running
hearing
to what's
and
next, what's next,
instead
what's next.
conduct oversight
I know.
on the president's
Even my
role
SoftBank is up
in directing bogus
$16
criminal
right now.
probes
Jesus
into
Christ.
Chair Powell and Governor Cook. The
Oh my
Senate
God.
should not be
Here,
aiding or
car
abetting Donald
went
Trump's illegal
from
takeover of the
6.
Fed
Dude, this
by
thing is out of
installing
control.
his
Yeah.
chosen
From
stock
620 back to
puppet as chair.
730.
It's an
Yep.
invitation for
Qs are having
corruption
some
and
issues
for
at 650.
economic
Little bit. Nice round number
we
though.
have the power to stop it, and we should be using that power. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh God.
Oh, here you go.
Warsh train.
Well, there you have it. I'll just say it is interesting that we're going to hear from Senator Dave McCormick in his introduction of Kevin Warsh, who was last
Even
time
Workday got on
unanimously confirmed by the United States Senate. Unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Warren, distinguished colleagues. It's really a great honor to introduce my friend Kevin Warsh and welcome him and Joe here today.
Is your stream
Kevin
behind?
has been a friend for many years. Winston Churchill observed, he warned, if that moment finds them unprepared. President George W. Bush famously appointed Kevin to the Federal Reserve in 2006.
Car again.
If that moment, this institution, that Kevin, when Kevin was just 35, he was the
Apple's
youngest
slipping a bit here.
appointed board member in
Low
history.
270.
But President Bush saw appointed board member in history. But
Watch
President
Apple for
Bush saw in
269.54 is
what
your
I
next level,
believe
50
you will
cents lower.
see in him with your questions today. Wisdom that belied his age, now deepened by experience. A moral clarity even in the most turbulent of times. A sharp and independent intellect, further strengthened by decades immersed in unforgiving global financial markets. And a deep, honest understanding of how the decisions made in the marble hallways of Washington
I like a shot at the long right here off the previous day's high in
hardworking
EMAs.
Americans. Now I, unlike many on this committee, have seen these virtues on display across decades of friendship. I first met Kevin in the late 1990s when he and my younger brother were junior associates on Wall Street. And a decade later, we served together in the crucible of the global financial crisis. I as the Undersecretary of Treasury for International Affairs and Kevin on the Fed board. For nearly 2 years, we worked hand in hand to contain the damage and navigate the country through the crisis. And I know that then Chairman Ben Bernanke relied heavily on Kevin during those turbulent times, and I did too. And I've continued to seek his counsel regularly in the years since. Now, Kevin came to Washington all those years ago as an outsider, an idealistic young man determined to serve his country, one who has succeeded beyond all expectations. And he returns today as the ideal candidate to lead the Fed at this most crucial juncture. If confirmed, Kevin will inherit a Federal Reserve in need of repair and confronting serious uncertainties. An overextended balance sheet, a poor record on inflation, and a weak understanding of the profound opportunities offered in today's economy. He is uniquely suited to confront these challenges. He brings a reformer's heart. He will shake up a stagnant institution at a time when change is sorely needed. He possesses a deep understanding of markets and is trusted by leaders across the financial industry. But he equally understands the real economy. Born and raised in upstate New York, he knows from personal experience how the actions of the Fed can change the lives of working families. It's no small thing. It's no small thing to know firsthand how an increase in gas prices or mortgage rates or an uptick in unemployment affect everyday Americans. The Federal Reserve must not be ruled by pointy-head economists poring over outdated models and reams of market data. It needs a leader. It needs a leader who understands that the Fed's mandate of stable prices and maximum employment
Well, the
serves
guys
a
from
higher
Pennsylvania, you got to give them a break.
the preservation
Fair enough.
of the American dream. Now, colleagues, Kevin Warsh has lived the American dream. I know in my heart he will always fight to keep that dream alive for all Americans. He is the right man for this pivotal moment, and I urge you not to get caught up in the politics of the moment and support his speedy confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. I will now swear in the nominee. Will you please stand and raise your right hand?
Took a little long
Do you
at
swear that the testimony that
8:25
you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth,
starters.
and nothing but
I'll
the truth,
add
so help
to
you
it.
God?
We have a bullish
Do
ID
you
that
agree to
should
appear
take the
and
high.
testify before any duly constituted committee of the Senate? You may sit down. Your written statement will be made part of the record in its entirety. Please keep your oral comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Warsh, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration today. I've known you for quite a while, and I certainly appreciate the many courtesies you've given me, not just
It is
since the
fucking
President's
SMCI.
nomination, but long before. It's an honor to be with you, with Ranking Member Warren, and with the entire committee. I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for asking me to take on this public trust, because that's what it is, a public trust. The president believes that real economic growth in the U.S. and real take-home pay will accelerate. I share the president's confidence in our country and its people. America's economic growth potential is rising as we sit here today. I'm also especially happy that my wife Jane is here. She's been with me for many of the most important moments in my life. I'm grateful for her love and her personal accomplishments. I reciprocate that with somewhat of my own love, though I'm a little more stoic than she. And about every 20 years, I reintroduce her to this committee. She sat behind me 20 years ago, and it was almost 20 years ago to the day. And so let me offer today what I said then. Jane, happy anniversary. I'm also thinking of my late mom and dad. They were paying great attention to this hearing 20 years ago. They're no longer with us, but I was always proud of them and the values they taught me, and I hope they.
Tommy, here's those IB
We
stats.
start today.
78.74% chance of a single break, meaning you just break one side or the other.
Of this hearing.
So a no
This
break
is a
is
time of great
4.7%.
for the nation's economy. As a former Fed
By
governor
rejection,
and friend or colleague of the last 5 Fed
low formed
chiefs,
first, high
from whom
formed
I've learned
second.
plenty of
You
lessons.
should break the high at
I'm
a
particularly alert to the challenges and
73.4% rate
opportunities
over the last 6 months.
confronting the institution that I cherish, the Federal Reserve. To the President, to the Congress, the nation, I owe my best judgment and my most faithful efforts in serving the mission that you and Congress assigned to the Federal Reserve,
I gotta do something about the Arista
including
too.
full employment and stable prices. The American people are counting on the Fed to deliver on its
Not that worried about
commitments,
Arista
perhaps
though.
now
We got
more than
time,
ever.
so
The real highlights of
does
my
it-
I could
life
roll
are not on my
Arista.
resume.
Oh, they don't
Senator
report
McCormick
for
said.
2 more weeks. So
They include the individuals with whom I worked and from whom I learned. I graduated from high school in upstate New York. I had some exceptional teachers there and some brilliant classmates. I've learned we're lucky in life if we start out with good influences in learning and in character. A public school education gave me both of these, and I'm grateful. I made my way to Stanford and found myself in the company of some of the most highly accomplished economists and policymakers. George Shultz, former Secretary of
I
State
just
and
got a
Treasury,
trim for
was
24
among the great
points. Our
patriots at
ran
the Hoover
850.
Institution, who I came to know as a teacher,
M&Q got
mentor,
there,
and
and Q
friend.
didn't.
He passed away right after COVID at age 100, but I still feel him with me. I could not have imagined a better formative experience than working from and learning from folks like him. I could tell you about all the things I learned, but maybe the most important was to be around people completely devoted to the ideas and ideals of our country. Silicon Valley in the early 90s, another backdrop for all the things we confront today. I found myself in the right place at the right time. The U.S. was at the vanguard of a new era of technological leadership, and I just looked out my door to see it. And in the last 15 years, I've gained deep experience in macro and in markets, working with Stan Druckenmiller. He never held a position in government, but is no less a patriot. He never got a PhD in economics, but I don't know a finer economic thinker. Without their guidance and the guidance of Condi Rice, my friend and I should say my boss at the Hoover Institution, I doubt I would be sitting before you today as the president's Fed chairman nominee. But I'm certain of one thing. Absent their tutelage, absent their example, I would not be as prepared for the urgent, mission-critical task at hand. In between these bookend experiences, I served quite a while ago as a governor at the Federal Reserve. At the onset of the financial crisis. As Senator Warren said, our central bank played an indispensable role, and we benefited
Microsoft's still very strong
from
here.
the credibility that our predecessors
Apple's the only
had
thing
built
pulling
up
us,
and
but
passed down to us, governors of the Fed at the
Timmy
time.
Cook leaving.
In these unusual
Ivy
and
just
exigent
said-
circumstances, I saw the Fed and its people at their very best. But I also witnessed an
Initial balance is
institution
set. You
that was
should
tempted to
take out
play
the
a larger
high.
role in the economy and society. So let me be very clear.
High is sitting at
Monetary
885.
policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest.
I'm just worried
Their
about algos
decisions
with
the
anything
product
that
of
Warsh
rigor,
says.
deliberation, and unclouded decision-making. And as Senator Warren said, I do not believe that independence of monetary policy is threatened when elected officials state their views on rates. Fed independence is up to the Fed. That has three implications. First, Congress is tasked with the mission to ensure price stability. Inflation is the Fed's choice. Second, Fed independence is at its peak in the conduct of monetary policy. And third, as the chairman said, the Fed must stay in its lane. I'm committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. Equally committed to work with the administration and Congress on non-monetary matters that are part of the Fed's remit, and I commit myself to accountability. Finally, I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman. Milton Friedman had a phrase that always stayed with me. He always worried about government officials that lured and hung around with what he called the tyranny of the status quo. Status quo practices and policies are especially harmful when the world is changing this fast. If confirmed as chairman, I will be faithful to the Constitution, to the Federal Reserve Act, and to the very best of the Fed's traditions. I believe a reform-oriented Fed can make a real difference to the American people. And if confirmed, I will seek to create an environment in which the best people do their best work. Candor and goodwill will go a long way in pursuing those objectives. And I suspect this hearing, Mr. Chairman, will put us to the test. It's a real privilege to be here.
Paper Ocho says it's bleeding
I will
through
say
your
that
mic.
we typically stick to a
little
5-minute opening comments.
Wait, what?
Encourage
Oh my
all
God.
of us to stick with
My
our
fucking, hang on.
5 minutes
I'm fucking
as it relates
squeezing
to
on
our
some shit.
question and answers. We have full attendance
I gotta deal
today,
with all
and
these
it's gonna be really
swings are like
important for
just
us to
going
stick as closely
absolutely
to the 5 minutes as
insane right now.
possible.
I'm gonna
If we
Arista
go over
170
by
fucking
much, you'll hear
call
me,
for goddamn May at 300
which
bucks.
is an
It's
indication that you're
1400
already
right now.
over, and
I gotta deal with
I'll
this.
do my very best to keep us on time.
Microsoft.
Kevin, there are
guys.
so many questions to talk to you about, to ask you about, to be honest with you, and
And
I
phase
just want to name a couple of
in
them,
the
and
money.
we'll look forward to hearing more on these topics. I will not have enough time to delve into some of the most important issues facing our country. I'll take two of those issues and focus my time. I'm sure my colleagues on either side will have a conversation with you and ask questions about AI. The AI future is going to have massive impact on where we go as a nation. It's got a massive impact on your dual mandate as it relates to full employment. Our production may go up while our employment stays flat. So this is a really important question that at some point we should delve into. I also think that someone should spend some time talking about our balance sheet. We have nearly a $7 trillion balance sheet at the Federal Reserve. Too much attention has been paid to your balance sheet, and not enough attention has been paid to
IWM
the
getting a little
nation's balance
smacky.
sheet. I think it's really important for us to dig into that issue as well. Digital assets, the future of finance
Microsoft's
in the world
ripping,
seems to
Apple's
have a
dying.
major component of it being digital assets. The market structure legislation, we don't want your comment on, but the important role of the blockchain in the future is another really important part of the future of our economy. I will spend some time talking about affordability and the importance of the independence
Where's
of the Fed.
Netflix's day 3?
One of the things I've appreciated about your previous comments is the importance that you have placed on the dual mandate, stable prices, which typically comes through the form of interest rate changes, as well as promoting maximum employment. I think those two will become more challenging in the current environment. One, obviously, the second one being the AI and the future of full employment. You've criticized the Federal Reserve for getting too big, mismanaging inflation. I'm sure you know the definition of transitory, so I won't ask you, but I got a feeling you know, and some of your predecessors did not. Compromising the independence of the Fed, I think we should spend more time on finance, less time on climate change, on politics, on who is or who's not in charge. I think you would agree on those issues, though I will not ask you. I will ask you, however, that under your leadership, how will you steer the Federal Reserve to address the real life issues of affordability is my first question. And my second question will be about how do you make sure that the Federal Reserve stays out of the lane of external influences?
SPY previous day high right here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably no more pressing question than the cost of living. We know at the Federal Reserve that price stability was
Microsoft new high.
that you and your colleagues gave to
SMCI,
the Fed.
you're gonna fill this gap,
So
and then some.
when,
Probably
over the course of
not
the
likely to
last
stop.
several
This is
years,
getting sick.
especially after COVID, when prices went up to the tune of 25 to 35%.
If Netflix sees the 50 day, I'll take a shot at it. I almost want to do it
That's an
here at day
indication
3
that the Fed missed its
post
mark.
earnings.
And we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022.
Meta looks like it's going to break out
Once
here.
you let inflation take
Back
hold
over
in the economy,
6.75.
it's more expensive and harder to bring it down. And so the fatal policy error going back 4 or 5 years is still a legacy that we're dealing
Might
with.
get a $5 move out of Meta right
in
here.
my judgment, fundamental policy reforms to fix it. And while it's true that inflation is less problematic, meaning the rate of change in prices is less severe than it was some years ago, hardworking Americans are no doubt feeling it. I think that means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. I look forward to working with my colleagues at the Fed, if confirmed, to achieve that. I think it means, as you suggested, using tools differently. The Fed has an interest rate tool and a balance sheet tool. My view is the interest rate tool gets in the cracks. It's fairer. The balance sheet tool disproportionately helps those with financial assets. The interest rate tool hits the entire economy. So we need a new framework, new tools, and I'd also say, Mr. Chairman, new communications.
Yes.
I think part of the reason why, after making a mistake in 2021 and 22, the mistake was compounded, is the Fed gives its forward guidance. The Fed tells the whole world what their dots are going to be, what their forecasts are going to be. Well, the Fed's human, and then they hold on to those forecasts longer than they should. I think if the Fed were to wait until it gets into a meeting before making a decision, that incremental deliberation can keep the central bank from compounding its errors. I think these are big changes that are needed, and if confirmed, I look forward to doing it.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics scandals in recent years. involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me ask, do the Juggernaut Fund or the THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics
Mr.
problems
Warsh,
you
I
talked
appreciate
about,
that, but I have
went to the
very
core of the
limited
credibility that has hurt the
Could you
Fed.
answer my question, please? I asked. You have $100 million in undisclosed assets. And what I'm asking is, are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I have worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government
Yes,
Ethics.
and you have not
come to an
revealed
ethics agreement
$100
with
million
them and
in
have agreed,
assets.
Senator, to sell all of my
That's not
financial
my
assets,
question. Mr.
including
Warsh, are
the
you
Duquesne
refusing
assets.
to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us? You just won't tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent at Juggernaut will be sold if I'm
All right,
confirmed
let me
before I take
follow up.
office and sign
And
the oath of
phase.
office.
Let me follow up.
Jesus.
on
Oops,
that. Will
sorry.
you at least disclose how you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you understand that the public
There's a
might
takeover
question
note
the
on
motives
MSTR.
If, for example, billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair.
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets,
I'm asking you a
especially
very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before I
Mr.
take the oath
Warsh,
of office.
and that is, will you disclose how you divest those assets, or will you just collect a check for $100 million from someone whose whole business is betting on what the Fed will do?
As I said to the ethics officials at the Federal Reserve and the Office of Government Ethics,
I'll
and they agreed,
I'll take that as a
I would
no
be
as well.
redeeming my
So
assets
Donald
before
Trump
I take
has
office.
made clear that he does not want an independent Fed. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "Anybody that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." And he's made clear that you are his sock puppet, saying last week that interest rates will drop, quote, "when Kevin gets in." Yeah, I think they do. Not when economic conditions change, we'll get lower rates. Not when the economy needs it. Nope. He said, when my guy, Kevin Warsh, is in there, we'll get the interest rates that I, Donald Trump, wants. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking you a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
We're getting
I'm
a little
suggesting you in
wiki
2020, the
wiki.
Fed
Can't
made
answer that.
a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So
We
let
need
me
to keep
ask you
politics
another
out of
question.
monetary policy.
In our
and
meeting, you
monetary
said
policy out
you
of
would
politics.
be independent because you're, quote, a tough guy. Those were your words, tough guy. And you will be able to stand up to President Trump. So let's try it again. Name one aspect of President Trump's economic agenda with which you disagree.
Well, Senator, the Federal Reserve in recent years has wandered outside of its remit, wandered into other
I'm
areas.
asking for something
That's
you
not something I'm
disagree with
prepared to
Donald
do.
Trump on.
If I'm
Just one
confirmed,
economic-
the Federal
one
Reserve should stay in
economic
its
issue.
lane.
Just one little place where you disagree with Donald
Well, I
Trump.
do have a disagreement, actually, Senator, with the president. I think even this morning, he said that he thought I was out of central casting. I think central casting, I'd look older, grayer, and maybe show up here with a cigar of sorts.
Quite adorable. But you know, we need a Fed chair who is independent. That's the only way we preserve the independence
I agree
of the
with-
Federal Reserve. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have the courage and you don't have the independence.
I agree
Thank
with
you,
you on
Mr.
independence, Senator.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Warsh, first of all, welcome, and I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you personally within the office. I agree with you, and I think Fed independence is critical, and I think that's an item that you and I agree on wholeheartedly. I want to take an opportunity just to kind of perhaps give you an opportunity to respond. I know that the ranking member had a number of items that she expressed concerns with. I'd like to give you an opportunity to just kind of work this way through. And let me just ask you a few questions, and I'll allow you to take the time to fully answer the questions. As I understand, Mr. Warsh, you worked with the career ethics professionals at the Office of Government Ethics and at the Fed to
Microsoft,
come to
yeah.
an agreement in terms of your dissolution of some of the assets that you as a businessman have. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. I worked with the Fed ethics officials first, answered all of their questions, then with the career professionals, the Office of Government Ethics, answered all of their questions, and then they wrote up an ethics agreement, which is part of the public record.
Google Week.
But because I agree with Senator Warren on the ethical questions that have been raised over the last several years by several people that were members of the FOMC, so that there's no question about my independence, no question about the clarity of my financial record, I agreed to divest virtually all of my financial assets,
Car circuit
the large
breaker down.
majority of which will be divested before I raise my right hand and am sworn into office if confirmed by this body. So I've gone above and beyond, not for any other special reason other than the Fed needs to reestablish its credibility because the conduct of policy depends on it.
So let me just, for the record, the agreement which you have signed clearly states that you have agreed to divest your assets that are in question within 90 days of confirmation if you have not already divested them. That is correct.
Yes, Senator, and in fact, the large majority of those assets will be divested before I am sworn into office if confirmed.
Thank you. The career ethics professionals were the ones that basically had sent your signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. I really question whether or not they would have done that if they did not come to the ethics agreement with you in the first place, correct?
Yes, I presume that's right. We had a very good working relationship, and I'm happy to be sitting after the divestiture and cash or T-bills or whatever is the permitted asset so we can get back to the business of fixing the Fed, reforming an institution that has lost its way a bit, that has missed the mark. As Chairman Scott said at the outset, this inflation risk is still something that's being talked about around kitchen tables and boardrooms. My preferred definition of stable prices is a little different than most academics. I believe that price stability should be a change in prices such that no one's talking about it. That's an old-fashioned definition, but I think it's still valid. And the sooner that we can reform the institution with my colleagues if confirmed, the sooner we can ensure price stability, and we can have a new set of leaders atop the institution with high, credible, ethical standards to return the Fed to what it should be. The independence that both Chairman Scott and Senator Warren mentioned, critically important, but independence has to be earned, and it's earned by delivering on the promises, the commitments that the Fed has made. And as the Fed hasn't delivered on those promises, we
Stop
shouldn't
that.
be
I'm looking for
surprised that we
re-entry
hear
back
politics
over.
that are entering the room at the Fed, and you get to politics out of it. so the Fed can focus on its day job, deliver on full employment and stable prices.
It's true that people want to see stability within the Fed, but is it okay for a Fed governor or a chairman to change their mind on a particular policy?
It's more than okay, it's essential. Economics is not physics, it's not math. Frankly, most of us that ended up in the economics business, we started like I did as a math major. It was too hard. So we ended up in economics. In economics, what we need to do is focus to the left of the decimal point, not to the right of the decimal point. We need to focus on the big things, and if mistakes are made, central bankers, economic policymakers need to correct them fast. The real mistakes, the mistakes that cause inflation to be persistent, to undermine hardworking Americans' standard of living, and when those mistakes go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Reid.
Mr. Chairman, before we start the next question, I ask that we have entered into the record the U.S. Office of Government Ethics certification, which requires that all nominees disclose all of their assets, and showing that Mr. Warsh is out of compliance and that he has not met the ethics requirements.
Without objection, I will note, however, that what has been clearly articulated is that he will, according to his agreement with OGE, do what many others have done as well within 90 days, be not only in compliance, but to have divested himself from any assets that are in question.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask? I don't think we've had other nominees who are out of compliance and not disclosing at the time they come before the hearing.
Not on this committee, that's correct.
Not in this committee.
Before we, here's what we're not going to do.
Fair enough.
We're not going to have two chairmen, for sure.
Just asking.
Number one. Number two, what we're also not going to do is debate what we're putting into the record. And finally, what we are going to do is have a conversation about America's economy. And frankly, we all deserve the opportunity to ask our questions. We don't get to figure out the answers, but we do get to ask our questions. And I hope that we are able to continue in that direction. As long as we are, we're going to have a very good hearing. And if we're not, then I will find a way to help us to expedite getting back on track. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Warsh. Until you dispose of all the assets you've identified to the Office of Government Ethics, you will not be in compliance. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that a signed ethics agreement provides duties and responsibilities on me and duties and responsibilities on the government, and that's what the nature of the ethics agreement is.
You have an agreement that within 90 days you will dispose of all your assets. All your assets. Is that correct?
Senator, I have an agreement within 90 days so that there is no appearance of anything inappropriate, that I would divest all of my assets, the majority of which before sworn in. What I've disclosed, Senator, is all the information that is mine to disclose. I've shared all information about assets that I control and that I can share, which I did much to the satisfaction of the Government Ethics Office.
Excuse me. What you've said is that you will take the oath, if confirmed as chairman, with assets that have already been identified as presenting potential conflicts of interest. Will you agree to not take the oath until you have fully disposed all the assets that you've been identified?
Senator, I'll agree to take the oath pursuant to the terms of the ethics agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics. I don't think anyone could do more than that. Other than me, I've agreed to divest even more assets so that I will have virtually no financial assets.
Gap fill and SPY right there.
The divestiture
overnight.
is totally up to you. You can select what assets
yesterday's
you're
close.
disposing of, what assets you keep. Is that correct? And then still be sworn in as chairman.
The divestiture is up to the agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics.
Who makes the decision as to what assets are divested, you or the Office of Government Ethics?
Both of us. That's why it's an agreement.
Excuse me. I must commend you on the way you can circularly go around questions and not answer them. It's a skill. Unfortunately, it's not a good skill for the chairman or of the Federal Reserve Board. We typically ask questions and expect to get direct faithful answers. You haven't given them to the ranking member, and you're not giving them to me. So, again, you feel you will not be, you will be compliant if after 90 days you still have a significant number of assets that have been identified as presenting conflicts of interest. Is that your view?
No, Senator. If I were to violate the ethics agreement, I would not be in compliance. If I follow the agreement, I will be.
Well, that's your position. I think others would differ.
These things are always painful, Corey.
When you sell all your
Yeah,
assets,
I see ES took IV
where are you
low,
going to place the proceeds
and
of
Q
those
still
sales?
holding
I
midpoint
believe
30-minute
that,
orb,
Chairman Powell has
just
placed
below
them in
IV
sort of,
30, midpoint
funds,
IB.
which are
Back under
very
previous
difficult
day's
for
highs, not
individually
exciting.
influence. Do you propose to do that?
Yeah, I propose to put them in permissible assets that are as close to cash or treasury bills as I possibly can. I haven't selected anything, but it will be as plain vanilla as possible so that there would be no appearance or
I
reality
just still think
of
we're going
having
to
any
go
influence.
try to take that
We'll
high.
be sitting in something like cash.
Okay. Now, the question of independence is just one that I think will dominate these proceedings. This morning, President Trump was asked on CNBC, will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair doesn't cut rates right away? And President Trump answered, I would. It's very hard to separate President Trump's obsession with rate cuts, his attacks on the Federal Reserve, on Chairman Powell particularly, and your nomination. So this independence thing seems to have evaporated quite quickly between President Trump's statements and your positions. Again,
ATG, I don't
you
hate trying to
maintain
play
you'll be independent of President Trump?
the long,
yes,
like
Senator, I
off the
do.
fear off the
Well, President
Capitol
Trump
spy,
constantly
but
maintains that nobody's
your
independent. of him.
structure is a little
That it's his morality that guides the
interesting
whole
here.
United States government, including the
So I
Federal
would
Reserve,
rather see it go back
and that
over.
you
Plus,
will
you've got a little
be someone
volatility
who
here.
will
People
carry
kind
out
of
his
hesitant
wishes.
with what's going on with
Frankly,
this
do you suspect that
confirmation.
he chose you because you
I'd rather see it
indicated to
back over
him
like
that you
810, 830.
want to cut rates?
Senator,
Or
I don't know the reason for the president's choice, but I can tell you
try to long here off the
what I've been writing
midpoint,
about
but
for 15 years and what I said to the president, which is,
You're going to cut, I'll cut rates if you give me the job.
no, that's not what I said, Senator. Now, the president, as you might know, much like virtually all presidents I've either
looks
known
like
or
we want to come
studied,
lower.
presidents tend to be for cutting rates. I think the difference is President Trump expresses it quite publicly without surrogates or subterfuge, but presidents want lower rates. But Fed independence is up to the Fed. Fed
That's
leadership
nonsense.
has to make a decision about what's the right thing to do.
No.
In my judgment,
You're a leader. You're the leader. You establish the moral and ethical standards and economic principles of the Fed. And you just pass it off to, well, you know, it's not my job, it's everybody's job. That means it's nobody's job. Thank you.
Senator Tillis,
Mr. Chair, before my time starts, can I make a parliamentary inquiry?
certainly.
I want to make sure that we get this right, because I'm not an attorney, but I think it's
If we,
pretty
if we break or
important
blow,
to
then
suggest that
all bets
according
are off.
to Mr. Warsh,
Really,
he
if you
has
go under,
signed an
like,
agreement that is in
760s, I don't
compliance, provided that he
particularly like
executes
the
the
long
agreement.
zoning queue
So
at the
we
moment.
should not have into the record that he is before us out of compliance, because you stipulated that what Senator Warren said was a first of a kind here, but he is not out of compliance. He has agreement that if he executes, will be in compliance. That's why he's properly before us. And I just want to make sure for the record that that is clear.
Yeah, very clear.
IWM
Let me
super
just say
weak
it,
today.
reiterate what you just said, but I was writing it down myself. The Office of Government Ethics has entered into an agreement with Kevin Warsh that he has up until 90 days.
Broadcom
after
just get some kind of
confirmed
headline?
to divest
Yeah.
of his assets.
So the word, I mean, to non-attorneys here, I heard someone say he's before us out of compliance, and that's why I checked with the staff to be absolutely certain. He is properly before us. He will be in compliance if he executes agreement that addresses the concerns that have been presented by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I just want to confirm for the record that that is in fact accurate.
So if we're doing a matter here of, is this parliamentary inquiry? Is that what this is?
I've made a parliamentary inquiry, not burning time on something
I
that I thought
understand.
felt like a cheap shot to say he's out of compliance when in fact he's not.
Then I'd like to ask the other question, and that is, have we seen this agreement? Do we have any way to verify that, in fact, these sales will occur if we have no idea what's in them and no one has told? And let's remember the law for a minute. The Fed, unlike other parts of government, do not have a 90-day you can be out of compliance. Fed law is explicit that you cannot own any portion of a financial interest.
Let's get an overextended tick here.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting. Senator,
Now I'm going to let the attorneys take over.
Are we going to all get extra time here?
No.
I'd like extra 3 minutes,
All right.
okay?
Mr. Chair, I just, for the record, and the only reason I say
That was a parliamentary inquiry, so it doesn't count,
Yeah. But,
okay?
Mr. Chair, the reason I mentioned that is because you had stipulated it. I don't think you meant it this way, but you as a chair said that this is the first of a kind of someone being out of compliance. I don't think you meant that. I wanted to make sure it was clear for the record.
Well, let me just be very clear again. The career ethics professionals were the ones that sent Mr. Warsh's signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. They would not have done so if they did not come to an ethics agreement with Mr. Warsh. Mr. Kennedy, Senator Kennedy does raise a good point. We are going to stick to our timeline, and I appreciate you raising the point of how long an inquiry can go on, and that does not buy you more time unless, of course, we all decide we want more time, and then I would rule on that, and I would rule against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations. You can't count this as a date with Jane, particularly this one. I think probably the first hearing was a little less acrimonious. I'm not going to ask you anything. You can take a break and get ready for
I'm going to start a long
the other
1,000
side.
minus
They're gonna beat
1,000
you till
tick
you
here.
bleed, and then they're going to beat you for bleeding. I'm going to talk about what's preventing me from being in a position to vote for you until we've spent time together in my office. You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. I think the way you're dealing with the ethics issue is strong. Problem I have is where we are right now. And I start by saying I loved your opening statement. I love your focus on the independence of the Fed. I love the idea of Fed independence with respect to achieving the dual mandate, but Fed transparency on so many other things that the Fed does that, frankly, we're all frustrated with, bank examination, supervision being some among them that I think we should have more insight into. Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit for the record 2 executive orders under President Trump, one in 2020 and one in 2025, talking about making federal architecture beautiful again and focusing on trying to preserve the integrity of old buildings.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I will be submitting an analysis, but if we can go to slide 2. And turn it up right. Much has been made about the building project that has Chair Powell under investigation. I'm not going to get into the details except to say that I used to work for a firm that did audit and compliance, so I'm naturally wired to go back from the ground up and figure out what the deal is. Here's what I know. The Martin building has been conflated into this project to make it a $4 billion building. Even if you put the Martin building in, it's a $3 billion building. The reality is what we're talking about is the Eccles building and the East building, for which, bring that up higher, Jack, you're a tall guy so people can see it. These are the overruns. And these overruns occurred in part because the cost of inputs went up 69% since the original estimate. Asbestos was identified. Remediation was required. Pylons had to be built underneath the building because it turns out they used it as a landfill and they had a water table issue. There were a variety of reasons why this building went over budget. And as a matter of fact, if we put everybody in prison in federal government that had a budget go over, we'd have to reserve an area roughly the size of Texas for a penal colony because of the way government projects work. And the reality is the overage of inflation adjusted was about $730 million, the majority of which seems to be legitimate. Next slide. Not acceptable, unfortunate, but legitimate. Now, what I've really got a problem with, and we're talking about Fed independence. By the way, I think you're going to be independent. You have to be. You got to convince 11 other people to vote with you, at least a majority. It's a consensus organization. You try to get the majority to. Most of these votes are 11-1. So if anybody thinks the president can appoint somebody,
Oh, they
and
selling.
can control things, you're going to be an unsuccessful chair. If history is any guide, and
Yeah,
you've
dude,
served
I'm,
under
I'm,
some of the
I'm
best.
literally
So I
contemplating
know you're
pressing,
going to
like,
do it
shorting
right.
this whole.
The problem that I have here
Just now getting the trigger
is that we
again,
had
all the way
some
down on Qs.
U.S. attorney with a dream, or assistant U.S. attorney, thinking it would be cute to bring Chair Powell under an investigation just a few months before the position was going to be open. This happened this year. Normal course and speed. Here's how it works at the Fed. May the 15th, the term would have expired. We'd be having this hearing. You'd be getting confirmed. Custom also suggests that the sitting chair, even though he has 2 years left on his term, would have exited. But instead, we have somebody who thinks a building project that went over by about $700 million with a lot of what seemed to be justifications for it are holding up this whole process. It sounds like to me somebody over in the DOJ didn't even check with the boss. The boss said on the same night that I said I can't go forward until this bogus investigation is done.
Yesterday's low on
anything
ES.
about it.
Yeah.
So we've got
It's
people
rate
in
calls
DOJ
under 70.
over in the D.C. circuit or the D.C. district doing these investigations. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation. Mr. Warsh, the only thing I've found the least bit odd about you is you've never watched an episode of Seinfeld. You've spent so much time at being a rock-solid economist that you're not even taking time away for a little laugh like that. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and I look forward to this investigation being taken down. If the chair wants to have all of our subcommittees start looking at capital expenditure projects for the agencies that we're overseeing, I think that's a great idea. And I'd like to be on a committee specifically drilling down on this analysis. If somebody can prove me wrong, I'd be happy to make a criminal referral. But I don't have the D.C. circuit tell me a crime was committed when 7 members on this committee said it wasn't, including the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Only one question. What is Seinfeld?
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Warsh,
Jesus.
good to see you. Reviewing your record, I am concerned that your position on interest rates seems to shift with what's politically convenient, rather than based on sound economic judgment. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the worst recession since the Great Depression, with some of the worst unemployment in our lifetimes, you were a hawkish voice, expressing concern that the Fed might wait too long to raise rates. I think you got it wrong then, but now you seem to have swung 180 degrees to embrace lower rates, a view that conveniently aligns with the president who nominated you. You've made this pivot even as today prices are too high. I think we all know that. Our economy works for families when prices are affordable and unemployment is low. That's why price stability is an important part of the Fed's mandate, right?
Senator, yes.
And the Fed uses its monetary policy tools for price stability
Kind of coming
and
out
full
here.
employment. That's the job Congress gave to the Fed. Here's how
Come
Ben
on.
Bernanke described how the Fed uses those tools. He said, and I'm quoting, generally, if economic weakness is the primary concern, the Fed acts to reduce interest rates, which supports the economy. If the economy is overheating, the Fed can raise interest rates to constrain inflationary pressures, end of quote. So that's a textbook model of the Fed. Cutting rates supports the economy, but can lead to higher inflation, while raising rates helps to fight inflation, but can limit growth. Do you agree with Chairman Bernanke that that's generally how the Fed can use monetary policy to affect the economy.
Senator, I do agree generally with that.
Come on, hit that
proposition,
IDLO.
But I'll note at a moment like this, the supply side of the economy is changing dramatically.
Almost my
So
Coinbase.
the core of what Chairman Bernanke said is a question about
I
what's
want
the
to get a
economy's
Coinbase
potential.
trade in here.
As I
This
said
thing
in
looks
my
good.
opening remarks, I think the economy's
I was looking at that
potential is
yesterday.
quite quickly. And that makes the decision that you
Right off
tee
two.
up to be a difficult one, and one that the Fed's going to have to dig deep in evaluating what's the right policy choice in the upcoming meetings.
Well, I want to push you a little bit on that in a moment, but right now the Fed has set its main interest rate at 3.5 to 3.7%. Last December, President Trump told the Wall Street
Not
Journal
quite
that
there
he
yet.
wanted to cut rates to
I can wait.
1% and maybe lower than that by the end of this year. So just to better understand how you
I might
think
take it
about
345.
economics, in the economic model Bernanke laid out, let's say there's an economy with decent growth and no recession. If the central bank were to cut rates from 3.5
You had multiple
to 1%
overextended
or
ticks
lower,
that
a
should,
massive cut,
spring
that
back.
would typically push prices up, right?
Senator, unlike many of my colleagues, past and present, I don't believe in forward guidance. I don't believe that I should be previewing for you what a future decision might be. I think it's essential that the
Warsh,
Fed make decisions in the room.
Mr. Warsh,
You know
I'm
what,
not asking
I'm
you
gonna
what
move
decision
this
you would
to,
make. Obviously, that's going to be up to you. I'm asking you for a framework in which you think about these things. And it seems a pretty straightforward question about what would happen if we reduced interest rates
There we go.
by
Good
the end of
bounce.
this
Good
year
bounce.
to 1% or less. And under the Bernanke model, and I think almost every economist or most economists would say that that will drive up prices. And so that's what I'm asking you. Would you agree that that would likely drive up prices?
So, Senator, the Fed has two important monetary policy tools. One is interest rates, and the other is a
Yesterday's
balance
close
sheet.
right
Balance
here.
sheet that we created in the 2008 financial
Should
crisis.
get up here to like
Those
66,
tools should be
67.
working in concert, not at cross purposes. So it's hard for me to isolate one variable when we'd have to have a discussion on the other.
All right.
But generally, sorry.
Well, let me just say this was a pretty clear question about the framework in which these decisions are made. I have heard you
Come on,
talk
push
about
through.
how AI may change that
There we go.
calculations.
There we go.
I will just say, and I think you know this, I mean, I have this,
Oh,
the
we're back
Financial
on the right
Times
side of the
pointed
day.
out the economists reject Kevin Warsh's claim that the AI boom will enable rate cuts. And I find it just implausible to suggest that by the end of this year,
There we go. Trim.
would produce such increases in productivity that it could produce in a rate cut.
I'm gonna trim the cues.
And you can't tell me that that would very likely increase prices.
So, Senator, can I say two things?
Look
First,
at that.
Senator,
oops, sorry.
quickly.
Sorry.
No, I'm not looking for IB high anymore. I'm looking for midpoint.
Monetary Policy Center works with long and variable lags, quite famously. If the Fed were to make a decision
Dude, what a snipe.
today about the conduct of policy, it's likely
I got
to
ran
find
over
its
on
way
one,
to
but
the real
I got it
economy
backhand
6,
some
9, or
on this
12
one.
months later. So it's difficult to judge.
I was sitting there watching. I saw that previous day's low on
result.
ES.
And that would be my
Yeah.
only concern about
And it
the
was
framing
the
of your
extension
question.
of the IB range.
It was about 50% on
Mr. Chairman,
Qs
I
too.
just, in
It was like
closing,
two
this is what
negative
concerns
1,000
me is
tick.
that
Our
Yep.
views
yep,
now
yep.
have sort of flipped to conform with where the President of the United States is, and that's been a concern many of us have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy?
I want extra time, Mr. Chairman.
I know, sir. I know.
Consider these 5 minutes a parliamentary inquiry.
Hoodie at the stop
Professor,
or
what's
at
the
the
sock
pivot. 88 Friday.
I heard the
Low.
reference from Senator
He's a
Warren.
hold.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm not sure I know. I think
Okay.
it's that thing you stick your hand in.
Yeah, kind of like this.
Yes.
What's a human sock puppet?
It's a nice
human
looking
sock
15-minute
puppet.
candle about to print too.
Somebody who'll do what somebody else tells them to do?
Big
I
bottom
think
wick.
that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I
Are you
think that
going
was
to
the
be
innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an
Seven-
independent
770
actor
is a big
if
level
confirmed
on
as
me
chairman of the
here.
Federal Reserve.
My friend Senator Warren And she, as my friend suggested, that down,
Oh shit.
you will use your power. You might use your power to bail out your friends if they get in trouble, kind of like President Biden did with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. She didn't say the last
See if we can get
part,
back to
I just did.
800. If I'll
Are you
trim
gonna
at
do that?
770 and then see if we can get
No,
back to
Hoodie.
Senator.
Okay. The ethics folks, they've cleared you, but they said you got to sell some assets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these assets that you have, you can't just hold a yard sale, can you?
No, not for most of them.
Okay, so it takes a reasonable period of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've promised to sell them, right?
I did.
And if you don't sell them, we'll know, and the ethics folks will know, right?
Yes, I'd be in violation of the ethics agreement if I refuse to sell them.
But you're going to sell them, right?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Okay. Can we agree? Can we agree that politicians have the right to offer you advice about what to do with interest rates?
Senator, we can agree, and it's not something that I would shy away from. I've heard many senators from this very committee in years past express strong views on interest rates.
Okay.
Humble central bankers should be listening and then making their own decisions.
But some politicians matter more than others.
Is this gonna make it?
And generally speaking,
No, it's gonna pull back.
presidents their opinion matters more than, say, a senator.
Make it
Oh,
none.
shit.
Trump has
I think it's
offered
good.
his opinion.
He's gonna make it.
About what you ought to do with interest rates. Is that right?
Senator, he has not
There was a lot of
made
volume
his
on that.
opinion on that a secret to anybody.
Yeah.
There's still a bit under this market,
And,
even though that fell pretty hard.
It's not even
Every
lunch out yet.
president has, that you're aware of.
Yes,
Hasn't it?
and they all tend to be in the same direction, Senator Kennedy.
Okay. Now, the problem is, can we agree that your credibility as Fed chairman is the most important thing you have?
It's the
When I
most
just filled
important
my,
thing to me. It's the most important
next
thing to
trim
the
here, I'm gonna try to
institution,
hold
and
for
it's the
another
most important thing to the
30
successful
points or
conduct
so
of
in NQ.
policy.
Okay,
If the
that's
markets
that's a
think that-
yes, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The problem is that President Trump has said he's not going to appoint anybody
You're gonna
who
70.
wouldn't agree to lower interest rates. Have you agreed with the president that you're going to lower interest rates?
Senator, I'm glad you framed it that way. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor
my
would I
God.
ever agree to do so.
So the president has never sat you down, looked you in the eye, and said, here's the deal, Scooter, I'm going to appoint you,
Scooter.
but you got to agree to lower interest rates. That didn't happen, or it did happen?
The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period, and nor would I ever agree to do so if he had, but he never did. I was honored he nominated me. Like everyone else in the committee in the world, I've heard his view on interest rates. It sounded very similar to me to every other president in economic history that I've studied.
Okay. I've got one more question because I'm about to run out of my parliamentary inquiry time.
It's that you extra.
I've heard your argument the last few months about artificial intelligence has made us so productive, labor so productive that companies don't have to raise prices. Therefore, inflation isn't a problem. Therefore, rates can be cut. Do you really believe that right now?
No, that is not how I would characterize the story on AI.
Okay, but you've said what I just said, haven't you?
I've said that this is the most disruptive moment in modern economic history in the U.S. and the world. I've said that artificial intelligence, AI, short
Okay,
for
let me
American
stop you.
What is he doing?
The chair's going to cut me off.
Oops, sorry.
Here's my worry, that a lot of this stuff about artificial intelligence making us more productive is a bunch of hype by people who want to sell stock in an IPO. Okay, I'd be careful there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to my 5 minutes in a little bit.
You come back about midnight, sir, we'll go ahead. Start all over again. Brand new day, sir, brand new day. Thank you for your patience. Senator
Thank you.
Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Warsh, thank you for taking the time with me. I appreciate meeting with you. Congratulations on this nomination, and welcome to all your family, friends who are here. Let me talk to you about a couple of things. It's really around economic theory, and we have talked a little bit about this when we were meeting. Inflation has been above the Fed's target for 5 years. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, and core PCE inflation has been running at about 3%, a full point above that Fed target, correct?
Yes.
And so some Federal Reserve officials have said that this excess is due to tariffs. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't. If I can make 2 points.
Please.
Much as we discussed in your office, I think the data that's being used to judge inflation is quite imperfect data. And among the projects that the economics profession, and if I'm confirmed as chairman of the Fed needs to do, is to try to use our new understanding and new data sources to see what's really the inflation rate in the economy. We used to use core PCE, core measures, so we'd exclude food and energy because it was sort of a rough swag as to what was going on. We don't have to do a rough swag anymore. What I'm most interested in is what's the underlying inflation
Is that
rate.
Larry Fitzgerald,
Not what's
guys?
the one-time change in prices because of a change in
It kind of looks like him, doesn't it?
change in beef. But what's the underlying generalized change in prices in the economy? And my broad sense is that these inflation risks and the inflation damage the last several years is improving somewhat. It has improved somewhat in the last year. The measures I prefer are looking at things that are called trimmed averages, where we take out all of the tail risks, all of the one-off items, and we ask ourselves whether the generalized change in prices is having second-order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
And these trend averages and the data that you're looking at now, it's not traditionally the norm that economists would use in this position. Is that correct?
Some in the economics profession are increasingly looking to
Come on,
these
get through this midpoint. There we go.
measures, but among the projects I would hope to undertake as one of the first reforms at the Fed is a data project where we would evaluate with the public sector and the private sector, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a survey of 1 billion prices. And what I'm really most
I sat here all day
is
for this
what's
one
the
trade.
change of that 500 millionth and one
Showing all my
price?
swings all
Because that's
morning.
inflation. That's a change in the generalized level. In a market economy, prices change all the time. And I don't want to be confused by that. I want to know what inflation really is.
I think it was
and I
worth
still
it,
think there's some work to do.
And I respect, listen,
Yeah, this turned into a really
listened
good
to
trade
you
if we can
today
push
and
through right
talking.
here.
I respect
Get back
you
to the
truly
midpoint of the
believe
first hour.
As an economist and a
Yes,
theorist
needs to
in
just
this
get
theory,
back to the or below
in what
at this
you are
point.
talking
Good
to us
God.
today about, which is traditionally not the norm.
Which is
And
another
many are
7 points
disagreeing
on
with you on
SPX.
that, and publicly disagreeing.
Yeah, this could
and
go.
So
if
I
it-
understand that.
I mean, if that was a
But
headline,
I
on
guess
commentary,
the position I have
that
is,
wasn't gonna
Yeah,
hold.
I think it just
you're
triggered some
right,
de-risking.
but at the end of the day,
But there's still a bid
my
under the market.
concern is
It looks
people
pretty,
are suffering
a
right
little
now,
liquidity sweep.
and we need to address
Yes.
it. And I don't know how long it's going to take for your
If it gets
economic
over
theory
this level
to
here,
gain traction or
basically,
to be
like a couple-
proven
like a
that it's
dollar
going
or
to
two, then
benefit
we
so many
go back
people
to
in
the
this
highs.
country right now. And here's one other thing, because I don't have that much time, and this is what is also a concern of mine, so I want you to address it. Earlier, you've been on the Federal Reserve Board, and you were there during the financial crisis of 2008. You and I talked about this. I was the Attorney General then. It hit Nevada so hard.
Microsoft's already back to the
Here's what
highs.
I
That
do know,
did
and,
barely flinched.
at that time,
Barely.
Microsoft is strong. All the software
How's,
stuff.
attended
oh yeah, the
numerous
whole data
meetings where
center
housing
fucking
experts
thing is like,
pleaded with you.
when I
to
look
stop
at that,
predatory
Apple's got
lending.
stopped drilling.
strength,
In fact,
that's
Gail
the deal.
Brooks, who was the CEO of
Software's
Nevada's
great,
Fair Housing at that time,
Apple
who I
has
worked
took
with,
leading.
repeately warned Fed leadership,
Apple is,
including
you're
you, about
definitely-
predatory lending practices.
That's-
such as
I'm just saying
loans
that's what's
and
dragging us a little
misinforming
bit
seniors
here.
about reverse
Third
mortgages.
largest
Apple
stock.
down
And
2%.
in 2007,
Or second
you
largest
said,
stock. I don't
and
know where it's
quote,
at now.
"Subprime mortgages
Netflix
have
down
been
1.5
growing in this
too, as
environment,
well.
and in some cases, that's
Netflix
not
had a good
just."
run. I mean,
You
so does
also
Apple.
said that you don't see any immediate systemic risk issues
Look,
among
Apple's
big
Apple's
banks.
third
And
largest
you
right
said that
now.
at
It's
that
under
time.
under
And then
Google.
just recently, and this is what
I
I
just
want
bought
you
a
to address,
nuclear stock.
Senator Warren has said that you told her you had no regrets during this
Here we
tenure.
go. Somebody's buying the shit out
How
of
can we
this.
trust that your economic theory, when you
EWXT.
were wrong then, is going to be the accurate theory we need now to help so many
Do you
families and
try?
businesses that
Do you
are
trim it at the
struggling
15-minute
with the
9
policies that we're
or the
dealing with?
5-minute 9?
Senator.
Yeah, because that's
let
going to
me
be
address
close
a
to your
few things. The
midpoint
chairman
either
is gonna
way.
cut me off,
There's this
when
800
must.
area.
But I would say
Midpoint's
this,
actually
for many
806,
years
but
before the global financial crisis,
Apple's still coming in hot. I mean,
warned
Apple's
about the
probably.
very real
I could
risks
probably
of Fannie Mae
continue
and
short
Freddie
Apple
Mac
here.
blowing up, which
you're
they
still
did.
getting
I think that part of the housing market was vulnerable
you're
for
still
many
getting these
years.
little
65
algo
cents,
headlines.
Not enough was done about it, even in spite of my protestations and my urging.
Yeah, look
of
at rates
GSE
across the
reform. It
curve
wasn't
too.
done. I
Everything,
think that
all rates
compounded
went up
the
on that
financial
news as
crisis.
well.
Secondly, I think subprime mortgages
TLT's
then,
getting a little
subprime
bounce off the
assets
low, but
then, were
And oil
indicative
back up
of
to 89
prices of
bucks.
almost
I think
every
that's your
financial
other
asset that were mispriced.
slow grinders.
What
You
I
got oil
suggested
One
grinders.
thing
then,
you
and
can't
believe
you can't
now,
forget about. We
is
haven't heard
subprime
any
mortgages
headlines
were
really
just
from
indicative of a
Iran,
set of
but
prices that
basically
were
today's the last.
incorrect, and they
I
Right.
mean, we're coming in on deadline
Dude,
day again
Apple's
one
way
tomorrow.
up in
example
my
before I
doing.
turn to the chairman.
Perhaps no examples right now.
Okay, sorry.
Let's go to Senator.
Thank you.
Haggard. Want to give you an opportunity to finish that exchange.
268.50.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Warsh, I want to welcome you
Aye.
and your family. And I want the committee to know that I've known Kevin Warsh for 30 years. We first crossed paths back in 1992, shortly after Kevin graduated
closing
from
keys.
Stanford. We both worked on the White House staff at that point in time. And I just want to say this, that the man testifying before us today is the same man that I got to know then. Serious, disciplined.
Yeah, oil just clipped over 89 now, up almost 2%.
And I want to say this, I've said it before. Kevin Warsh is the man.
Yeah,
for the
SPX
moment.
couldn't stay over 7,100.
His background,
Yeah.
his experience. and
We
his
hit the
history
9 on
are
NQ
precisely
and
what
just
we need
backed right
to
off on
bring
the
our
5
economy into its full
Yeah,
potential.
we didn't even get to the 9
I'm
on
delighted
SPY
to see him here today as we both
or IWM.
enforce confidence here at home and do the same thing abroad.
Yeah, I
When
mean,
think about Kevin's qualifications. Think about the contrast with the nominations that we saw with the last administration. I think this committee will recall that President Biden nominated a prospective federal bank regulator, frankly, a graduate of Moscow State University in Russia, who advocated for replacing private bank deposits with retail accounts held at the central bank. Those who might criticize Kevin for his private sector success miss the point.
yeah, you got the bid and the VIX too.
It's an asset. It brings a practical understanding in terms of how markets function to bear, how capital is allocated.
Yeah,
how
oil
policies,
cruising now,
decisions shape the real
89.20.
economy.
So be careful.
Mr.
Definitely on the
Warsh,
long side. I would not try to
your
long this if
experiences,
oil
both
keeps
the public
pushing.
and the private sector, shape your governance of the Fed should you be confirmed.
Senator, thank you very much, and thanks for the kind introduction. For your colleagues on this panel, Senator Haggard and I shared a desk, 91 and 92, so I've known him for a very long time.
Daily range low is 265.60 on Apple.
My prior experience at the Fed, which some of your colleagues made reference to, are going to allow me to hit the ground running. This is as consequential a moment for the U.S. economy and frankly for the institution as at any point since the late 1970s. And so my experience at the Fed, my understanding of the people, the culture, the governance, and of the things that are ripe for reform are going to give me a leg up. We don't have a long time to do new studies and contemplate what reform should be. We have a short window to try to bring inflation back down to where it should be to ensure price stability. And because AI that Senator Kennedy referenced is so consequential, and AI is quickly becoming at something like escape velocity.
Yeah, oil's like feels like a runaway train. Maybe 89.60. There's a spike in there. You can maybe tag it for.
Cycle, while it could have over
Could be
time,
short there, just a scalp, but
improvements in
It's still
the
kind of
price level
news,
would
though.
make the Fed's job on inflation easier.
Or not news, like
There's a
major.
question about what that means for employment.
This is the headline people are seeing right now. That JD's not headed to Pakistan right now for talks, which
history would suggest.
not a net
If I can
positive
make one other
thing.
point.
No. And I think they had said that Iran has still not sent a delegation to
Delegation.
Pakistan for talks. Yeah.
What the Fed's done well, and often I'll give them one cheer or two, but now more than ever, the Federal Reserve needs 3 cheers, and that's what I hope to deliver.
Well, let's stay on
Oh,
this.
oil has a
short
gap
on
fill
that.
at 90.
And you've mentioned this in your commentary, the point of the Fed's mission creep over the years. If you think about what the Fed has done, they've strayed into what I would call politically contentious areas. They've gone well
Yeah,
beyond the
look
core
at
mandate.
look at oil
And
just
we've seen this
cruising
across
there.
the Federal Reserve System.
Don't fuck me, coin.
And
You
what
son
the
of a
Fed has
biscuit.
done is eroded its credibility. It's what it should be, which is an apolitical and
Yeah,
independent.
you got yields going higher, oil going higher.
Regulation and supervision, the Fed's focused on non-material and often politically charged areas. I'm thinking about climate change.
Negative 1K tick again
Elsewhere in the Federal
on the
Reserve
Qs.
System, we've seen regional reserve banks use as platforms for promoting
Freeze
This could
stays
be
low
high or
again.
low, literally right here if
thinking
it's going to
about
happen.
DEI, climate policy, even racial reparations. The Minneapolis Fed even went so far as to publicly
God,
lobby for an
the
amendment
NASDAQ down
to
30 points feels like a
on
crash.
education
I know.
How far
You know,
beyond
it's been
remit
so
can we
crazy.
get?
All
In the
right.
2020 monetary policy review, the Fed even sought to
It
redefine
feels like almost like high
legislative mandate on
volatility. It's
maximum
crazy.
employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal, close quote. I mean, that's tacitly understood to mean that the Fed should accept higher inflation to privilege
Might be able to
select
snipe
groups
this
of
again.
Americans. And while the Fed undertook this social engineering, it also financially engineered
Yeah,
a massive
I'd be a little
movement
bit
in our
more careful with
marketplace.
oil. That's
QE
a
provided
Yeah.
near
little bit
unlimited
different
bid
picture. I mean, this thing
for
runs
government
up over to
debt,
90.
which,
I
of
think you
course,
get over
made it
90, it's
easy
going to
for
start
us
to feel a little
subsidize
bit
more
more
government debt here.
uncertain.
Subsidize government
Got the
bonds,
headline down on the bottom of the
encourage, frankly,
screen.
what I view
Thanks,
as
Frosty
very
Dog.
reckless federal spending. In each of these examples, we see a clear pattern. The Fed
Take it.
strayed beyond its core
Yeah,
mandate.
I think the story with oil today is like Trump or Vance
Those of
isn't
us that are
there.
democratically accountable.
Iran did not send delegation to
Or
Pakistan, and
Fed's
like
own actions have eroded its
Trump's
credibility.
basically saying there's going to be
What do
no
you think
extension
they've
of the
done to
ceasefire,
regain
so that
public
they
trust?
have to have talks, and if they
Senator,
don't,
robust
guess what?
reform.
Puts
Oh, he
back
said he was.
uncertainty
He
back
said he was
in
going
the
to
oil
start
market.
bombing the crap
Deliver
out of him
on the
again.
Right,
mandate
exactly.
that you gave
And
it
the street's
if
not
it
open.
sticks to its knitting. As it wanders
Right,
into
and the Strait is
areas
still not
around
open.
which it has neither authority or expertise, it loses its focus. And
So
I'll just give
might
one
be
example. In
short-term
2020,
de-risking.
as
I don't
you
know.
reference, when the Federal Reserve changed its inflation framework in August of 2020, inflation was running at around 1.72%. And the
I
Fed
wanted to
changed
short
its
that back
framework,
test. That was a great
rewrote
spot,
in
right
some
against the 9
sense the remit you gave it, and they asked for a little more
on
inflation.
ES.
They ended up with a lot
I
more.
almost want to just
And
take the
that was
momentum on the
foundation
break lower
for
here.
the inflation
Yeah.
surge that happened in the subsequent years, which we're
Trade
still
the
living
trend.
Thank you, Mr. Warsh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Warsh. It's still morning.
Just looking
So,
through the majors.
Let me start with this. I think you have said that you have
Tesla's
confidence that
kind of
this economy
nothing.
has
Apple's the
potential.
one I
think
think is
that's
your
fair to say. And
your
you've also said that
Dog,
yeah.
dog of the day.
consequences
Yeah,
of
but
elections
yeah.
but I'm getting a little
perhaps one of the
divergence here on
most
Apple. I don't know.
significant
It's
hinge
slowing.
points, in a
It
couple
is
of
slowing,
years.
but I
Is
think
that's fair to say?
267.21 is probably the next
And so
level.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
And
I
actually
have
wanna go
daily range
further because
265,
I think
60.
that it seems
Yeah.
to me
But
that this
I can see a
economy
bounce
is
here.
amazing for rich
heavy.
people who have a lot of capital. And in fact, we can see in 2025.
You know, I had
that their
a.
wealth
It's interesting. I had a
grew
trend
3
line drawn
times
right on
faster than
Apple,
the average
right
rate
at
of
this
the
like
previous 5
273, and
years.
that's kind of where we stopped
And wealthy households
from
hold a
on the
massive
daily.
portion of the nation's
We
wealth.
just ran right into
And
it.
this, I think, is the tipping point
Stopped
that
and
our
turned
economy
around.
actually faces right now. And I can tell you that in Minnesota, a lot of people are telling me that it is harder and harder
I mean, I'm
for
chasing
them
this
to
Apple.
afford
There's
the
no question.
basics. They aren't rich. They don't have enough money to pay their bills, to pay their doctor's bills. So I want to look at this with you for a few minutes, and I want to start with inflation. So last week, President Trump said that gas prices are
Here goes
low,
oil
not
close to
very
90 bucks
high,
now.
and quote, we're having some fake
It's kind of just got this
inflation because of
relentless
the
bid
fuel.
here.
So understanding what you've been saying about data and measurement and all of that, let me just ask you, do you think that
If
gas
oil
prices
rejects
going up
90, maybe you get
20%
some
is
relief.
fake
Yeah.
inflation?
You need to stop here. I thought 89.60,
Senator,
but
the gas prices like beef prices, eggs, milk, and the rest, they move, and when they move in the wrong direction,
Dude, did I
American
get them
people are
both?
hurting by it. There's no
That's
question
right.
about it.
That's right. American people feel it. It's not fake to them. It's money that they don't have in their pocket because gas is up 20%. I think my constituents would say that that inflation is real and not fake. Okay, so let's look at unemployment. At the State of the Union, the president said, quote, the roaring economy, excuse me, this is the quote, the roaring economy is roaring like never before. So do you agree with that statement? Is that how you see the economy, that is roaring like never roaring before?
So Senator, if I can clarify 2 things. One, there's a difference between the change in prices and inflation. The change in prices happen in a market economy. When inflation moves up, that's because the Fed had something to do with it. Now, on the state of the economy, I would say that the broad contours of the economy are improving. The potential of the economy, the real results of the economy are improving, but I think it can improve more. And I think in the years ahead.
Improving the potential of the economy and the real estate.
So do you agree data being not imperfect is the roaring economy? And so that looks to me like not a roaring economy, is the roaring economy, excuse me, the cost of home insurance rose 12% last year. Now, in my home state of Minnesota, not a coastal state, premiums rose 34% in 2025. This is, of course, caused by extreme weather events, hail, floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, climate change. So is that inflationary?
Can we play the
Is that
higher low or reject right here game?
Isn't that inflation?
So, Senator, if I can.
I'm
answer two
already
questions
long
that
into it,
I think
so I'm just going to
you
trail.
talked about both of these in your office. When we look at the payroll numbers every month and we ask ourselves whether it's good or bad, the job you gave to the Federal Reserve is to ensure we're at maximum sustainable employment. I think broadly speaking, the economy is running about close to full employment, though we never know what the right number is. So if Americans that want a job can find a job, then by the Fed's metric, we're at full employment. On the question of insurance premiums and the rest,
Yeah, reshort right
when I
here.
look broadly across the economy, I would say when we look at healthcare, when we look at education, we look at
Inverted cup and
housing,
handle.
those prices have tended to go up more. In the less regulated parts of the economy, we've seen a downward structure, a downward change in prices.
Cumulative
the best
negative,
But
but technically a higher
I'm
tick
not
on the
exactly
day.
sure what your point is there, but I would just say that my point here is that rising home insurance rates caused
Last
by
10-minute was
increasing
engulfing, too.
extreme weather events, climate change is another inflationary pressure that
Dude,
people
these
in my
fucking
state
data
are
center
dealing
names
with.
are
And,
like
this, of course, the reason I'm focusing on this is because I am
I really think
I'm
this could be a
worried
reshort,
that
but I'm
because
scared
of the
to short.
pressure that
Qs
you
is
are
too
going to
strong.
be under from the president to
Where
lower
we go?
interest rates.
They look like they're selling
that,
everything.
This inflationary pressure that my constituents are
I
feeling
saw
is
Arista
going
up
to get
here.
worse and not better. And
CRM's
so
at the highs.
I don't have
Microsoft's still
time to ask
basically
my
at the
last question,
highs.
but it is literally
Like,
this. The
the
president
fuck?
has said that he demands that the next Fed chair will lower interest rates. And I take him at his word at that, and that is what causes me such grave concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Lomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Warsh, and congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for appearing before this
GE
committee,
280s.
and taking both the positive questions and some of the hostility. I apologize for my colleague's behavior when it strays outside of decorum. My first question
I
is
think it could be a reshort right here.
about the balance sheet
IWM
of
is
the
about to
Fed.
take the low.
What
Yeah.
is your
I'm gonna try it.
view about the size of the balance sheet
It'll
currently?
pop a little bit.
Thank you, Senator. As we talked about in your office, the Fed balance sheet has played a particularly, I think, unhelpful role in helping the Fed achieve its dual mandate.
I'm about to
The
get stopped
senator
out
had
of
just
the balance
mentioned
sheet.
what she described as the increase for financial assets relative to real assets. Well, part of that is the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not blameless in that as it's grown the Fed's balance sheet, grown its imprimatur on the economy, those with financial assets have benefited from it. The reason why I prefer monetary policy to use interest rates as the dominant force is interest rates affect a far broader cross-section of the economy. Interest rates get in the cracks. If we were to cut rates, then broader number of people will benefit from it versus quantitative easing, which tends to move through financial
All right,
assets
come on.
first.
Just
Half
pull
of
it.
our fellow Americans don't own any financial assets, so they're wondering what's in it for them. Broadly speaking, Senator, on the balance sheet, I was involved in 2008 and 9
Come on,
in
break,
response to the
break,
global
break.
financial crisis that Senator Warren referenced, and we used extraordinary measures and created a bigger balance sheet. But we agreed to do that only in the times of emergencies, only when interest
sitting
rates
on the
were
break
pinned
point.
to
There it
zero.
goes. New low.
The big balance sheet has become an
IWM
ordinary
drilling.
recurring force, and I think has been quite unhelpful, and is part of the reason why the Fed is in the business of politics. Slowly and deliberatively, I believe we need a smaller central bank balance sheet. It took us 18 years to create this big balance sheet that's done quite a bit of harm, it strikes me, to the Fed's credibility.
Don't bounce.
working with the Treasury Secretary.
This is what I'm scared
we're gonna
about on
have to find
shorting.
out a way in which we can take the balance sheet and make it smaller, because a
Getting
large
bid
balance
underneath
sheet
the
where the
market.
Fed owns more outstanding debt than many parts of the financial markets, that's fiscal policy in disguise. Fed needs to get out of the fiscal business, focus on the monetary business, so the Fed
Just
can
hit that
deliver on
5-minute
the
tweezer,
remit you gave
buddy.
us.
Thanks for that
Jesus.
response, because some of us
Yeah.
don't appreciate the connection between the size of the Fed's balance sheet and interest rates. With regard to interest rates, can you tell us a little bit about your
Can we break a previous
conversations
day's
with
low for
President
once and just
Trump
go?
about
That would be
interest rates?
Yeah. I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but I think he has said
I get
loudly and
this
clearly
fucking
his view on interest
not
rates.
fighting too
I don't
much.
think I'm breaking any news here. But I can tell you what I said, and what I said the president
Level-wise,
is what
I
I've said to
don't
this
have a
committee and what
ton
I've
to
frankly been writing
work
about
off of here.
for more than a decade. Interest rates are the much better way to be using
630,
monetary policy than
620
buying
maybe.
bonds and mortgages, some of
Mine's
which is
starting to
issued
look
from
like
the
a
United
fucking
States
screw
Treasury
job.
Department.
650 is going to be your
confusion of roles
IB
that
extension.
leads to a set of mission creep. So interest rates
You
are
could
the
look for
dominant
previous day's
tool,
low,
and
yesterday's
interest
low on
rates, as I
Qs,
mentioned, get in the cracks.
which
My
is
broad view
568.
on the conduct of policy from here
That's why
is
there's
that
enough
too many Fed
room that I kind of
officials,
like the
past
short.
and present,
I'm
opine
just scared
in
about
advance
a
about
bid
where
being
they think interest rates should be next
under
meeting,
here.
next
We're
quarter,
right on
next
value
year.
area low of the
I
last
think that's quite
couple
unhelpful.
days.
As we've heard today from many of your colleagues, we don't know the state of AI. We can't be certain about the state of geopolitics.
And you're
The
sitting on
economy is
pivot
going to
point, which is
change.
usually
You
choppy.
need central bankers that are humble, that are nimble, that are open-minded, that can react when we have good data,
Yeah.
when events strike us. My broad
Yo.
view is that interest rates need to be forward-looking, need to be based on better data, and we should have a big, robust deliberation inside the FOMC. I tend to favor messier meetings than some, where people don't show up with rehearsed scripts, but we can have a good family fight. If the central bank has that good family fight, I think that they're going to make better decisions. And if they happen to make mistakes, they'll correct them sooner. So I'm not one for pre-deciding what interest rates should be. I never said to the president where I think rates should be. I never committed any such thing, and I
Oil
wouldn't have
90.
even thought about doing so.
Big level here on oil, though.
Quick yes or no?
Big
Do you
level.
believe that digital assets should be incorporated into our financial industry so Americans have new investment opportunities and consumer protections?
Senator, digital assets are already part of the fabric of our financial services industry in the United States, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations on your nomination, and I appreciated our time together in my office a few weeks ago. If confirmed, you will serve as chair of one of the most powerful economic institutions in the world. Decisions you make would move markets, affect Americans' retirement savings and ability to buy homes. It would influence the global economy. You currently serve as a lecturer at Stanford University. If you were to assign, if Professor Warsh were to assign a letter grade to the American economy today for the average
VIX right
working
at 20
family,
as
what
well.
grade would you assign?
Senator, it was good to meet with you in your office. You know, in modern academic institutions, they give everybody A's, so it's not a fair comparison. Especially at elite universities, I know everyone gets perfect grades.
Well, what grade would you give the economy?
Well, if I gave a student
Fuck,
anything
messed
other
up.
than an A, the dean would summon me to his office because I would have hurt his self-image.
Well, the Americans that I talk to, particularly in the state of Georgia, who haven't had the benefit
Great state of Georgia.
of attending some of these elite institutions, are trying to make their lives work. They're sitting around their kitchen tables trying to figure out how to put their kids through school. And regardless of how the markets are doing, consumer confidence is at a record low. So that's their grade on the economy. Working families are struggling, and things are getting worse. The inflation rate has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target rate throughout President Trump's term, despite his promise to lower inflation. The president's war in Iran has spiked energy prices by 11%. And Americans are paying on average nearly $4 a gallon for gas because of the war. We've lost nearly 90,000 manufacturing jobs since President Trump took office. He promised us a manufacturing boom. We've lost 90,000 manufacturing jobs. And Americans already dealing with high prices.
They're holding. They're
paid
holding.
$1,000 more per household
buyers.
in 2025 as a direct result of President Trump's illegal tariffs, which he remains committed to in spite of the Supreme Court decision. He does even better than this practice of, these institutions. When asked what grade he would give the economy, he said an A, and then he thought about it and said, no, actually A+++. And as I thought about his answer, I was wondering who was he talking about? Who is it an A+ for? Certainly not the ordinary working class Georgians that I'm fighting for every single day. Maybe the people closest to him. But I'm hard pressed to think that folks across the state of Georgia who are looking at their grocery bill, looking at their gas bill, looking at the $1,000.
Ivan, I'm not sure. You have to give a little bit more detail on
Give
this.
the economy an A++.
TP getting hit on, but never getting
Thank
filled
you.
on
If
Tradify.
the Fed were to
Are you
execute
using
on a
limit
series of
orders? Like,
policy reforms, then I believe the economy can be stronger. I
and are
believe,
you trading prop or are you
inflation
trading
can be lower, and I believe
own?
real take-home pay can be higher. I think the Fed is not blameless for the divergence you described between those that have financial assets and those that don't. Had the balance sheet not been brought from the $800 billion level when I showed up at the Fed in 2006 to an order of magnitude higher, if the Fed had kept a smaller balance sheet, the way the
I haven't
just
seen an
talked
issue at
about
all
a few
with
moments
fills.
ago, I think interest rates could be lower, inflation could be better, and the economy could be stronger.
I would
You
screen
discussed your
record or
theory of the
something to
case
figure
with
out
me
what's,
in that regard. But I think you would agree that the recognition, I think implicit in your testimony is the recognition that this is not a plus economy. In your economy, in your testimony, you note the importance of price stability and correctly note that inflation means people lose purchasing power, particularly harming low-income folks. But I also noticed your testimony did not really discuss the Fed's other mandate, and that's to maximize employment. Inflation is critically important, but if you don't have a job, you're in trouble. Do you
There
view
is
the
a
Fed's
strong bid
mandate
trying
for
to hold this one.
maximizing employment as equally important to its price stability mandate? And are you concerned about weak job growth numbers?
Before the nominee answers the question, the senator from the elite university, Morehouse, is out of time. So appreciate the question. But we will have the answer submitted for the record.
I know you wanted to attend Morehouse College. I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to attend Morehouse, by the way, but I am a Charleston Southern Buck.
I appreciate it.
Very happy about that. He couldn't get into Charleston Southern, but it's good you got in somewhere. This is good.
If you can't get into Morehouse, go to Stanford.
Everybody's got jokes up here, so we'll go to Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I want to emphasize that transparency and accountability at the Fed are absolutely vital. The American people need to have trust in our government. We need to have trust in our government agencies, and that includes transparency and accountability at the Fed. So when we're talking about billions of dollars being spent on renovations, it's absolutely appropriate for Congress to ask questions, and it is absolutely appropriate for Congress to
Paper, can
give
you
answers.
turn yours down a little
We
bit?
need to understand where this substantial amount of money has
Mine?
gone, and we need to ensure that every institution
There you
and
go.
including the Fed, is always making decisions that are in the best interest of the American people. And so I urge everyone involved to
This
make
is
sure that
Chop
any
City right
outstanding
here.
questions on this matter come to fruition so that we can get answers and move on and have a smooth and timely transition and a confirmation process, of which I want to say congratulations on both your nomination, your willingness to be here today, and I also want to say that to your family. I think a lot of people miss the fact that when any of us step up to serve, that it's not just you, your family that goes through so much. And so we just want to say that sacrifice is often overlooked, and we certainly appreciate your family being with you today and all of you and what you're willing to do here. I had a chance to get to know you over the years, and as many of my Republican colleagues have and other colleagues, and I think we would all say you are absolutely the right man for the job at the right time in our country's history, and I am excited about your leadership.
This is really
at the
messy
Fed.
right here.
We have had an opportunity to
Microsoft's
talk
still
about
strong.
a number of issues, but I know that your integrity and that your commitment to the American people are going to help restore confidence at the Fed, and it will also ultimately serve our country incredibly well. So it's not going to be any easy task to return that confidence. We have spoken about needed reforms at the Fed on the monetary policy side and also the operational and internal standpoint as well.
Ooh,
And
AMD
of
new
course,
highs.
your calls for reform aren't baseless. You served at the Fed during one of the most challenging times. You just referenced it in your previous answer to a question from my colleague across the aisle. I believe you said there was a balance sheet, $800 billion, when you showed up in 2006. So talk to me a little bit, speak to me about that, about what you have seen during your time and tenure at the Fed already, and then what other life experiences you have that you will bring as you tackle this role.
Yeah, so Senator, great to see you again. So the chairman knows I worked with the senator when she was a staffer on this very committee, and I was a young staffer myself. So it's an honor to be here. And Senator, as you know, this is a serious responsibility. I'm honored the president nominated me for it. This is a time of consequence, not just for the country, but for the central bank. I think the central bank can go back to first principles and improve itself. I see most of the actions of the Fed come from good intentions, but when you gave the Fed a remit, it wasn't a general roving remit to do what it thought was right. It was a particular remit to focus on particular issues and to not wander. And that's the trade-off on independence. Independence about the conduct of monetary policy, where we can hear criticisms from others in the economics profession, elected officials.
All right,
and we should be
EMA 9
open-minded to them.
rejection.
Listen, I think there's been a considerable amount of groupthink in the economics profession, and
See
so
if
being
we can
open-minded
break-
to it
oh,
is
there's-
important. But outside of monetary policy, it's important that the central bank work with the government on areas of overlap. And so I think that's likely to happen going forward. If you ask Senator Britt about my biggest lessons are about how a central bank should be acting in crisis times versus in normal times. In the crisis of 2008, in the pandemic of the crisis of 2020, that's when the Fed needs to take extraordinary measures. Going back to the founding of the Fed in 1913, it was created to respond to shocks. And so there, I think central bankers often should get the benefit of the doubt. When the world is racing away from it, the real economy is suffering fast, the central bank should show up with liquidity support. But the job of the central bank is to try to mitigate those risks in advance, to buy insurance so that we don't go from shock to shock, from boom to bust. And so my criticism is more about the conduct of monetary policy and regulatory policy in normal times. And that's the area that are in need of reform. We have a window where the economy is improving, but I would say more improvement is still possible. And it's during this policy that we need to look introspectively, look fundamentally at reform. So when there is another risk, there is another shock, the central bank is prepared to address it with less harm to the real economy.
Thank you so much. I am out of time. I look forward to your service to our nation, and I know that we will be in great hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britt. Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman.
Axios reporting
Mr.
bans
Warsh,
are still in
good
the
to
US.
see you. I guess I just wanted to start off by talking about just the state of American families right now. Nearly 60% of people surveyed say that they're worried about affording the very basics, rent, gas, groceries, the bills. 60% of Americans say that they cannot handle a $1,000 emergency. 40% of Americans saying that they can't handle a $400 emergency. I wanted to ask, do you agree that the American families are struggling right now with affordability?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, central bankers should not be second-guessing what people feel and see in their own lives. People's lived experiences matter to them. What I can say is the central bank has some responsibility for the things that you've described,
still rolling over.
and that the legacy of inflation, what I think is the biggest economic policy error in 40 or 50 years, happened just a few years ago, and we're still living with the remnants of it. I think inflation is less problematic than it was a couple of years ago. But I would not
the problem with affordability continues, though. That sounds right.
Yeah,
because I'll be honest with you. When I hear, I heard 2 months ago President Trump say, he said, quote, "What word have you not heard over the last 2 weeks? Affordability, because I've won. I've won affordability." It sounds like you would disagree with that assessment that the fight for affordability for American families is over.
So I think the trend is going in the right direction.
But we still have more work to do.
Well, the way I would describe it, Senator, is the cumulative increase in prices starting in early 2020 till now is between 25 and 35%. So I understand what hardworking Americans say. It's still a struggle.
What I
That's
don't
a
want to do is
legacy
get
of a
chopped to
past
pieces
policy
trying to
error.
break this.
One thing that you talked about before is about, just the real costs that families are facing right now. And I appreciate that you were pushing back on that comment that the president had about calling the energy prices and the fuel price increases that we're having fake inflation, because right now Americans have paid more than $8.4 billion more in gas during the first month of this war. Fertilizer, 70% of respondents to the farm
Car
Bureau
is
survey
halted
said
downside
that
again.
fertilizer is unable to be afforded right now, just given the price increases. Are you concerned that there could be real long-term effects of this war in Iran, especially if we're continuing to see these challenges when it comes to fuel and fertilizer?
Senator, if my reform agenda, if confirmed, stands for anything, it's for the central bank, especially the Fed chairman, to stay in its lane.
I know that, but you
so
also
I wouldn't
have
want
to
to wander outside of it. I'm happy.
But you're also charged with forecasting in terms of understanding where our economy is going. So does an impact of that magnitude rise to something that the Fed should keep an eye on and be concerned about?
The Fed should have an open mind towards all sorts of data, but the things that central banks can affect are things that are not one-off in nature, but are persistent and find their way into the generalized price level.
And that's
that would
something
be
I wanted to ask you about that, because you talked about a fundamental policy change when it comes to the Fed, and I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity on that. Senator Lummis mentioned about the balance sheet and the concern you have about that. What level do you think the balance should be at? If it's $6.7 trillion now, where do you think the goal is in your mind?
So I haven't fixed a particular number, but any changes, Senator, in the balance sheet would be part of a public discussion, debated rigorously, and if and when the central bank comes to a judgment about a new balance sheet policy, which I hope the central bank would, it would be described well in advance. As I mentioned, it took 18 years to create this balance sheet problem, and we won't be able to fix it in 18 minutes. And so that's why I think deliberation here is important. But it suffices to say it should be smaller, and at least as important, it should not be holding long-term Treasury assets as if it's the fiscal authority. That's when it gets into politics.
I appreciate you saying that it's important to be able to have that public discussion. I mean, one thing that's come up as I've been engaged with different experts is concern about rapid reduction. If you are moving in that speed, it could generate a number of concerns, including upward pressure on long-term interest rates. So I guess I just wanted to check, do you share that concern? As you are thinking about how to reduce it, do you also understand, though, that there are concerns about rapid reduction and the speed with which you're trying to go down?
Yes, Senator, and that kind of regime change would have to be deliberate, well orchestrated, well choreographed, and well described so that unnecessary upset are not done to financial markets as we go to a policy regime change much more focused on interest rates.
With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh. It was great to see you in my office. Thanks for coming by. I want to continue to talk about inflation because it is something that is incredibly important. I think you share the view that inflation is a silent tax on American households. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's accurate. It's the most regressive tax that anyone in Washington could come up with. If you were trying to do the most harm to the least well-off among us, inflation would be the way to do it.
Yeah, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about that. And
Microsoft's still strong. Everything else is.
They ever talked about
Ugh.
that during the Biden administration. Because it was during the Biden administration that we saw this record inflation, this 40-year-old high inflation. And yet my Democrat colleagues were silent about it back then. Now they want to talk about it. But of course, American households were hurting back then as well. Inflation was caused by President Biden's reckless policies and reckless spending. Let's look at ARPA, a partisan bill that was passed by the Democrats, which cost taxpayers $1.9 trillion. When ARPA was passed in March of 2021, inflation was at 2.6%. Inflation quickly accelerated. It was over 5% by May, June, and July, and by the end of the year, December, it was 7%. Does federal government spending have anything to do with inflation, Mr. Warsh?
Senator, as we talked about in your office, my view of inflation is a bit different from some. I don't think inflation comes about when the economy grows too much or hardworking Americans get an increase in their wages. I think inflation comes about when the government prints too much, by which I mean the central bank, and broadly speaking, the government spends too much.
And so we're spending too much money, and now we've been cleaning up their mess ever since. I will also note the Republicans have been taking efforts to reduce the deficit. I think year to date it's down about 10.6% from where it was last year. And this is why it's so important we get our spending under control. I think you also talked about the balance sheet. And one of the things about the balance sheet is that I think if I hear you're saying it's too big, and it benefits people who have financial assets. But if you don't have financial assets, you haven't seen the benefit of a large balance sheet at the Fed. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's broadly accurate. When the large balance sheet was created in the 2008 financial crisis,
break it down.
the agreement between my colleagues and I was that we would only use this
Which
in
one?
an emergency scenario. Because
Car?
the transmission mechanism for a large balance sheet goes
I
two
mean,
ways,
the signs are there.
signaling effects and through asset prices.
It's the first day that it's been
Now,
like
at the time of the
halting.
financial crisis,
It's like
financial
3
asset
halts now.
prices were down 60 or 70%, and so it was understandable. Interest rates were at zero. But in the ordinary course, the central bank, an independent body, should not be adopting a set of policies that have that kind of distributional consequence. That's why interest rates are a better way to be setting monetary policy.
So if I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just what I hear you saying is let's reduce the size of the balance sheet because that benefits maybe half the American population. And then let's focus on interest rates and inflation so we can benefit all Americans. That if we take interest rates down, that benefits all Americans. You said it gets into the nooks and crannies. That if we get inflation
what
under
the
control, that
shit
is
is happening?
how we benefit all Americans. And the size of the balance sheet has only benefited some Americans. So what you're really about is trying to change a
Balance
policy
sheet.
at the Fed that has really benefited under the last administration people who have lots of money, actually not just the last administration, the previous administrations, but you also want to make sure we get off of the inflation. I mean, during the Biden administration, we saw 4 years in a row of declining real wages for American households. And what you want to do is get that inflation under control so that all American households benefit. Is that fair?
Oh
That
my
is
God.
fair. I'm going to paraphrase former Chairman Paul Volcker, where he said something along the following lines.
Volcker.
You would need to
Hey, I
have
bought
a
a car
PhD
put.
from an elite institution to believe that inflation doesn't have something to do with
300
money.
strike.
Okay, great. Real briefly, I've only got a few seconds left here, but I'm going to switch topics on you real briefly. Chairman Powell and Secretary Bissett met with leaders of our largest banks recently to talk about advanced AI models like Mythos from Anthropic to identify banking vulnerabilities. It's apparently very good at finding those vulnerabilities. When confirmed,
Coinbase is getting
what will you
sued
do
by
to
somebody,
modernize the Federal Reserve's internal
according to
risk
Reuters.
assessments, tabletop or scenario planning
Coinbase and
exercises
Gemini,
to
both
ensure
getting
that we can
sued.
Yeah,
anticipate
I was
and defend against
pulled
the
up
type
a
of emerging
Coinbase
risks
thing,
that
and I was
potentially
fucking
models like
gonna
Mythos could
lean into a
present
trade,
if
and
used in the wrong
it just
hands.
fucking stopped me out on
20
that.
seconds.
Fucking break.
20 seconds. Senator,
Cool.
a lot is the short
Side
answer.
note,
The
fasting you
15-second
high.
answer beyond that is the pace
27:30.
of change in these
New York
technologies is
State sues
accelerating.
Coinbase and Gemini for alleged
AI,
violations
which
of
I
state
think of really
administrative
as
law.
American ingenuity,
Regulatory
gives
risk for
America
U.S.
a
exchanges
huge
remains
head
elevated
start
and could affect
relative to
Coinbase's
our
New York
competitors
operations.
around the world, but it's not without real risks and real challenges, and a forward-looking, reform-oriented central bank needs to be on the front end of it.
Great. Thank you very much. I look forward to your leadership.
Senator Gallego,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
how are you?
In a 2019 interview with Bloomberg, you said monetary policy is important not for the decision it makes, but for reasons it gives for the explanations. Mr. Warsh, the Federal Open Market Committees, or that the Fed sets U.S. monetary policy through interest rate decisions at those meetings, do you commit to maintaining the current practice of holding a meeting at least once every 8 weeks, yes or no?
Senator, by statute, as we talked about in your office, I believe the statute requires a minimum of 4 meetings, but 4 is not enough.
This backs
so
off of
having
this
more
area
meetings than
again.
that is appropriate, but
think
I've
it
not
will be
even
a
begun to
reshort.
look at the meeting schedules for
But it's
2027
kinda
and
trying
beyond.
to grow and pop.
Of course, subject to confirmation.
So then, do you commit to holding a press conference at least on the day of the FOMC meetings?
Senator, right now, press conferences are held periodically. If you ask me my true personal opinion, right now, Fed chairs and other central bankers around
White
the
House
FOMC,
official says
they
Vance is
speak quite
not
frequently.
deported.
There is no lack of transparency. But I would say this, I think truth-seeking is more important than repetition. And if one has a press conference, one wants to deliver some important news.
Perfect.
So
And
I
to
wouldn't
follow
wanna
up on
be-
that, then, would you commit to taking questions at those press conferences?
If a press conference were held, I think it would
Damn,
be
everybody
incumbent
just
to
scrammed
hear
from
what
the flip
reporters of the day had in mind.
Thank you. I'm glad, our personal meeting regarding this was very enlightening.
Vance was
Earlier
supposed to depart for
today,
Pakistan this
you said to
morning.
Senator
Trip
Kennedy that
postponed.
President Trump never demanded you to cut interest rates
I'm
in
gonna
your
let
job
this
interview.
fucking
Is
car
that your
flip
sworn
go.
testimony?
Dude,
That
so
is
I
something.
bought a
Okay.
300 foot.
Well, someone here is lying. That,
for
because
$230.
it's either you or
It's
President
$340.
Trump. Because in an interview with the Wall Street Journal of December
On car.
12th, President Trump confirmed that he pressed you
I
on
just
your
put the limit
commitment to
order in and he
support
said it
interest rates
stopped, and I was like,
cuts. And I quote,
Check her out.
during a 45-minute meeting with Warsh on Wednesday at the White House, the president pressed Warsh on whether he could trust him to support interest rate cuts if he were chosen to lead the central bank. According to people familiar with the meeting, Trump in the general interview confirmed that, repeating.
Dude, Fastly.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
What's this
enter
percent
for the
on Fastly
record,
today?
the Wall Street Journal
Another
article,
7.5%.
December 12th. Trump says he's leaning towards Warsh or has it to lead the Fed. So, this brings up an issue of credibility at this point. Who's lying here? Is it you or the president? Because the president confirmed that he did ask you to cut interest rates.
Senator, there's of course a third alternative. You cite a couple of reporters for a leading financial newspaper. I recall reading that story at the time.
Did you issue a correction?
I think those reporters either need better sources or better journalist standards.
Did you ask for a correction?
There are things in the newspapers
Oh,
that I see
Apple.
all the time that
What the
don't strike
fuck?
my ear as correct.
So it is, in your opinion, that the president then
The video
is
just
lying when
broke.
he said he did not ask you?
It's still above 200, but
I
it just
can
broke.
only repeat to you, Senator, what I said to several of your colleagues.
So you did not. You right now, are under sworn testimony, are saying just to right now that the president of the United States in that job interview did not ask you to cut interest rates.
The president never asked me to commit to interest rate cuts at any particular meeting over the period of my tenure at the Fed. He didn't ask for it, he didn't demand it, he didn't require it, and nor would I have ever done so.
So if these reporters come back and say to do another follow-up on this and they confirm what they heard, what will your response be?
Well, my response would be what I suggested to you a few moments ago. As I read that story in real time, I remember thinking they either
break
need
it down.
better journalistic standards or better sources.
So, here's my problem, Mr. Chair and colleagues. And Mr. Warsh, I think you're incredibly qualified. But a lot of us are actually worried about the integrity of the Federal Reserve. We're worried about what this means for the economic markets. And we're worried about what this means for inflation.
Are you looking
We're
at
worried
this
about
car?
your independence. And now we're hearing
'Cause, like,
direct contradictions, whether or not you were directly
If it
asked
goes,
by
I
the
think I got
president
it.
to cut interest rates.
Or no?
And you're saying no, and he's saying yes. And I think for a lot of us, there's a question now of credibility. And I think there's a real reason why many of us are not voting no. As a matter of fact, until
think
you
I'm just gonna let it go.
verbally spoke to Mr. Kennedy and answered his question that he did not ask the
I
president
measured
did not
it.
ask you
I was like, 300 is
cut
the
interest
20-day.
rates. This was not even being brought up. So there's definitely right now a true question about who is lying here. It's either you or it's the president. I yield back.
Senator, if I might respond?
Certainly.
Thank you. I take my responsibility to be an independent leader of the Federal Reserve very
What an
seriously.
epic squeeze.
If confirmed by this body. I take the integrity of the office and my personal integrity very seriously.
You have to do a fucking Apple 260 put for Friday.
I stand by every word I said.
Lunch
The
hour
president
is the
never
problem
asked me
here,
to
too.
commit to
God,
any
Apple.
such thing, nor would I ever do so.
Yeah.
Mr. Banks. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Warsh, congrats on your nomination. As we spoke about during our meeting in
Microsoft
my
the only
office,
thing propping us up
I
right now?
strongly support your
Google lower low.
nomination
fucking
and look forward to
authorized.
voting for you to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve,
Amazon
and it can't
said
happen
okay,
soon
but
enough.
it had news.
One
Halliburton
policy
lower
area
low.
that we
By the way.
strongly agree on
Holding
is
Which
the
one?
threat that China poses
Halliburton.
to America's
That's an
economy.
important one.
Oh,
In fact,
didn't
you've
they
written
didn't they
publicly
report though?
that China
We just
is
reported, that's what I'm
deliberately
saying. It's
positioning its
important. I'm watching
financial
it.
system to rival U.S. leadership and actively
Look, it's
working to
already up.
elevate its currency on the global stage. Can you talk for a minute about how the Federal Reserve reinforces the strength of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency in the face of that challenge?
They do a ton of
Senator,
like damage
it's great to
infrastructure
see you
stuff as
again.
well,
We talked
right?
about some of these issues of the
Right.
G2
I just know they're
rivalry, the
massive.
rivalry
Their
between the
operation's
U.S. and
massive.
China in your office.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but if we're gonna
confirmed as
drill, baby,
chairman of
drill,
the Federal
this
Reserve,
one's more domestic
I will
than
then
Schlumberger.
have to say that
I've been
it's the
wanting to
Treasury
shift anyways.
Secretary's business to talk about the dollar. It's the Fed chairman's
Service is
business to
not,
talk about interest rates.
like,
But I
servicing
think I
is
can say
not-
this quite
not producing
comfortably.
oil. Fucking
the dollar
Arista, dude.
is
I swear to
the-
God.
Is the linchpin
I
of
need to
the
go.
global economy. The United States and the
I'm gonna
Federal
roll this fucking
Reserve
Arista
is a
up to 195
beneficiary of
June
the
calls.
strength of the dollar.
This is some
The
bullshit.
U.S. financial system is the most important financial system in the world, and the central bank's been charged with really important responsibilities in overseeing it and supervising it. There are risks to the U.S. position in the world, including economic. The economic
Feels like
statecraft
it wants to
agenda led
push,
by
but-
Secretary Bessent, Secretary Rubio is an important one. On that, the Fed will play a supporting role in ensuring that the financial system is as safe as it can be, and work with them, because it's outside of the conduct of monetary policy, to ensure the U.S. is on its front foot and in a position of strength during this period of rivalry between the U.S. and another nation around the world.
What are some of those? I understand the role of the Treasury Department versus the Fed, but what are the most important steps that the Fed can take to reinforce confidence in the U.S. dollar?
Deliver stable prices, Senator. Deliver an economy that improves from here even further, where real take-home pay moves up, where inflation falls, and the U.S. economic growth potential is the best in the world. I mentioned earlier, Senator, something that I really do believe. AI is a testament to American ingenuity. The United States is the best positioned country in the world to take advantage of it so that the U.S. economy, U.S. workers benefit from it. That the U.S. is in a better position than anyone else, but it's filled with challenges, geopolitical challenges, technology challenges. So the sooner that we can hit the ground running on reform agenda, the better.
You wrote in an op-ed in 2021 in the Wall Street Journal that I recommend everyone reads. It's one of the reasons that I wholeheartedly support you, because of it says a lot about you in this op-ed. But you talked about how the PRC is actively promoting its digital yuan currency with the explicit goal of creating an alternative payment system that sidesteps U.S. sanctions. You've been very clear that China's not playing by the rules. China is buying over 80% of Iran's sanctioned oil in Chinese currency through Chinese banks, completely outside SWIFT. The Iranian government says it is charging ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz and collects payments via crypto and Chinese currency. What tools does the Federal
tapping into
Reserve
a
have to
daily
defend the
gap.
dollar's role as countries route payments through the Chinese financial systems to do business with Iran and other adversaries?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. As we talked about before, monetary policy is independent. But outside of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve
we finally
can be
break this
working
stupid thing down?
hand in hand with the rest
Dude,
of the government.
No, look at the fucking
Federal Reserve
look
is
at the fucking
independent
data center
inside
stocks.
of
Not
government,
happening, dude.
not independent
I
of
know, right?
government. What the
It's
U.S.
crazy.
can do with respect to the dollar is have a more robust payment system. The Fed has a number of payment systems that most financial participants in the world use. I would say they all are in need of
Fuck you,
substantial
Carr.
reform. There's a system called Fed Now, which some describe as Fed Yesterday. There's a series of new technologies that the Fed needs to oversee and
leaving.
needs to architect so that the payment system in the U.S. is the safest, most efficient, most capable in the world. Otherwise, we'll be losing to adversaries around the world in being the linchpin of the global economy.
Thank you. Your
The video's
leadership
about
is
to
so
make a new
important, and
low.
it's
Yeah.
important right now. We need you on the job right now, not later, right now. So I look forward to voting for you quickly and seeing you confirmed and getting you on the job. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ranking Member Warren. Also, thank you, Mr. Warsh, for taking the time also to meet with me earlier this week. I share many of the concerns of different committee members about us kind of putting the cart before the horse. And in one regard, it is the whole issue of independence of the Fed. And I know you have made commitments both in your testimony and here today with us in the process of watching the president try to fire Chairman Powell as well as Governor Lisa Cook. It really raises a lot of red flags for us. Even Justice Kavanaugh said that
Nor
no
just for
president
the
has
record,
fired a sitting governor in the
these all go the
112-year
same way.
history of the Fed, which was
It's just a
structured
lot of
to be
political
independent
grandstanding.
of day-to-day politics.
Each
and
one of
that
these people
it would
are
weaken, if
representing,
not shatter,
their
the
states, so they're
independence
trying to
of the
just
Federal
posture
Reserve.
and
There are a lot of questions
pander
here
and
today
act like they're
as
doing
well
something.
about both ethics and whether or not all the paperwork is in, and even Senator Warren's
votes
question
again.
about, selling of the assets and whether they will be transparent is something that's
Upside.
important again to ensure
Whoa.
confidence. And so I shared some of those concerns with
15-minute
you in
looks
person
gross.
when we met, and I share them here for the record. I did have a question. I want to focus on AI, but I did have a question beforehand that I wanted to clarify. You mentioned your desire for reform as well as regime change at the Fed. Could you just clarify, you didn't mean removing the regional bank presidents whose 5-year terms were just restated and re-upped in December?
Senator, I meant policy regime change.
All right, got it. So for the record, we're not looking at regime change for those 12 board presidents. I want to jump to AI because it's probably one of the #1 issues that I hear about in my state. I'm former Secretary of Labor in Delaware. This is something that I asked Chair Powell when he was here as well about. A lot has happened in a year. And one of the things you have characterized this as the most productivity-enhancing wave of our lifetimes, past, present, and future. You have described it as structurally disinflationary, and that central bankers must make a bet. I'm in the camp with Senator Kennedy. I'm concerned about us making a bet on something that we know. You've said it, Chairman Powell said it. We don't have the data to even
up, Investa stock?
understand yet. And so my first question is, what happens for policy if that surge doesn't materialize as expected?
Yeah. So, Senator, I enjoyed
I can't do a
our
poll right now,
discussion.
Rooster, because I have my personal account
I
up
think
for this
the essential elements
YouTube
of a
stream,
new
'cause
policy
I have
for
premium and I don't
for
want
the
ads.
Federal Reserve is to get access to better data and to dig deeper into the productivity possibilities that can come out of this new investment wave. Today, we call it artificial intelligence. 2 years from now, we're going to
looks
call
like a
it
bear
business
flag.
CapEx, and 3 years from now, we're going to call it just ordinary business. I think it has two important effects
NVIDIA
on
new
the conduct
low.
of policy. I don't claim to have perfect knowledge of how any of these are going to go, but I do have
It's
an
lunchtime.
intuition the pace
Yeah.
of change is accelerating.
I got to take a break
Sorry,
before I
Senator,
lose
go
my
ahead.
mind.
I was just going to ask how much of your view on
Love you
interest
guys.
rates
I'm gonna
depends
set.
on
Look at
those
this. Look at this.
productivity-
People have
those
orders set for
productivity
$2 grand
gains
on this
showing up
$300 bet.
quickly.
Yeah, so I think it has two elements. One is the increase in
crazy.
capital expenditures to build data centers and the rest.
Are they spreading?
That will have an effect on demand. That will increase demand. My guess is a few tenths of 1%. But on the supply side of the economy, to increase the potential output of the economy, that could be considerably bigger. We don't know that. We can't bank on that. But considerable work needs to be done by the Federal Reserve in evaluating this productivity wave. As I said before, monetary policy works with long and variable lags. So you have to make some informed judgments. And unlike other people in office, if the judgments are wrong, you've got to call the flag on yourself and correct them.
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation here about concerns that in your record, in your
Feels like this
history,
could just pop in your
you have
face.
been hawkish on inflation rates and keeping them low. And now we're looking at AI. What I don't want to see is us use AI as an excuse
Yes.
for making good policy. Too much depends on it. Too many
All right,
families'
boys.
lives depend on
Love
it.
ya.
And in our
All right, my
conversation,
man.
I also
Catch you on the
talked
next
about
one.
the fact that I
Peace.
know Wall Street is going to be okay, but who we're concerned about as well is Main Street. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kramer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh, for being here.
I mean, there's not
for
much
stepping
else
in
to
the
do
gap.
right now. The trading, we're just going sideways. So just keep
In fact,
listening
I'm a
to
little
this.
bit curious as to why you even want to do this. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
15 minutes still
Congratulations
holding.
on the choice. By the way, with regard to independence, real quickly, I find it curious. In fact, I've often found curious that people expect somebody who's appointed by an elected official has to be confirmed by 100 other elected officials would somehow not have a philosophy. That's what I hear sometimes. Like, why don't we, speaking of AI, we should just have an AI Fed chairman. That way it'd be completely neutral, right? Other than the people that put all the information in the algorithms. Anyway, that said, I think we should not forget that it would be common for a president who believes that interest rates should be lower to want to nominate somebody who has expressed that maybe interest rates could be a little lower, as opposed to the quid pro quo that's being accused of today. So I'm just grateful you're willing to do it. By the way, the other thing about independence that strikes me with regard to the Fed, do you have any idea how often an interest rate decision by the Fed is a 12-0 or a 10-0 vote? Do you have a sense of it?
I do, Senator. I'd say over the last 15 years, decisions have been unanimous or near unanimous. As I said to one of your colleagues earlier, I prefer clean memos and messier meetings, and there's nothing wrong with a divergence of opinion. These are very hard calls.
Thank you. I don't know when diversity became a bad thing in a room of thinkers, particularly with staggered terms. The other thing, none of this was in my mind that long ago, but the other thing that strikes me is you do have a lot of experience. This is your 20th, or at least your second anniversary. Have your thoughts changed much or evolved over those 20 years of experience in various categories, areas, not to mention your research and your intellectual and academic writings? I mean, have you evolved a little bit?
Absolutely. I'll make 3 points if I can. One is it is essential for the chair of this organization to be open-minded to new ideas. The world is moving fast. The mistake that's common in the economics profession, which Secretary Schultz once described to me when I was telling him that I was thinking about pursuing further studies, he said, it's fine to get a PhD, but make sure that's not the last day you were learning. Too many people in the profession go back to what they learned 30 or 40 years ago. We've got to be open-minded. The world's changing and the facts are changing. To the characterization I heard from some of your colleagues about did my opinions change, my opinions change when the facts change. When interest rates are at zero and the balance sheet is growing and the economy is booming, well, relative to that, I will say I sounded hawkish. In 2018, when the Federal Reserve pushed to raise rates into a financial market meltdown and economic weakening, I said that was a mistake. That was dovish. I expect to have a divergence
I was wondering where
of views
Cindy
based
the
on the
Penny
facts
went.
on the ground. And if I could just answer one other
What's up,
question
Your
you
Highness?
asked about why I want to do this job. I would
Just
say
chopping right now.
I've been the
Getting
luckiest, most blessed, fortunate person.
familiar with
the
our new
greatest
Fed chair.
teachers. Was a kid
Next
from upstate New
Wednesday,
York in
the
public
Powell's
schools,
last meeting, by
had
the way.
an opportunity to serve after 9/11.
If
I was
assuming he
walking
gets
with a friend of
confirmed.
mine who happens to be in this room. away from a building near the site of the tragedy. I was walking up Fifth Avenue, and I thought to myself, what am I doing? And so I committed myself to public service then. I did 10 and a half years of public service. I've been grateful for 15 years in the private sector where I've been able to practice my discipline, think anew about things, and the call to service struck again. I'm honored to serve if this body will confirm me.
Excellent. You know, I do find it curious that so many people seem to be hung up on the fact that you've been successful even while doing, in between bouts of public service, probably a better way to put it. I'm not wealthy, never have been wealthy, and I'm not sure I have much potential to be wealthy, but I have nothing against people who are. That said, real quickly, I do want to talk a little bit about debanking. That has been talked about a whole lot, but speaking of institutions that are dug in, I think there's you know, out of the 22,000 people, there are a lot of them that sort of still believe that reputational risk should be a factor, that reputational risk could be based on out of favor, you know, industries. Can you give me a sense of how you plan to attack that, if you will?
Politics have no place, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation. If central bankers should stand for anything, it's to resist fads, resist trends, call balls and strikes. That's exactly what I would intend to do.
I lean hard yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Warsh. And thank you for meeting with me last week. In August of 2025, President Trump tried to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook for unsubstantiated allegations widely believed to be politically motivated. Thankfully, both a federal district court and the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Governor Cook, preventing her from being fired while the investigation proceeds. This is a landmark test for independence. Now, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh said allowing Cook's firing to go forward would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. So I would like to ask you, will you commit to defending Governor Cook's tenure as Chairman Powell has done?
Senator, it was a pleasure to meet you in your office and spend time with you. As I said to you then, I'll repeat here to the broader committee. If I stand for anything, it's the Fed should stay in its lane. As I understand that matter, it's pending before the United States Supreme Court. I think it's inappropriate for me to weigh in on that, especially because in the event that I am confirmed, I could be a party to that matter.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Warsh. I disagree with you. This is your future colleague who was confirmed by both this committee and this Senate to serve her country. Chairman Powell has defended her tenure, and your answer to this is you will not defend her. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not my answer. My answer is there's a pending case before the Supreme Court, the results of which I think we're going to hear about soon. If confirmed by this body, I will follow the Constitution, the Supreme Court law, and the best of the Fed's tradition.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you agree or disagree with Justice Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, who said that her firing would weaken, if not shatter, the Fed's independence? Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh?
So I took a constitutional law class, but I wouldn't say I'm worthy of being a Supreme Court justice. What I can say is Fed independence means everything to me.
And it means,
and that's exactly what I would try to do if I'm confirmed.
Well, I'd like to move on to the criminal investigation of Chairman Powell. The Trump administration could have taken many off-ramps to end what is a ridiculous exercise. Instead, they have doubled down. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, sent prosecutors to the Fed last week to continue this circus, and they were turned away. Chairman Powell has said that the administration's investigation is not about any testimony or the renovations of a building, calling these arguments pretext, and he said that the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on its best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president. So do you dispute Chairman Powell's assertion that the investigations are pretext for policy disagreements?
Senator, as I said with respect to the other case, this is also pending before the courts. I have a ton of confidence in the court's ability to make a final resolution. I'd abide by any judgment of the courts and would follow that judgment in the best of the Fed's traditions.
Okay, it's difficult. Let me just ask you another question instead. Just a few days ago, bless his heart, President Trump called Chairman Powell a stubborn, incompetent person who he said suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. Now, can you say before this committee that you disagree with this characterization?
Yeah, my disagreements with Chairman Powell are about policy, not about personality or personnel.
Okay, let me ask you another question about the president. Now, my colleague a moment ago said to you that the president, you said the president has never asked you about lowering interest rates, and you said he never specifically, is the word you use, demanded that you decrease interest rates. Well, did the president generally suggest this to you as well?
You know, in my recitation to your colleagues, I wasn't trying to be clever. The president never generally or specifically instructed me, suggested I should commit to any interest rate path whatsoever.
Okay, let me go to another point. So if the Senate does not confirm you by May 15th, the president may inject more financial chaos into our economy by illegally attempting to remove Chairman Powell and installing someone else until your confirmation. Now, the law is quite clear here. If there is a vacancy, the current chairman continues to serve as chair pro tem until the Senate confirms a replacement. But the Trump administration is gearing up to fight this assertion. And I expect every financial leader and reporter is watching your words right now, which can move markets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to reassure them. Do you agree that the law requires the current Fed chair to continue serving as interim chair while this replacement is confirmed?
So I haven't been advised on that. I will say this, I was a summer associate for 8 weeks at a law firm, and that was the extent of my legal career. I'm certainly
Okay,
not capable of defining whether the Vacancy Act applies to the Federal Reserve or not.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Bernie Moreno.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the honor of going last. I know that's normally reserved for people with much more status than I have, so I appreciate that very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read something here for a second. Mr. Chairman, it's clear that Mr. Warsh is tremendously accomplished. He is committed to strong capital standards, effective supervision, and meaningful market discipline. He knows unequivocally that the Fed must be independent, non-ideological, and nonpartisan. And for this reason, I am proud to support his nomination. I wish I had said those words, but those are the words of Senator Chuck Schumer when he voted to confirm you, in fact, introduced you. So I would like to enter that into the record. As they say, there's nothing wrong with that, but it looks like Democrats used to love you at one point. What changed?
The Senator, I don't know.
You didn't catch the Seinfeld reference, so it's just proof that you did not watch the show. All right. Let me ask you some quick rapid-fire questions. I know people have enjoyed being here this long, but maybe not others. A lot has been said, and I think it's important, on the plight of working Americans when it comes to being able to afford the basic elements of what it means to be somebody here who's successful in the working class. Are working class Americans better off or worse off than they were 3 years ago?
The aggregate statistics show improvement, but I do want to suggest with better Fed policy, I think the improvement can be stronger.
No, clearly. But we're not done, and we have a long way to go. But if you're somebody who's an average working American today, in 2026, you're better off than you were 3 years ago, because 3 years ago, you were getting demolished by generationally high inflation. Is that true?
The trajectory on inflation is improving, but there's more work to do.
And one of the key parts of why I'm supporting you is because a total and complete focus and understanding that the interest rate tool is the tool that allows you to help working Americans much more than the balance sheet tool. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator, I do.
All right, perfect. Let's move on to central bank digital currencies. Do you agree that the Federal Reserve has no legal right to issue a central bank digital currency?
Senator, I agree that they don't have the right, and I think it would be a bad policy choice.
Somebody just put an exclamation mark on that. Under your chairmanship of the Federal Reserve, you will not have the Federal Reserve explore or any way move towards a central bank digital currency.
If it's within the power of the chairman of the Federal Reserve, I agree with that statement.
Perfect. Let's shift over to AI. A lot has been said about that. And I worry that some of my colleagues don't feel that this is quote unquote real or happening as quick as it is. It is happening insanely fast. In fact, would you agree that it could lead to an employment shock, especially for entry-level white-collar jobs?
Senator, I agree with you on the pace of the technology revolution. I've had to update my own priors versus 6 or 12 months ago as I've seen the rate of improvement of the models. Senator, the way I describe it is this: I am more confident that there will be improved output than I am certain about when the effects of that would be on the labor market. I basically believe in the following good economic tenet, which is described as the lump of labor fallacy. And we tend to think in economics, there's only a fixed number of jobs, and we've got to fill them every day possible. The labor force, the structure of the labor market changes. The jobs that will be created 2 or 3 years from now, some of which are unimaginable to us today. But the lag between the improvement in output and the effect on the labor markets, that's got to be central to the Fed's thinking, given the pace of innovation in this cycle.
And this concept of price stability plus maximum employment, that maximum employment piece is problematic when policymakers open our borders and let tens of millions of people come into this country illegally. Is that not correct?
I'm gonna let you guys handle immigration policy. I'm gonna have plenty on my plate if confirmed.
Adding 10 to 20, 30 million people into the country when you're trying to make certain that everybody here has a job is problematic, correct?
Yeah, the central bank takes the labor market is as it is, and that's a function of policies you and the administration put in place. It's not our place to be opining on that.
Okay. And let me just add one last thing and more to your wife. How did you get so lucky to have a guy that's so romantic that on Valentine's Day of 2006, he brings you to a Senate hearing? I mean, you set a high bar for all of us. Look, I'm going to ruin the suspense for everybody. You're going to be confirmed. You're going to be the Federal Reserve Chairman. And most importantly, you're going to do an incredible job. And I'm honored to be able to have been part of that process, and will vote for you resoundingly.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, that concludes the question and answer portion of today's hearing. I'd like to thank our nominee for testifying before the committee today, and thank you for your willingness to serve our country. For senators, all follow-on questions for the record must be submitted by tomorrow, April 22nd at noon. And for you, the witness, please respond by Thursday, April 23rd, 1 p.m. to the written questions you receive in order to facilitate this committee promptly processing this nomination when it comes. With that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ooh. Appreciate that, Finster. Come on, break it. Just break it. Google new low. NVIDIA is holding. God bless America. VIX is stuck at 20. Oil new high of day. I don't think they're going to break it. It's like one of those where, like, once it breaks, then you almost do like sell stops. Rooster, I want to add to the short, the other FAFO. I think SPY breaks yesterday's lows, then can accelerate. Come on, bulls, take some profit. A lot of earnings coming this week. Hezbollah launched rockets at soldiers in Lebanon. IDF says Hezbollah attack is blatant violation of ceasefire pact. I didn't know there was a ceasefire pact between those two. Oh yeah, well, there was. Come on. Come on, just drop the hammer. Come on, just throw up. Just vomit these stupid. Fuck. Ugh. What in the hell is holding us? Microsoft and Broadcom? Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. What are all these buyers doing? No. Stop. I want to make some money. There's just so many people, I think, still offsides that they're just absorbing it. Well, this 15-minute candle looks absolutely gross. There we go. Take out that lower low. There you go. There you go. Break, 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 break. Come on, give me 680. Come on. Come on, accelerate, stupid. New low on SPY. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. Come on. New lows. New lows. I locked in some profit. It turned into a good trade, but I don't like expect follow through, but I'm cheering for it. Please take profit if you are in these trades. Look at these buyers. They reclaim previous day's low on SPY, yes. Run for the hills, Forest. At least we got somewhat of a break there. A lot of buyers just stepped in. Hey, my stop's way down in profit after I got those trims. Ceasefire set to expire at specific time. What time is that? What do you mean, Marcelo? What do you mean say something? Who? You Trump or who do you want to say something? Reminder, everyone, if you are watching on the live stream, make sure you catch up to live. I just remember today was Tuesday. For some reason, I thought it was Wednesday. So we got 10 minutes of that lunch hour left. This 10 minutes got a big bottom wick on it. This is the key right here. Do you break and reclaim previous day's low, or do you just keep trending lower with us? So you're counter trending, so you're trending against the overall uptrend, trending down. So there's shorts are scared, there's buyers waiting. But for now, the trend is down today. Oh, sorry, Marcel. I was so here. I need to update the title because Kevin Warsh is done. We were watching Warsh earlier. I was short from up here, like 770s on NQ. I am took a bunch of trims. Moved my stop way down here into profit. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, it's just trending downward right now. See your 9 and 21 EMAs are trending downward. But you're fighting previous day's low on ES and SPY. I don't really like that little 10-minute hammer it's trying to put in. Get back under like 695, 690 here, maybe 680. I think Rooster has 680 as well. What does he have? 687? At 690 is that value area low from the last couple days. Yeah, 690 right here. Nvidia right on the 200. Microsoft trying to hold IB high. Apple getting a little bounce off the low. Google drilling. Hitting first extension target. Amazon Meta look a little weak. Broadcom still strong. Tesla, nothing. Netflix drilling. Are stocks moving first and then NQ they move together? So like NQ, QQQ, NASDAQ is a collection of those 100 stocks and whatever their movement is doing. Now there are some like outside forces, of course, like people that just buy index, but one affects the other and the other affects the one, right? Every time you buy QQQ, you're buying a percentage of 100 stocks. So that money is flowing into those. So there's rebalancing stuff going on. VIX over 20 now. ADD has gone pretty negative. Valdi is negative as well. So internals are negative today. Pretty extended tick here. It's kind of crazy that the tick is this extended. We're not even getting follow through. Come on, fall apart. Ceasefire set to end 7:50 p.m. Eastern Tuesday per New York Post, citing Pakistani officials. There we go. New low. Come on. Flush, flush, flush. Hourly close. The hourly looks gross. Yes, hit the extension target, I believe. No, it didn't. It's beyond it. Next one is... Oh, no, it did. It's below it. Yeah. First lunch hour just ended. Chicago lunch hour starting. Bookmap is still bare bones over here. God, this is so frustrating. What time do bombs start dropping? Well, I think Taco Tuesday starts at 7:50 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, Frosty Dog, I heard this a few seconds ago too.
How you doing, Ann?
Well, it's frustratingly slow, but
Yeah. Actually, after a lot of trading and a lot of headaches this morning,
yeah.
I'm up. After commissions, I'm up $30.
Yeah, I made it a little bit on this trade here to get me on the right side of the day, but if it doesn't get followed through, it'll just be a scratch. And I don't know. Just don't have a whole lot of faith to the downside because of the run that we're on. We do have a double top at 650 on QQQ daily. I don't know. My P&L looks like a heartbeat monitor today. Down, up, down, up, down, up. There's just too much of a bid underneath some of these names. They come down a little bit. People want to step in. Meta's got volume. Tesla's got volume stepping in. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. I got a trim at 650 right there. What's the headline? I don't see any headlines. There we go. Come on. Crush it. Crush it. I want previous day's low on Qs. I mean, this is main target here was to get back to the IB extension 650, 648.
Oil's telling us no good things here.
Extended tick. Is that all we're going to get? Here we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yep. I'm out. This thing's too jumpy. Why is this thing so jumpy? Pivot point on yes right here. Vance's trip to Islamabad on hold, New York Times. There it goes. All right. Just finish the move and then we'll see what we can do. Vance trip paused as Iran stays silent. JD Vance's planned trip to Islamabad is on hold after Iran failed to respond to U.S. negotiating terms, pausing talks ahead of the ceasefire deadline. The visit could resume quickly if Tehran replies, but officials want assurance Iran's team is fully authorized to strike a deal. The delay complicates efforts by Donald Trump to secure a nuclear agreement as core disputes, uranium enrichment, and stockpiles remain unresolved and military options are still under review. All right, well, I can't do anything here. I am flat, even though my target's still another 30 points lower. I don't like how jumpy it is. There's a pivot point at 597, 596. Every time I see a True Social, I think it's going to be important. It's freaking an endorsement of some great American patriot. Yep. $6.20 was an interesting level too from Sunday night. Gross, Google. What do I expect from a rollover? I mean, really, I just want to see if we can test down here. I mean, I would love for the market to just really roll over. I just don't have much to go off of up here at these all-time highs. And if you look at SPX, you're in a gap. Finster, from what I see, it says 4:50 a.m. Wednesday in Pakistan, which is 7:50 p.m. Eastern Tuesday tonight. Just to clarify the headline that I read. There's 7,100 on ES. We are fully in the gap of SPX right now. IndX below Friday's lows. I was worried about that 650 double top on daily QQQ this morning. Should have been more short earlier. Double check that, Finster. That New York Post headline. $100 lot just filled there. Come on, we want previous day's low. What a beautiful short. should have held it longer, but whatever. 600 on the dot. I mean, there's nothing here to catch you on SPX right now. Yeah, I'm flat. I'm just watching for a bounce. I don't want it to reset here, though. Good to re-enter shorts down here is not smart. Your risk to reward's really bad. You just fell 100, 100 something points. Extended tick, extended everything. You're extended from the EMA. Like you can't re-enter shorts right here. Not with good risk reward. You need a bounce, back test, or something. Let it go sideways, like the EMAs catch up or something. You don't want to be entering shorts after this happens. You want to enter shorts either on a break here or up here somewhere where you can set your risk on like a previous high or something against some type of structure. Yeah, patience is absolutely right. What is the name of the background music is just this AI generated music. Just have something so it's not just sitting here quiet because that would drive me crazy. But it gives us like it's like copyright free, whatever. Yeah, you can't chase. Pakistan says they're in continuous communication with Iran, confirming delegation. Counter headline. Actually, Lebanon headline, they're going to continue to try to set up talks with Israel, follow diplomacy. Nothing big. Just go ahead and get all these out. Kyle, I actually slept decent last night. I actually went to bed early for once. Yeah, usually that's me. That was me Sunday night. I was up until like 2 something. And I woke up at 6. I caught up a little bit last night, feeling a little bit better today. Funny how that works. And I got a little bit of food in me this morning. I mean, you're in no man's land right here.
Yeah, we're only down 0.5%. Come on now. You got to scan out. Look at this.
Yeah, look left, SPX, you're just in a gap. NDX has not made it to previous day's low or the extension. 570, then I'll think about it. And we need to go directly there. Google's still drilling new lows. If Microsoft and Amazon weren't strong today, we would be probably much lower. All right, you might be able to re-enter here, but the 15 minutes a little bit overcooked right now. 5 minute just came back into the 9. What up?
What's up?
Chilling.
You catch some of this downside action today?
Yeah, a little bit. It was so frustrating that I caught a decent amount, but not as much as I wanted. But this move definitely helped out a lot.
I paper handed mine a little bit, but still caught a nice portion. I was short at. I just posted I was short NQ at 26,841.50, and we just tagged like near 600. Might have one more leg lower to go. Qs can get closer to that previous day low.
I don't like this 15-minute look on SPY.
It's looking bouncy.
We dipped into a gap on SPX, but you had like 5 15-minute candles that were red in a row.
Let me see. Your highest gamma this morning on SPX, it was funny because we were on Spaces and I was like, there's no way. And it was 70.70 on SPX. And I was like, there's no way. And lo and behold, I'm pretty sure SPX just hit 70.70. Try and get it pulled up here. SPX hit 70.62. Nice. Yeah, that was earlier after the first flush down. We bounced and we were on Spaces. I was like, I don't think that's going to be a low day. I think we can probably hit that next move downside on the back half. I want to see a tad bit lower, closer to 703 on SPY and 643 on Qs. Those are the puts that I called out this morning. Was the 643s for Friday. I wanted to see both of those hit. I figured if SPX got close to 70.70, we'd probably get close to it on SPY and Qs, and maybe came within a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just reject EMAs and eventually work our way down there. But
that's what I would prefer, but 15-minute looks like it wants to bounce here.
I can't trade futures even if I wanted to because I locked myself out for another 3.5 hours.
Are we cooked, guys? What does that mean?
That SPY's going back to 650.
Should go at least. I mean, whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh!
Headline.
Big candles.
Whoa, what is that?
Previous day low retest on SPY. What's that 15-minute look like now? Oh! There's still 5 minutes left. What's the headline? Don't put the blame on me.
I didn't see a headline though. Vance will depart for Islamabad Wednesday morning.
Dude, what? That's so dumb.
Come on, pop us up to back to 770. Go, pop it, pop it, pop it. Come on, market, we're so back.
We're going to new all-time highs by Wednesday.
CNN reporting that.
You're about to hit your, excuse me, 50% retracement of today's range on Qs at 647. SPYs is at 708. There was a headline earlier about Vance that caused a freaking spike.
Yeah, this is like, well, they were all worried that he wasn't going to go. The talks weren't happening. Now,
Yeah.
talks are happening. Vance will depart for Islamabad on Wednesday morning, per CNN. Does that mean they're going to extend the ceasefire because it's supposed to expire tonight? Or we just bomb them while we're negotiating?
Like, yeah, like what? So the ceasefire ends tonight, but Vance will be there on Wednesday. So it's like they kind of have like a home field advantage. we got to be careful because we got a boy over there. We're playing a little bit of Red Rover with Vance right now. Red Rover. Send Vancy right over.
Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it.
Negotiations while bombing. What's more American, right?
Why are we stalling so hard right here? Just squeeze it through. IB low. Oh, it's this entire 15-minute consolidation from earlier. There it goes. There it goes. There's some trims.
There, oh, volume.
Maybe we just got the news too early.
God, look at IWM's volume on that candle. Holy shit.
Meta screaming higher right now.
All right, your midpoint hit 647. Let's say it's a short.
Meta is flying. Exxon dropping. We hit VWAP on NQ and QQQ.
That's 40 points off that rejection. Right off the midpoint line. What's oil doing?
Rugged.
Rugged! Oh, yeah. Back to previous day high on oil. Look at that previous day high. Well, no. Kind of. Not really. So where that spike was at 6. There you go. You can go down just a tad bit more. Like 645, 65 on Qs. There you go. Boom.
All right, do you long right here on this back test? Yesterday's low, SPY?
Potentially. Long.
I don't like that IB rejection.
All right, there's over 50 points. SPY's back testing 5-minute EMAs. Q's not quite there, but regardless, that was your short scalp. Now watch to see if they hold it here and send it back up. All I've done today is short the pops, so I've had no reason to look for longs.
Can we hold?
700 back test 5-minute 9. Let's see. Yes.
Long, long, long. We just take it back to 800.
Freaking Apple. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't care. Microsoft's at a high a day. Meta just went green. Google is about as shitty as Apple. Nice pop, but they just slammed Google straight back down.
Clears back over right here. 745, 770, 800, your targets. NVIDIA is not participating. Couldn't get back over 200. Microsoft is pushing towards highs. Google's still very weak. Meta decently strong. Amazon okay. I don't like what NVIDIA's doing here.
Short that thing. If you took the NVIDIA 200 with me this morning on X Spaces, they were in the money. It is now just runners only. Looking for potentially 198.50. By that point, it's just a free trade. But that previous day high this morning did not like 202.
Come on, get through 30.
All right, give me 1 second, guys.
I'm out. Out of my longs.
So now we're still inside previous day. I honestly think if you take a fib on Qs from previous day high to previous day low, your midpoint is 645.65, which is just right there where that 5-minute 9 is at. So we are, and yesterday, if you just look at Qs, same thing. We flushed, largest move of the day was downside, and then we kind of just slow grinded and chopped. There was nothing else really to do. SPY's chart yesterday was disgusting. Drop and then chop, slow grind. But SPY is underneath previous day low right now on this candle. I would still like this to head lower. I don't see why that headline's that significant to cause that much of a spike. Back underneath 700. They break the EMAs. Next target downside, 645 on Qs, and then low of day near 643.40. So for NQ, 670. That'll be about 80 points from the midpoint line for the short. After that, back down to 30, and low of day is 600. It'd be insane. That'd be like a 150-point drop straight from the line again. It's the third time we've hit that midpoint line today. Every single time we've hit it, it was a short. We haven't had a 5-minute candle close above in, 3 hours now? There you go.
I'm back. Ooh,
Bust it
we
down,
failing?
Tatiana. Bust it down. Bust it down, bust it down. Oh, yeah, yeah. Tatiana or Tatiana? Depends on the day.
Depends how she acting.
Yeah, depends on how she acting today. Who is that? It's my neighbor. Call her Tatiana.
I think they may try to hold it here.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if honestly we just chop around again until MOC.
We got 2 more hours of this?
Yep. wasn't much.
Dude, we couldn't even make it to like previous day's low. It's such just dumb. I do not like where we rejected though.
I gotta go get a haircut soon. I ain't sitting watching this price action no more. Oh, I gotta see what the wait time is.
Could be a flag here. LDMAs. Look at SPY holding on for dear life. Look at the volume that stepped in on IWM. There we go. Now go. Go. Go, 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 go. There it is. There it is. Come on. Clear this. Shoot us back to the middle. Come on, get back inside the IB. Frankie with the camera on. Let's go. Frankie's ready for business.
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't love this trade, but I'm in it. T-Mobile headline?
T-Mobile.
Deutsche something. Oh, team is ripping. TMUS. Not only did I hold the long, I had trimmed some and I added back on that little 5-minute blip into the EMAs. I took some of it back off here into IB low. We just bust through this. Meta looks really good. EMD looks great. Microsoft's still stuck at the same high. Oh, we need something to push us. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna do it?
JD Vance's planned trip to Islamabad for Iran deal has been put on hold.
That was like 4 hours ago. Where'd you see that?
I just saw a post just come out at 2:03. That's what I was trying to figure out. I'm like,
From
that
who posted that?
is that an old post or is this a new headline?
Who posted it?
Let me click on the notification.
It's Unusual Wells. They love to send out headlines like 5
It's
hours
Unusual
after they happen.
Wales.
Yeah, there you go. There's your culprit.
I'm like, what? I was like, what? Yeah, Financial Juice just put one out. Iran had not informed Pakistan whether it would attend talks.
God, we cannot get back in. Get back in the IB, and we got to get ES back in yesterday's low. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, push, 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 push.
Someone say Casey only wants to watch downside price action. Have you not seen the charts today? Of course. I'm looking at downside price action every opportunity. There's not been a single reason. For scalping, different story. Scalping, different story. Like EMP, he can snipe it on a dip real quick, pop that thing back up, and catch a really nice move on longs, right? Scalping back and forth, different story. I'm not talking about scalping. I'm looking at the over. You looking at SPY right now on the chart today? No reason. I have no reason since this morning, since 10:35, to ever look for longs.
Except maybe this 15-minute reversal.
Maybe.
I mean, this is a beautiful morning star on the 15.
I am not taking. I know I can't take any more futures, but
I feel like I'm being greedy, but I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm trying to go with the flow a little bit more in this market than, because of these moves have still been crazy. VIX is back under 20.
I mentioned this morning, I made a post too, and I'm still looking at it now. If you look at your net drift on your premiums, and I got SPY pulled up, and I can check Qs, but your put premiums have outweighed your call premiums all day. Calls have been falling off since 10 a.m., and your puts started to really, they held all morning while the calls are falling off, accelerated the move downside. Then the second downside move that we had after 12:30, your calls were still creeping down, but then your puts shot up. So that accelerated the next move downside. And now we're back flat on both calls and puts. Like there's nothing telling me that there are big buyers coming into play right now. When I see that, and it lines up with the chart, then I can start looking for longs. So until then, bigger picture does not tell me to long.
I did look at QQQ 650 as his like double top potential on the daily this morning, and then when it pushed away from it, I was like, oh, I should have got short way sooner. The problem was the IB was so bullish at first, and then ES fell apart, and then Qs followed it. And I was like, God bless.
That was exactly where that's exactly where I took the short, was up there, especially on the 5-minute. You'll see it popped up into it, and then those 2 candles right after it got slapped back down. And I was like, oh yeah.
It was this candle
right there. That
this
candle there is,
and then I was and then right here I was like, okay, we're still holding. And then when they did the same freaking candle again.
Right there. So the first one there,
and they did this one and they wicked above it a second time. And when I saw this, I was like, fuck, I gotta get out.
Yep, the first ones where I went short NQ, I scalped it down. I was like, okay, cool. Then we stalled. And then that next candle that you pointed out right there, which is at 1045, I was like, I'm going into QQQ puts now. And I caught and it was just accelerated after that. That was like the only and main thing that I've done was just short there. And then continue to short pops. Data source for options flow. For options flow, I use bull flow. When I'm talking about the premiums on like SPY and Qs that was showing all of these things, that's from quant data. That's going to show me the net flow. It's going to show me the net drift.
IWM
and also the heat map.
Yes, are dropping. I'm about to move the stop up pretty tight here just in case.
You're welcome. If you're interested in using Bullflow or quant data, you can use my name and you should get, I think both of them are discount codes indefinitely on both of those, I believe, for Bullflow and quant data. So if you want to check them out, I think they both have free trials, but then you can also get discount indefinitely as well. If you have any questions or need help, just send me a DM on X, or if you're in the Discord, just let me know, because we have channels for all that.
All right, Camille. Green on the day, and you're out. I love that. Done for the day.
Let's go.
Do you guys think Carr is going to... No, I don't think Carr is going to 1,000.
Dude, that name has been hot today. Everyone's talking about it.
Everybody's been talking about it just because of the squeeze.
750 calls this morning kept getting hit. Then they hit the 850s.
Joe, I think it's going to... I have no reason to think it's going to 1,000. It shouldn't be where it is. That doesn't mean it's shorted either. Well, yeah, a ton of people will lose their britches over that name. This, honestly, it's kind of interesting that this has been a better squeeze than GME, honestly. And it's the second time it's done it. Oh my God, I stayed in this trade by freaking 2 points.
Qs is holding up so much better than SPY and IWM. It's still holding 5-minute.
Why do you want me to look at Volkswagen, Finster?
Says it was the best squeeze ever.
I don't know. Personally, I don't care about stock squeezes at all. Like, I literally, what do you get from it?
Dude,
God.
and the freaking options aren't cheap on car either. Like, they're expensive.
Oh, they're crazy expensive.
The 750s that they're hitting, these ones, they're buying them from... They started buying them around $10,000 a piece, and then they bought some more at $17,000, $13,000, $12,000. Last order, they bought more at $16,000 per contract. Like, And they're not even that far out. They're for freaking 5/8/2026.
Aki, you're in the you're on the wrong channel if you're asking this question. I honestly, you don't need to be trading. Period. If this is a real question, if you're being sarcastic, then okay. I don't know you well enough to know if this is sarcastic or not. But yeah, Finster, I know, I know the chart, but what do I gain from looking at the Volkswagen chart or the GME chart or any? I mean, if you guys want to gamble, like, yeah, throw some money on car, go throw some money on black, throw some money on every spot on the Baccarat table and just hope that like something hits big, but it won't. It's just dumb. Now, if you built a position in car, which somebody tell me that you built a position in car under $100, even under $120 or at 100, like here. Tell me that you built a position in car with something under a $130 average, and I'll tell you congrats. You have no edge. I mean, people love to, it's literally a pet peeve of mine. People talk about these short squeeze stocks and all they do is get burned over and over and over for no reason. You have zero edge. Come on, flag, break higher. God bless. Mother.
Whoa! What the shit? Oh! Big old candle coming in.
Oh, I got stopped. The hell's the headline? Here we go. Iran's foreign minister says blocking the Iranian ports is an act of war and violates ceasefire. I have absolutely worked my ass off today to not make that much money. It's so frustrating. God, it looked like we were about to freaking pop too on this 5 minute right here. They said nope. Well, there goes that. I'm up $250 in one account. I'm up $19 in one account. And 42. What is that total? $300. Oh. Yeah, for anybody that's joined late, Paper Gains was on here this morning. In the YouTube chat, it is the pinned message. Free webinar for trading around earnings. Something that's actually a system. It is not gambling. That'll be on Thursday. Free webinar. I know a lot of you traders out there, if you want to expand your knowledge, if you want to learn something, how to trade around earnings, if you're a newer trader, either of these apply. I've been through that training myself. It is great. Yeah, I can't even buy a share of car with what I made today. Damn it.
Close your puts on IWM. Let's go. Look at that. Back down to low of day. It's also 90 points still from the midpoint line rejection as well. Nice job. Nice job, bro, Seth Smith. Yeah, IWM's volume has been... Whenever those big spikes come in, volume on IWM has been a little bit better. You took it from 32 to 80? Hell yeah. It's like 150%.
By the way, guys, I get this question like every day, basically at this point. I use multiple news sources from all over the place. A decent amount of money is spent on it. I have live squawk in my ear from 2 different people. I use X. I mean, for you guys, if you just refresh X fast enough, follow the right accounts, you'll be able to see most of the headlines pretty quickly. But there's Benzinga terminals, there's Reuters terminals. I know people with access to the Bloomberg terminal. There's Financial Juice. There's 97 other accounts to follow. So, yeah. Or you can just make sure that you're caught up to live on the live stream, and you guys know that I'm going to call it all out to you. Frankie just went from the office to the mountains. Oh, now he's back. I don't know. Oil's still under 90. VIX is over 20. So no real edge there either direction. We're under IB. And we could not get back inside yesterday's range on SPX. We got a full-on political debate going on in the chat now too. Let's go. Let's just make it a day, huh? So that Morningstar reversal from earlier on ES, the wick is holding right there on that spot in 15 minutes. Just keep an eye on that. Inverse fair value gap right here on the 15, but you rejected 4 candles in a row at the IB low. Kind of tough. I don't know. The I don't mind having discussions and talks about the political stuff going on. I care more about how it affects trading in the market and the market's reaction to it. But the one thing that surely all of us can agree on is that nobody has all the information of what's going on. Nobody. You're getting bits and pieces from different sources, different sides of the equation, and neither side has all the information, much less the general public. So all the arguing is actually kind of funny. So to me, it's just entertaining. Somebody argues one side or the other, mostly because of their political stance and affiliation, more so than anything. But literally nobody knows what intel the US has. Nobody knows what intel any other country has over there, because they don't share that stuff. Everything else is conjecture. And then on top of that, there's propaganda everywhere. Even more than there's ever been because of social media. I got 0 trade right here. Hour and a half to go. Not trying to do anything, honestly, until we get some kind of change here. Seems more like a profit-taking day than anything ahead of everything. I mean, obviously, deadline day again tonight/tomorrow, possible renegotiations or continued negotiations tomorrow. But also, you just have tons of earnings that started this morning, continue this afternoon, continue the rest of this week into next week. Massive run up, slight stall. Do people maybe take some profit, just take a few chips off the board? Are people still chasing in? Yes, I think all of that's true, which makes a pretty good case for choppy, slow fade type of price action like we saw today. And I'm saying all that without trying to be revisionist or hindsight. It's just, here's the context of what's going on. You guys are still going after it in the chat. SLNH. There, let's look at a chart. Daily chart. SLNH. What is this? Soluna Holdings. Jesus Christ. This already doesn't look like... What is this? No, this looks terrible. And your only hope is to maybe hold this 200-day at the low of day today at $1.40 and hope for maybe a short squeeze. You got to put some catalyst type of stuff in behind this, but I mean, look how many times you've done this pattern. Could it pop further? Yeah, it could, but dude, a 200-week moving average is almost a 10x from here. Stock would have to 10x to reach its 200-day moving average. We're in a raging bull market. I don't know. It just doesn't catch my attention. Unless there's some kind of like major catalyst. But look at this thing. I mean, just from the technical perspective, you could say that this looks okay on a weekly. Slow, and powerful move out of it, but obviously the overall trend's down. Could be a repeat of one of these moves here. Pops and then just fades. I would bet money that this, I mean, if I had to take a trade on here, I would bet money on being short. Just based on what this looks like. But if there's fundamental reasons or something to go with it, then There you can go. Sammy, what are we doing, Sammy? Nothing. Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We have extension to the downside that came back, try to get back inside previous day's low on SPY. Yes, SPX, and failed. We are trying to get into a gap fill and a historic bull run to the upside. We dipped into it, buyers showed up, but we couldn't reclaim into previous session. On QQQ or NQ, either one, you had IB low here that you could not work your way back into. So wow, NQ's was much different looking too. QQQ could not get back into it. And you're trading based on yesterday's range. You're holding the lower end of value. You're unable to get through yesterday's POC at 730. So there's your current trading range until proven otherwise. Rafi, I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. Shout out to Casey and Frank hanging out with me. Frank been here pretty much all day hanging out. Paper this morning. Will came by a couple times. Casey here this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and here in the bigger, like, so you don't hear Casey just sitting here trying to short it over and over and over again, because he's looking at this going, okay, it's still a powerful uptrend that is starting to stall, but there's no real break of structure this way. There's short opportunities, of course, all depending on your time frame. But once you get a short move, you know that the overall trend has been incredibly, like, historically strong. So you know the shorts are going to be short-lived. People are going to get out quickly. They're going to take profit. And there's going to be some buyers that are still trying to chase this thing. They say, oh, hey, we finally, like on SPY, we finally got below a previous day. Okay, you know, maybe I'll start buying some down here. And they'll buy, they're probably comfortable buying all the way down to here. You don't know their time frame, but that's just some of the context, some of the market awareness. But once you see stuff like this, you're like, okay, shorts kind of hit target. We've got below previous day's low. Now you just see, can we get back into it? Or if you got short off a rejection, I don't hate that either, because you know your risk reward. You also know your risk reward if you shorted 720s, 730s on. I mean, you probably could have shorted here multiple times and risked 20 points, and you're sitting comfortably in a short. You probably got a nice trim for a 50, 60, 70 point gain. Like Finster, I think, is in this trade. Can SPX go back down to 70.69? You were just almost there. You're just at 72. Now you're bouncing the other direction. I don't know. I mean, even I was getting frustrated cheering for this breakdown here, even though the price action was looking like a breakdown. I was getting frustrated with it, but the EMAs were holding. The trend was down, but I knew I needed to lock in profit down here, and got long. Got some trims off, managed risk, knowing that today has been more profit. And look, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. This maybe could be considered not a lower high, but I can still see this as lower highs.
love how you pack it. It's hilarious.
Old habits die hard. It's just fun to. Or every kid in my high school used to walk around just doing this.
Yeah.
Not with a can, but just walking
Yeah,
around.
no, just doing it with
like
your
a,
fingers.
It's like a
Yeah.
nervous tick.
Yep, same thing in my high school. Even though I only went there for a whole like 6 weeks.
Do I feel like your
When I
high
lickety
school and where you
split.
grow up, it's like you could have just like picked up like one of the towns out of like Arkansas and just moved it to north of LA.
That's exactly.
That's
yes.
what it feels like.
That's what it
Just from
feels
based on what
like.
you're telling me.
Yeah.
Lenny's talking about NVO. I've been watching NVO pretty closely. This NVO, I feel like this thing has been unfairly beaten up. And it is at a very interesting spot down here. And I'm just kind of watching if we get that.
I think you'd be surprised that there's some real necks in Ohio, bro.
There's some in Ohio too. Wow, Gabriel's a freak. I love that.
He's a super freak.
We do have oil coming in just a little bit here, back under 90. If oil's able to fall, that will help the market try to get back up in here into the middle. From a statistical standpoint, QQQ should close up here somewhere because it took out previous day's high, did not take out previous day's low. So normally you close green on the day. Just statistically, even though we're been outside of the norm statistical. SPY should not close up here, or it should close below here. Apple headline. There's an Apple headline around their new CEO and AI. Somebody saying that in a positive manner. Evan just got rocked up. Missouri Town Board. The data center thing is interesting. I saw a lot of people in Texas. They were doing some reports on like we're going to run out of water or something in Texas. I don't know, Bo. A lot of fresh water in Arkansas, though. Oh, Evan is here. The water thing is FUD, Black Mamba? I don't know. I was reading an actual data report that said just based on the amount of water usage and it has to do not with just data centers, but with the overall population growth, the trajectory of Texas. It was a pretty interesting report that I was reading while I went to bed last night. That's been kind of my like the thing I've been trying to do is like we just read one piece of somebody that's very educated. Don't have to agree with everything they say, but just one, read one piece of whatever smart information. Try to get 1% better every day. So Big Red. Big Red's back. Oh, and all of you guys that are waiting on the New York event, we had another meeting on it last night. It's gonna be so awesome though. I think this thing's gonna sell out so fast though. I just saw who all we confirmed. Oh, oh. Can't say anything else. I will say this, guys. You definitely want to have notifications on because we're going to have to simultaneously launch this between all the different big names that are coming in their communities, plus obviously our community here, the wolf trading community. So it's going to be, I don't know, I think it's going to be a boat race to buy the tickets. Yeah, Tommy was so confused. Jordan, Tommy was texting me last night. He was like, "Oh, I'm staying at this hotel in Manhattan." I was like, "Dude, it was in August, not April." Tommy, you're gonna have to go back. You're gonna have to come back to NYC in August. Jordan, have you done your flight yet, by the way? Is that a no? I just see you shaking your head.
I thought I was unmuted.
Nice. So you just like taunting me. I don't know what you were doing.
No, probably do that after the stream. I also have to film a video. I'm gonna do a back testing video because I need a good back testing session. It's been a while, anyways. So we're gonna record it and post it for y'all because why not? And you guys get to see like my real-time thought process because none of you really get to see it because I'm not here on stream doing it. I'm on Spaces. So that'll be kind of cool.
Yeah. Plus during the day, sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's not. I definitely like having those videos there for people to go watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna back test like 2 weeks, I think. Just make that a video. What I usually do.
We watched Kevin Warsh this morning in the Senate. That was terrible.
I wasn't watching, but I was obviously reading all the headlines. It's wild. Jordan's jamming out. I am vibing. Yeah. I'm on a good vibe right now.
You're
and taking
vibing?
trades. I'm 0-0 this entire week. Still got room to go 3-0. Still got room.
You got a little Kodak.
Still got room. Last week was 4-1. Last week was 4-1. This week gonna be 3-0. Come on.
I ain't dissing on nobody beat. I'm vibing on the beat. Honestly.
Ooh.
What a good song, No Flocking.
I had a feeling it would put that on the chart. Oh, shit. Might be a little bit too early, but SPX daily chart.
Yeah, I saw this earlier. I really wanted to close under here. In the
Yep.
gap.
That's
Also QQQ.
so it's like it's still a little bit too early, but
You got this little double top action up here.
yucky. It's already printing a sell signal on SPY.
Jordan threw that hat away and put on a 40. Throw that hat away and put on a 44.
You want to give me one? Sure.
K Warsh is more of a
send me
hawk or
one.
I don't know. We'll have to see how Warsh is going to be. He was decently hawkish when he was previously a Fed member. From what I researched, I mean, he's probably going to try to cut rates. He's saying all the right things today, of course, like you would expect him to say. But his, like, the balance sheet thing is what I think people will be a little bit concerned about, or at least paying close attention to. This looks like it's going to break downside here, guys. I'm not in anything, but I ain't dissing on nobody, B. Just vibing on the beat.
Catch some good trades up. You fade
Dude,
the
I've
IB
had-
to the low, like
I've had
once you
such
kind
a-
of realized we were going to the low.
No, so first I was trying to go IB high until ES broke
Yeah.
down. Let me pull it up here. I was trying to get long in this area, and then once we failed and rejected here, then I got out of that. I did catch. I got ran over on one trade, then I made it back, and then I got short on this somewhere in here. Let me see, 5 minute. What did I do? I don't know. I've been all over the place. I got most of this short. I got out a little bit early here because it just started getting super jumpy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I caught some of this long on this news pump. Managed it okay. I'm up like a total of $300 across 3 accounts. It's just kind of dumb, but I'm kind of okay with it.
It's not a bad day.
Warsh is definitely how my mother talks about washing dishes or clothes.
That's what I think about every time I hear his name.
Every time I just think of, and like I had to work to get that out of my vocabulary.
Luckily that was never a part of my vocabulary growing up as a kid. Even though I heard it all the time, I never picked it up. But all my grandparents still say it all the time.
Till I went to college and started traveling more and neutralizing. And once I started learning Spanish, learning a second language helped me neutralize my English, because I was talking to a lot of like ESL, people that spoke English as a second language too.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, I got to speak more neutral. Then every once in a while it comes back. Like right now, it just comes back a little bit.
I mean, depends on who you hang around, Bo. Sometimes it just comes out.
You give me get a little Jack D in me, just comes back a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I know that's right.
Put a little bottom lipper in, just hook a lip a little bit, man. Well, tell you what, boy. But yeah, dude, to this day, I'm 36 years old, I think. Yeah, 36. I go home to take care of business, whatever, visit my parents. My mom, hey, you got any clothes up there for me to wash? Yes, ma'am, I do. What a saint. Shout out to my mom. Jordan, have you seen today's thumbnail?
I have. It's phenomenal. My eyebrows.
I did.
Nice and
I did
dark.
say Washington when I was a kid too.
Nice and dark.
Washington.
Over there in Washington D.C. Shout out to all the Southern mamas. Shout out to all the mamas out there. It's almost Mother's Day, guys. Here's a friendly reminder. PSA: Mother's Day is coming. Start planning now. Do something special. It's 2026. Do something special for your mother.
Wait,
Facts.
what?
It's like 3 weeks away, 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
Oh, I have plenty of time. We still got to get through Cinco de Mayo.
Look,
Then we
save
can worry about Mother's Day.
Save your money on the fake ass holiday. Spend that money on your mother instead. You're welcome.
Thoughts on 680 being a target for SPY? I mean,
Cinco de Mayo, I'll go on my Cinco de Mayo rant.
that's a stretch, but maybe. They're going to have a lot more traffic before that.
Do we have any? Are there any Mexicans in the chat?
See,
I want to know if you celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
I do.
You're not Mexican, sir.
I order tacos every Cinco de Mayo.
You're a Mexican.
Mexican.
I'm Mexican.
I'm white like Wonder Bread.
White like Wonder Bread.
That's fucking good.
Your name
I'm
is
starting to
Colin.
get- dude,
Your name
in
is
the
Colin
sun.
Johnson. I could have guessed that you were white as Wonder Bread just by that.
Before I leave here, because I'm gonna go back to California in like end of May into June, because I gotta go to Havasu. Dude, I'm gonna be roasted coming from here. Then I'm gonna go out to Lake Havasu and get roasted for a week out there. Oh my goodness.
I just want to point out Matthew Burson claims to be Mexican. KC, also known as Steven, claimed to be Mexican.
Esteban.
Esteban. Was that your name in Spanish class?
Esteban for you. It was.
In Spanish class? Did y'all
In
have to
Spanish
have,
class,
y'all have
they
to have
always call
Mexican
me-
names?
Uh-huh. Yeah. All 3 years I was Esteban.
I think I was like Rafa or something. Rafa. Black Mama said I was Diego. Colin was Jose. Colleen.
They would just call me Jordan.
Jordan.
That's what I say when I get in an
Jordan.
Uber now. I'm like, para Jordan.
Rooster was Gallo.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go get a haircut.
A lot of you guys did this. This is funny. I didn't think about this until just now. Like, I wonder if everyone did this. Everyone that took a Spanish class had some kind of Spanish name for their Spanish class.
Of course.
Ruben, Mateo, Matthew. You are not Mateo. You're Matty B. Look, the point being is Cinco de Mayo is it's not an actual holiday. Nobody in Mexico's ever even heard of it. In the US, the actual Mexicans that I know, none of them celebrate it. It's some Hispanic culture celebrations do happen. But it's not it's not a thing in Mexico. I can say
Gabriel.
that. Right? Chato. Hey, my nephew, we call him Chato. How do you guys celebrate Juneteenth? Took the day off?
What's Juneteenth again?
Oh.
Poppy.
Yes.
What's...
Oh. Volatility.
Somebody said, well, there went my trade, Fenster. Oh, shit.
Yeah. I don't
I don't even have my
see-
charts open.
I don't see anything. Nope. I don't see any headline yet. Where is it?
There definitely is one.
I got nothing, guys. Nope. Not a single.
Iran seeing signs that the U.S. is willing to drop the blockade.
AP News. Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade. Okay. Whatever. Fade that.
So let's take a vote here. Is Vance traveling and attending talks or not?
I think he is.
People are telling me no.
I mean, is he currently? I don't think he's departed.
No, he has not departed.
Will he? Will he? I would be willing to bet that yes. Dude, Jordan, did you see that Evan posted? He made a good post last night, and somebody stole it and got like 2.5 million.
No.
Bro, go look at his timeline from this morning. He quoted
Cooked.
Dude, somebody, and I mean, when I say stole the post, word for word,
Stole that shit.
Bar for bar, stole his flow, bro. And the post went viral, and it was literally
Stole that shit.
Evan's post first. And we even talked about it on Socks on Spaces while he was making the post. He was like pulling up the guy's LinkedIn. Pain, but also stole that shit.
Stole that shit.
Give me that. You don't know what to do with that. That I talk facts. Yeah, that was my takeaway, Evan. Anybody that says, "Oh, your post just too well because it's a big account," oh, it's a good post.
I'm going to go get a haircut. I'm going to take my son to get a haircut with me. And that's it for me for the day. So, guys, I will catch you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
Sounds good, Casey. Yeah,
Later.
Evan, you're just good at making posts, bro. It's not just the account. I agree. Agreed. That proves it. Smiles.
That's fine. I got a couple DMs that some people just turn on the stream in the background. They don't even watch the stream. They just listen to me do the news. All right, whatever, bro. Also, big shout out to all of you guys. Shout out to the stream itself. Wolf Trading. We do this all day, every day. A little pop back here towards the middle of the day. Presented by Leverage Shares. I bet some of those tickers are doing incredible last 2 weeks. Go to leverageshares.com. Check out the 2x leverage ETFs. Also check out the thematic buckets that they have. NATO being a really interesting one. All the defense stuff going on. A lot of other humanoid robot ones. Some really good thematic investing baskets. OpenAI is releasing image generation 2.0. Yeah, shout out to David too. Why not? Reverse shout out. Golfing and listening. That's awesome, Juan. Rooster, that was a terrible attempt, but all right. Shout out to Constant BS Headlines. What else do we want to shout out today, guys? Shout out to Jordan. Shout out to Frank. And last but not least, Bing Bong. Shout out to me. Remember when Snoop Dogg was like, Snoop Dogg said,
Bing bong.
last but not least, I would like to thank me.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I'm not touching this dumb thing.
We got to figure out what the banger post of the week is this week.
Oh, new member.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Wolfpack, sir. Give me a howl, Jordan.
A little slow on that, my bad.
Shout out to my Ostomy pouch.
What viral post are we making this week, chat? Here's some ideas.
Let's go.
Sorry, I had to spaz
Appreciate you
for a
supporting the
second.
channel. Guys, make sure you like the stream as well. Help get us out there in the algo more. We continue to grow the Wolfpack. Subscribe, of course, so you know whenever we go live each morning. Be a friend, tell a friend, invite a friend. Text some trader you know, just send them the link. Be like, hey, these guys are entertaining. They give you breaking news. Sometimes they make good trades. Shout out to Adderall XR. There you go. I miss my Adderall so much. I moved to a country where I cannot get Adderall. So here I am just all over the place.
Oh shit.
Somebody asked me, how do you listen to two different things in two different ears? Because I have crazy ADHD and I can't take Adderall. Shout out Evan. Okay, we'll shout out Evan. Yeah, shout out Evan.
He's all right. No, shout out Evan. The GOAT.
What else do we want to shout out? Shout out ADHD. A shout out to Samsung for this 49-inch monitor. Shout out to shout out to Dan. Hey, look at this guy.
Gentlemen,
Hi.
use that term very loosely.
I saw your Patriots are poaching a receiver. Did you see that yesterday?
Who?
Let me find the full post.
It's actually not a bad post idea, Nick Fox.
Well, was the AJ Brown news?
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't gone through yet. They're saying that it is going to go through on June 1st, I think.
Why? Oh my goodness.
Also, Vrabel getting a little salty in the offseason, huh? Oh, Vrabel going after Rossini.
Yeah.
Respect. Hey, game respect.
Yeah,
game.
that's what we do at Wolf as well, Nick.
What do we do?
Content.
Oh.
This is not a bad spot to take another short. I'm actually still in a short from earlier, way earlier. Just been sort of massaging it. I was looking for 71.12 on ES as my target. Got it. We sort of broke below it. Got to 7,100. I still carried a couple contracts left. I just re-entered about an hour ago at 71.25 and exited 71.12 again. And now I think I just added back again. So this is sort of the like fourth or fifth add back. And I'll exit in total probably over 71, like 36 area. That's sort of where I'm giving it a little bit of a loose and wide here. I'm also long oil. I'm long oil at, what am I long oil at? 88.70, 88.74.
Once I get to about the third or fourth like add to a trade, I usually just okay, let's just move the stop and profit. Forget about it. Unless it's a good trend. Unless it's a good trend.
I think there's a possibility for. I mean, as we get later in the day, I won't be in this much longer than 3:30. I don't really like those sort of past 3:30 trades. You guys know I tend to be done by that time. But I mean, we have a huge volume gap all the way down to 7042 on ES. I mean, on daily, there's nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. So we have unfinished business down to there.
Dude, we dipped into the gap on SPX from Friday, and I was like, come on, just do it. And then they just, all the shorts are like, okay, we'll just take some profit.
Yeah.
They're scared.
Yeah, it's been a crazy rip move.
Oh my goodness, I know. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I've had to like trade differently, and I hate doing that.
Yeah, I tend to not.
I just know how
try very hard to not really adjust my. I'm always sort of going to be looking for those mean reversions, and then those volume voids that I'm looking for, sort of those swift moves through.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what I thought we were going to get it actually yesterday, but we ended up getting it today, which was a nice little move there. We'll see what happens into the close here if they sell this into the close. I mean, we're sitting right at the open for QQQ. If you look sort of that opening wick on QQQ, I don't know, you got QQQ open? Put it on a 5-minute chart. You can sort of see right where we are right now. Yeah, we're sort of revisiting that area.
Yeah, yesterday's close as well right here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a good area if you want to take a stab to take a short. You have a nice little spot here where I think you can manage yourself pretty nicely. I wouldn't be longing into this by any means. We're going into the highest volume node of the day. That's really not my type trade. I'm not looking for that to continue, but it very well could. But it's more of a just not my type of trade. I'm looking for that to reject here and go back sort of towards the lows. I don't know what an inverse head and shoulders is. I don't play those.
Yeah, the other thing would be is if SPX just gravitates back to the 7100. I hope it doesn't, but
I mean, it could. I mean, it's close enough where that could be a pull for sure. My money's been made. I have sort of a couple of spots or a couple contracts left.
I've been all over the place today. I feel like I did a ton of work to make a little bit of money. I mean, I made money, so can't be like upset. But like the amount of like thought and effort that I put into it. I don't know. And to the point we were making earlier, Dan, I don't necessarily like change my strategy. I just change my style a little bit. It's like I'm similar to you. Like I revert to the mean type of trading, but because of this like historic bull run or whatever you want to call it, I've had to like kind of go against my thoughts a couple days or just stay out of it.
That was just a nasty. Everyone seems to have gotten caught off guard. Then sort of oil hedge type unwinds. I think certainly kicked into play there. But that's what that was, is it was a nasty sort of squeeze, unwind type trade. And when those happen, they do end at some point. And when they do end, they sort of just float back to where they came from.
Like they can end very violently. Well, like everyone and their mother was hedged. And so when all those hedges started unwinding.
Even my hedges were hedged.
Yeah,
I was hedging my hedges with other hedges.
Well, we talked about it talked about it with you multiple times, through late February and into March, and then like even when I was out there in Puerto Rico during March, we talked about like the breakdown just really can't like get a crazy breakdown because everyone's hedged for it and protected by it, and then once it started recovering, everyone had to fly back out, and then you had to chase, just a dog chasing its tail.
Yeah, that's true.
But if there's one thing that I am happy about how I've done is like coming back into all-time highs, just knowing like, okay, I can't trade the exact same way that I normally trade within ranges. So I've just been a little bit sized down, a little bit. Actually, I don't even know that I'm that sized down because the VIX has come in. But just a little bit, I'm a little bit quicker on stuff. I hate playing longs on trend days, but I've forced myself to do it a couple times.
Come on, dump it.
Right into that 770 on NQ. We got a headline here.
I hit it at 70.
Dadgummit.
The wick, I had an offer in and it took me out. I'm short my personal account. I'm short 20. Oh, yes. That was some wick. Down to 6. It's wiki.
Another
Some news
off
coming
the
in.
wall. Yeah, it's some off the wall headline source again.
What was it?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I mean, so
Trump
Fenster-
discusses
Fenster,
canceling
I think-
Vance's
I
trip
think
due to
that-
Iran's unwillingness to offer concessions on enrichment.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think that Fenster trading doesn't need to change. However, sizing does, and size of your stops does. I mean, you just have to be wider. You cannot-
Iran rejects negotiations conducted under pressure or aimed at surrender. So they're kind of saying they're not going.
So essentially, it's we ain't going nowhere.
But yeah, I agree, Nora. Nice change sizing.
I change my
Wider
sizing, I
stance.
adjust my sizing, and I widen up. And when you get these jumpy moves, you have to be able to weather those wicky, nasty moves that are going to happen. So you're just going to get chopped to death.
There's two more. Pakistan's effort to persuade the U.S. to lift the naval blockade and release the Iranian ship and its crew have not yet yielded results. Iran could attend talks in Pakistan if the U.S. abandoned its policy of pressure and threats. It's just algos. And honestly, if you look like a book map or anything, or even your DOM, the order book's been pretty thin today.
And that's what it is. It's just those jumpy moves, and then it settles back into whatever it was doing beforehand. So
yep.
People these quick algos want to take that. They want to get that move as soon as that headline comes out, because occasionally a headline will come out and NQ is going to rip 500 points in 5 minutes. We saw that in April with the tariffs. Remember that stuff? I mean, that was some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen. But that's where these algos that are jumping on every headline, they don't care if they lose a couple. They're gonna lose a couple because they're gonna hit one like that at some point, and they probably did last week.
There's a Wall Street Journal article out as well.
Go on.
I'm trying to. Vance pauses trip to Pakistan for talks as ceasefire deadline looms.
I think that news was out earlier that he was not going, right? Or was reported that he was.
It's been reported both multiple directions.
Hims is down today.
I thought you were thinking. I don't want to.
Hims is down, but it dipped and recovered everything.
Her door was shut. I don't know what was done.
Frank, you got a hot mic?
I got a hot mic.
Good work, Frank.
Some days he gets a phone call and I just mute him and I'm like, just text me when you're back.
See if this oil long will play out here. Feels like it wants to go back to test 90 again. I'll take a nice dollar move on oil into the close. That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, what it feels like just in the bigger scheme of things is people have gotten out of their shorts in the market, but they're like, okay, we'll stay a little bit hedged with oil for now. I just think that's why oil is still where it's at. Is I think it's the true hedge play. Plus, technically, the deadline is tonight at 7:50, I believe, is the last report. 7:50 Eastern. So I see that one. Trump is privately discussing canceling the trip altogether. One person said, citing Tehran's unwillingness to concede to his demands or nuclear enrichment. Another person said the decision was made because Iran wouldn't commit to meeting. So you've got multiple sources saying multiple things.
Yeah. Which makes for lots of fun.
Here you go again. That Wall Street Journal.
I can't even watch like unrealized P&L here.
Washington recalls its ambassador to Israel for consultations regarding developments regarding Iran's nuclear program. They used regarding twice in the same sentence. I just tweeted that. Breaking. Multiple sources say multiple different things.
I don't know how anyone's supposed to keep up. I don't even have like a news feed on right now in my trading, to be completely honest with you. I'm gonna let if like we really start to rip, I know something important happened, you know, and I'll buy the first dip. But
well, that's the thing. We're in the late stages of this, where news exhaustion, news fatigue comes into play.
100%.
And it goes back to, like, you started saying this earlier about the tariffs.
Right.
Yeah, we would get the crazy headlines on the tariffs and these crazy moves, and then they got smaller, and then they got smaller, and then they got smaller.
I've never made so much from my phone trading.
Yeah.
That day. I think I might have told you where I saw that news. I was driving and I pulled over because I saw the news. I can't remember what was that news. It was in April. Was it that they were going to not go through with tariffs, or that the tariffs were voted down, or I can't remember what it was. Because remember, he was like saying, "Oh, we're gonna like." He had that whole press conference with Lutnick with the sign that was like,
yeah.
Remember that? That was
no, but it was after we. Or are you talking about on the long side?
Yeah.
It was after we bought them. There was like
that was, I don't know. I think we went up 500 points in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was when he like the 90-day pause, I think, is what it was.
Yes, that's what it was. And everyone was so offsides. And I remember catching that long on NQ. And before I knew it, I was up like $9,000. It was like 7 minutes later, and I wasn't on huge size. And
I didn't mean to interrupt. This is inverted. If it gets through that 76 level, it might run.
Yeah, we need to get over like 38.
But look at it. SPX is right here.
On ES. That's sort of capping it right now, Frankie. If we can get over 40, I agree. We could probably go another 20 points in relatively short order on ES.
Or you get smacked right here.
Or
Or
you
they
can
pin it.
get
Or they
smacked
pin it right
back
here.
down here. This is the spot. So, I mean, this is that whole 25 to 35 area that's just resistance until it's not. But
The funny thing is, on that same trade, Nara, I was in a short before that.
and
I
you
was looking,
did you reverse it?
no, I was looking for like 80 points lower. And because it was such a violent liquidity sweep, it hit my take profit,
Yep.
got me out of the trade, and then shot the other way.
Oh my god, that's the best.
So I literally, like, I didn't catch the upside move. I ended up like scalping a piece of it or something, but I didn't catch like the upside move. But for whatever reason, like, it was literally on the liquidity spike down. It spiked down like 80, 100 points, and then ripped 500. And I caught that piece just because I
Is
happened
this
to be
thing
in a
gonna
trade.
rip up on us? Look at this thing.
SPX is right here.
It looks like an inverted head and shoulder on the 10.
Yeah, you're hitting VWAP on
Right.
ES as well.
We're getting close to my stop on my last little bit of my position here.
There's a chance that you just get hit right here, though.
I want to do it. I want to sell it here, but I'm reluctant.
I think this is a good sell. I mean, I think you can manage it pretty well here.
Like right here on it, yeah.
I like it on ES better than NQ. Oh boy.
Oh, let's go, K9 handler. It's gonna take the lady out. There you go.
Is there background music? Am I hearing something?
I hear background music and then I hear like a cricket.
It's a dog.
Or a fan.
I don't know.
It's a fan in my computer.
Oh, I can hear it's just this like it almost sounds like a cricket.
If it goes away when I go on mute.
No.
I have the window open next to me. Maybe it's that.
The wind might be hitting your speaker. 3:30. I'm not playing this game.
Oh boy. Jordan, what do you think about Bitcoin now?
Biddy? Oh boy. I don't even have my charts up. Let me see. I haven't really looked at it much recently. It's getting a pop. I just can't. Until we get through like 83.8, I'm not really confident it's some sort of bottom yet, but it's a nice bounce. Maybe it is.
I think until it gets over like 79, 80, then you can actually run to 84, 86, that area. Right now, it still looks eerily similar to what it did back in January. Had a bunch of the same highs, hit the same high, then it peaked above it, and then it crashed back under. But it's still above for now.
Yeah, I just need to see more, but 75.7, not bad. As soon as I sell it, Daddy would drop a tweet, ceasefire extended. Seriously. Yeah. Is what happens.
I really want to sell it right here, but I'm just
you are
selling.
Where is my playbook?
What's FVG?
Fair value gap?
Yeah, fair value gap.
Okay.
SPX. I think it's worth a shot here.
Yep, I agree. Just got back under 7,100. 100% agree. Now it gets back under like 7095 on SPX. I think it can flush out into the close pretty good.
There we go.
I don't know FVG, FVG.
Nobody's saying that though, sir.
IHOP. Isn't that IHOP?
Double inverse turtle soup silver bullet.
Ooh, that's a good one. You know, that's got like an 85% hit rate. The turtle soup bullet.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Fenster. I'll do a whole back testing session real time. You can watch me trade the IFVGs. That's all I do.
There we go. There we go. Come on. Pull it a little bit further. Nice little 10-point smack on SPX there.
There we go.
Decent little 25-point drop, 30-point drop.
Oil.
There we go.
Pushing up for me. I trimmed oil 89.25 from 88.74.
Yesterday's close. I'm taking trim.
Nice little oil trade there. See if we can pop over 89.40 and rip back to 90 before the close here. That would be a really nice close for my account.
Nice flusher.
There we go.
Yes, look for that previous day's low again. 121.5.
There we go. That was that flush out under SPX 95. Sort of all those 7,100 things liquidating.
Yep.
What are those crickets, yo? It's the music. I can hear it.
No, I paused it. It's not the music. Look.
It's not my house. It's not my mic, is it? Because I have my window open, like right here.
I honestly don't know what it is because none of you guys are lighting up.
Do you still hear it?
What about now?
No. It might
be me.
It's not bad. I totally thought it was the music.
There we go. 24. I'm going to take a bunch off here and half of what I have remaining, even though I added back around 25. So I'm just going to take a bunch off right here. Where's Tammy?
You're muted. Yeah.
I'm muted?
I think she might be on a cruise. There's 50 points. Just got my next trim. Now it's runners only. Look at this fall apart. All apart.
Let's go, kids.
Good call, Dan.
Let's go, children.
It's very nice.
Look at the oil move too on that. There we go. Give me that 90 scale. Did I get the 90 scale or not? Did I get it? No, I didn't. I missed it by 2 pennies. I'll scale here 89.95er from 88.74. Really great.
There, you would have got it either way right there.
Yeah, but I mean, I missed it by
Good
2
enough. Good
pennies
enough.
initially.
Don't be a dick for a tick, right?
Yeah, no. There we go. Now I still have a position. We get over 90. We're going back to 91 quickly. We need to really get over 90, 15, 90, 20. Dan. I got 2 Dan questions here. ClearEdge can add equities. Yeah, maybe. Single stock futures is going to be the bigger thing for us.
Also, futures are coming on
Yep.
on everything now.
Yeah, so
your Mag
single stock-
7s and all
single stock
that. So
futures. I mean, I think you're going to see a rush of people actually go over to futures because of single stock futures. I mean, it's a tax advantage way to trade. So
exactly, 100%.
Yeah, that's what we're 100% focused on is single stock futures. So, yeah.
I see a headline: Iran boycotts Islamabad talks. Iran will skip Wednesday's talks in Islamabad, citing U.S. failures to uphold commitment, including, according to Tasneem. Pakistan brokered 10-point ceasefire plan was undermined by weak enforcement and ongoing maritime pressure. Officials see no real progress and say attending would be pointless under current conditions. Yeah, they're saying Iran has made a final decision not to attend.
Yeah. That was good for our trades, kids. I'm going to take another half of my remaining oil here, 90.25. Let me see. Yeah, 90.25. And let's see, Phil was 90.19. Beauteous trade to end the day.
Yeah, that was great.
Love when that happens.
Now I made $1,300 today instead of 300. And I was only risking about 300. I was like, okay, I'm either going home with nothing or more. This could turn into a lot more.
UK boss. That is apparently me with the crickets. I don't even notice.
Here we go. Here we go. Come on.
Right next to my window. Scale ES 7112 again. That's at the spot that I've been scaling the last 2 days. 7112 scale on ES, now down to runners again.
There we go. Iran decision not to attend. There we go. There we go.
There's the oil move. I'm flat oil. Boom. That was a massive trade, guys. Absolute massive trade.
Let's go. Covered for 150 points.
We need where's the sound effects here?
Another one.
My oil flat. Let's see what my oil flat ended up being. My oil flat ended up being 91.45.
I was go to 570 here.
I said if we can get over 90.25, it's almost straight shot to 91. We got above that. We almost got to 92.
For those that weren't paying attention, the headline: Iran final decision not to attend.
Not to attend. That was a big old trade for me, kids. Big trade for me because
I got a second chance. This thing could really.
JD has canceled trip.
I think it could go down 200 points.
Awesome. Glad everyone, or at least some people got that trade. That oil trade was money.
First oil.
We should go to your previous day's low. We haven't touched that yet.
Yeah. Yep. Let's go there. I still have some ES short.
So, oh my god.
Previous day's low is 570 and full extension target.
Okay.
There you go. That's a
another. I'm gonna take another scale here. 71.90.
Order filled.
Yeah, JD canceling his trip was
7090. I have a little bit remaining here. My entry from this morning was 71.60. So let's get me to 7060 and get a 100-point banger. That would be a nice one. Ugh.
535 Sunday's low. If you're looking for the next spot on NQ, just took out yesterday's low. 535.
I don't care if Iran's holding all the cards, none of the cards. I just care about trading.
There may have been one there, Fenster, but I don't play this late in the day personally.
See if you get a bounce for 30 points here off of 570.
Thank you very much, Frosty Dog. I appreciate that. Hopefully you
There we
made
go. There we go.
This is not a bad actual long area for a retrace, but this is not my type of deal. 15 minutes into the close here, but you know, this could be a just a bounce type play around 7050 on SPX. That's a big area. That's going to be difficult to break this time of the day. 7050 on SPX. So if you really want and you're really aggressive, you could long this 7050 on SPX. But
Previous day's low sweep right here too.
I think I'm probably going to be done here. You know, oil flat, oil's still going, but you know, that was a really nice $4-ish oil trade. I'll take that all day. But this is not a bad long spot. If you were short, I think this is the flatten area, gents and ladies.
Well, I love getting in at a technical spot on the chart and then the news just taking you. I love it. And an easy spot. That's what I've been talking about. Dan's one of the best people I know at this, is knowing how to get into a trade where you have easy risk reward, where you can manage your risk reward.
Yeah, I want to trade and be at a spot where I know where I'm wrong and my upside is like, really, I'm looking for always minimum 2-to-1. Look at that pop back up. I'm flat ES. I think I'm going to be flat ES at least. Let me see. I'll be flat if we get back over 7100 on ES. That's where my stop is, right around there.
Look at this bounce. Previous day's low, right back up.
Here we go. Profit target hit. Order reject.
Full IB extension as well there. 570. That's what I was looking for, honestly, this morning or early afternoon. And SPX had some confluence there for a bounce as well.
Yep.
There you go. Boom. Big bounce.
50. Look at that. Look at that, guys. That was a great. Yep. There we go. Flat on all. Beauty.
Let's
go. Went into 10 minutes. That's it. Closing the brokerage, everybody. I'll be here next week.
Chat's gonna be like, can you come back tomorrow?
Guys, I don't even know how busy I have been. We have some really big announcements about ClearEdge, but just some really cool stuff, that features that we are building. So I've been so busy. I've barely been trading. I traded a little bit yesterday morning, and I traded today, but some really.
Hey, look, I love this from Renton right here. Took 3 losses, a break even, and then this one big breakdown got you green on the day. Risk management. It's what keeps you in the game. I don't care if your win rate is 80% or 30%, because I know a lot of people that can do something just like this Renton, and they're very successful because they can manage their trades. It may take you the 5th shot to get the big move, but if you manage your trades properly, you can have a 30% win rate, and that one win make up for 3 or 4 losses. It all depends on your risk reward and your management of the trades and your risk. If anybody that needs to be caught up here, JD Vance has officially called off his trip to Pakistan after Iran also said they saw no reason to go to Pakistan for the negotiations. MOC is coming out in 25 seconds. I'll also say this is why I sit here for 6.5 hours and do a lot of nothing sometimes.
Yep.
Because then you get an opportunity like this that really goes. 1 second. Here you go. MOC. Big pop.
There we go. There we go. That's why we got flat, guys. We don't take risk into MOC. No reason. Look at that. Killer.
Nvidia's a big bell. Intel's a big buy. Nvidia, Apple buy side. Avgo buy side. Palantir buy side. Lot of buy side on tech. Decent sizing, not huge. Decent.
MOC, market on close. Market on close. All the orders that people are placing, MOC. On your brokerage, you can select buy, sell, buy, market on close, sell, market on close. So market on close orders. MOO orders, MOO, market on open orders.
And most of these imbalances are probably going to get paired off pretty quickly here because of the recent action that just happened. Those MOC orders get put in at the top of the hour.
Yep. Yep. I believe the, what is it, 3:30 is the last time to put in a MOC.
Yeah,
I don't use them. A lot of people, a lot of funds use them, and IMs use them.
Yeah.
But you know, especially like people managing, you know, larger portfolios, ETFs use them.
Yeah, if you have, you know, if you need to buy, you know, 100,000 shares of NVIDIA, you can't just throw that on the order book. You got to put it in early, and then they broker it off.
Yep.
The market maker steps in.
They pair it with a buyer, seller, ideally. You know, other market on close orders. That's what market makers will do. They'll try and pair those orders off so it's the least impactful to the order book.
Oh, Zero Hedge is tweeting about short squeeze, so the top's definitely in now.
Could get a little shaky tonight.
If bombs start flying?
Certainly could.
Yeah.
Certainly could, Frank.
Like, you know, like 400 points, 500 points, easy. There's a lot of gaps.
Well, yeah, because what catches you? That's the problem. Especially in after hours. What's going to catch you? If B2 start flying, which is not, it's not my base case, but oof. Daily candles are not going to look great either.
I'm actually surprised it's not lower.
Well, I don't know.
People are expecting,
you know, like,
They're going 3/4 of 0.5%.
well, they're conditioned for the taco. That's why.
yeah, and Frank, I do think over the next, you know, 24, 48 hours, we got to go. We have real unfinished business down at 70440. And I can pull up my chart just so people see what I'm talking about.
7040 in SPX?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry, Frank.
Oh, 7040. Okay, another 50 points. Yeah, easy, right?
I mean, that, and I can, if you want me to share my chart here, guys, I'll just do it very quickly, but very basic sort of overview of how volume profile works, how I use volume profile. You know, squint your eyes, the white chart's coming. So very, very simple, right? You've got, this is volume profile, right? You've got high volume nodes, you've got low volume in these pockets here. Like this area we talked about a couple of weeks ago, how we needed to go fill that low volume area. We started getting into it and then we had the news. But if we hadn't had that news last week, we would have very easily come back to 6,200, 6,250. Now here we went straight up, okay? Let's zoom in a little bit. So this is volume profile 101. Now, we went straight up. Here's 7040, right? Let's go on an hourly or 2 hour, and let's condense it just like this, all right? You have no volume up here. Look at this, right? Here's that 7040. This is a volume shelf up here at essentially 7,000, we could even call it. So you have no volume, no support up here. It also works the other way, which is why once we got above this area, we squeezed for another couple hundred points. There's
no support, nothing to reject either, right?
So, exactly. So that's why I say, like, we have unfinished business down here. We need to actually do something like this where we need to fill in this volume area up here above this prior all-time high back from early January or late January, excuse me. So that's why, I mean, we have unfinished business there. We are going to travel there at some point. It would make a whole lot of sense for us to travel there pretty quickly. That's a really good area where if we're going to see a continuation trade of this move up, right, we're going to continue from there, or 7,000 or so. We lose that area, right? We're probably coming back to this volume point of control back down here around 68.75. And we're talking an ES here, not SPX. SPX, slightly different look, right? But similar. Now, no volume up here. We're on a sort of condensed 2 hour chart. Well, let's go to a daily, right? You've got your prior all-time high level right here. Oops. So essentially 7,000 on SPX. So no volume up here. We have unfinished business to deal with there. We also have a gap to fill down to 70. What was this? Close 704.1. So there's a gap to fill down there. That's 20 more points from here. It's not a whole lot. So that's a gap fill that you could play off of, but really 7,000 on the SPX. So that's sort of just in a nutshell how I use that volume profile to tell me that, I don't know if people were trading with me this morning that were in my room or whatnot, but I use that volume profile to tell me, hey, this wasn't an environment that I'm interested in longing. I'm looking for that sort of unfinished business to get resolved down in this area. That's it. You can open your eyes again. We can go back to a black
Great
chip.
stuff. And
So,
and the
sort of volume profile 101.
And if you're new to volume profile, you definitely worth studying into. Very powerful tool.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a daily view there. You can also take it down to, like, from one day to the next, 15-minute view.
Look how I'll use it, like ES. Let's go to ES and let's go to a like 5-minute chart even, right? So volume profile, this is called session volume profile. Or actually, no, this is a volume profile HD if you're looking for one on TradingView. Look at this. If you really, I like to condense my charts, right? So I like to zoom out on like a 30-minute chart or a 1 hour chart. That's sort of what I like to do. Then I can really see my volume levels. The red line being volume point of control, meaning the spot where there's the most volume on my chart. I mean, this is just crystal clear to me. We're in a volume gap. We're in essentially a volume void all the way down for the next 60 points, even 100 points. That doesn't mean right now at 358 that you short this, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in the next couple of days, it would make a whole lot of sense, and the markets don't always make sense, but it would make a whole lot of sense for us to go revisit and bounce off that higher volume area down there. That's it from me.
Appreciate that. Beautiful rundown there. Volume profile. I have it on my charts. I also, and like one thing that I like to do, let me see if I can, I like to just draw, and you can use, let's see, where is it? I think it's right here. Fixed range volume profile. I like to do it on each day and look at, each day as well. And I know
you like the session. I like the HD one because it gives me that bigger picture, but I have to use the daily one for sure.
So I have on the right side of my chart, I have just the VRVP, whatever, the
Yep.
full range of your chart version. And then I've been doing this, and I saw Gov was doing it, and I know
Yep.
Rizzo does it some too. So I started just doing the New York session on NQ, where I can go back and look and see, okay, where was point of control, value area high, value area low? Was there a double distribution that we can travel quickly through?
Yep. Double distribution. That's Gov Trade 101. That's sort of when Gov sees those double distributions, he calls them back up the truck trades.
Yeah, and honestly, like today, this morning, we held at the lows right on yesterday's
go.
POC, and then when we came back down and broke it and rejected the highs,
Yeah.
we traversed through this pretty quickly. So from what 730s basically on NQ, and then your other big volume node down here, distribution node, was 680 basically. And you saw, I mean, just look, here's where we bounced in the morning. We came back down through that, rejected the highs, and then when we broke, we came all the way through and got back down to that level. And then we came down even to basically the market just closed. UAL just reported earnings. Sorry, I'm hearing stuff in my ear. Who else do we have? ISRG today.
Point of control does fluctuate. It goes wherever the most volume is in the session that you're looking for volume in. So like mine was chart session, right? What Ryan's talking about is he uses volume profile on a daily level, so he's looking for the volume that day.
Yeah, and like right now, like if I do today, I can just zoom in my chart to where it just starts right here at the open. And the point of control I have marked right here on ES was at 71.25 day. And then you can, here's value area high of the day was right where we rejected, which is very interesting here. Right here, value area high was at 71.39-ish. And that's basically where we rejected this afternoon. And we went straight to value area low. That's crazy. On NQ. And I can delete some of this stuff here. Point of control was 727, which is basically the same as it was yesterday. And then I can also, like he was saying, if I go to like a 15-minute and I can just kind of see a zoomed out view. We have a big point of control right here. 738. As we get down here, there is nothing that really does much until 780 down here where all this was, which was also the, I'm sorry, 480, not 780. But you can see the area that it can move quickly through. And the further it goes down into this, the more it'll accelerate. And then you use previous lows for other areas to watch. So like we swept this low and we hit extension targets. It was yesterday's low as well. And we hit and bounced back. You zoom in. This was previous day's low right here. If you just zoom out, look left, right there, boom, 570, 569. Swept into that and immediately pushed back off of it. Target achieved for most shorts. I mean, that's where, and it lined up with SPX as well. You heard, like I hear Dan taking profit because he sees something on ES or SPX. I see the same similar things on my chart. It's like, okay, well, you have two different types of traders across the market that are taking profit or, trying to get long. One of the two.
Well, guys, it's been a pleasure as always. I do have to roll, but yeah, thank you for having me as always. That was fun.
Yeah,
It was
thanks
good
for
to see you,
coming,
Dan.
Every time you come, I feel like we get some action too.
Yeah, that's
so I don't know if that's.
I do bring that. Yeah, we got to talk about some of these new ClearEdge features at some point because
Yeah.
I'm not quite ready, but man, we got some cool stuff coming.
I'm excited.
Let's plan on doing that maybe end of this week or something.
Yeah, I'm for it.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Sounds good. Talk soon, Dan.
Trump is going to be live here in a little bit as well, by the way.
Fun.
What do we have going on? I think we've got some meetings.
Sounds
We've got-
good, Fenster. I'll probably get it posted either today or tomorrow. Not 100% sure yet. Yeah.
Capital One.
We got office hours an hour early.
Adobe's doing a buyback.
Adobe.
$25 billion buyback for Adobe.
Ooh.
All right, guys, I'm going to close down the stream, get on some of this new stuff, go jump on Sucks and Spaces, help out over there.
Like the stream.
See you, bud.
See everybody tomorrow.
See you, Frankie, Jordan, chat.
I'll be on the
Appreciate
other
you guys.
call in a few minutes. I getting in the car.
Sounds
All right.
goody. Well, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, chat. Gonna be another day. Well, it's Wednesday tomorrow. I'll probably. I'm not 100% sure if we're doing yield max or not. I don't even know. So I might be on earlier. We'll see. Either way, we'll see the crew tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.